I wasn't sure you'd make it, but you pulled through.
Mao, finally PoE time.
Finally, PoE time. Hello, hello. Welcome, guys. Wait, I should go over here. There we go. Alright. Does this have no sound or something? Oh, there we go. How are you guys doing? I made it just in time. It was fucking close. Alright, 1 minute. What are we gonna see here? Obviously we're gonna see like stuff for a new expansion. I mean, new expansion, new league, right? Hopefully PoE 2 news as well. We'll see, we'll see. If GGG doesn't give us PoE 2 news, right, we're gonna get PoE 2 news from the content creators that have their NDAs lifted though, right? It's gonna like lots of juice to check out, I guess. Hopefully. Log in, log in. So many first messages though, it's kinda crazy. That's actually crazy. Like, this is actually crazy. Like, usually, like, these kind of events... Like, people spam login, but, like, not that many, like, new people. Unless they're, like, all just, like, bots, I don't know. Vokage, 3 to 1.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to our live stream. We have a busy lineup today with announcements for Path of Exile 2, as well as the exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Necropolis, which launches on March 29th. For the first time ever, we'll be releasing this expansion simultaneously on all platforms, PC, Mac, and console. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your suffering back attachment. Today's stream will start with Path of Exile 2, where Jonathan will show you our latest announcements. Mark will then take you on a deep dive into the new Path of Exile Necropolis Challenge League, which launches in 1 week. He'll cover the league mechanics, its deep crafting system, large endgame changes, some improvements to the core Path of Exile campaign, and finally some quality of life features. We'll then show you our new supporter packs, and we'll head into a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask us your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes.
Alright.
Hey guys, it's time to chat about PoE 2 again.
Let's go.
It's only been a few months since we talked about the Mercenary, and yet even since then a huge amount has changed. When we announced the Mercenary, we also showed off a lot of the new capabilities that our engine has around animation and character control. Moving while shooting was a huge deal in that class, but there were a lot of other more subtle things going on to make it feel good too. Well, in recent times we've only been showing off new character classes, but one thing I've been really excited about is to go back and apply all the new ideas and capabilities that we have to our old classes too. Today I'd like to show off the Ranger, and I hope that you guys like what you see.
He does kinda, yeah.
I've lived in this forest all my life.
Cutscenes?
And
Cinematics?
if there's one thing
What?
I've learned, it's that a ranger must never miss. A beast will hunt you, but it is the cruelty of man I fear.
I'll take your finger!
There is no truly escaping the Count's justice.
Your sentence is to be hanged from the neck until dead. Let your souls feed the first ones, and your bodies feed the land. After her!
Walking while shooting. I mean, yeah, makes sense for the Ranger.
This exile has changed me. No more running. No more fear.
You won't get away this time.
Execution.
I will put an end to this madness.
Oh, the roll was slow.
Let this be a warning, Gianor.
Yeah, you don't need any more
I'm
stutter
coming
step.
for you
You can just like walk and shoot at the same time, right? Alright. That's basically like mercenary tech applied to the ranger, I guess. Pretty cool. Hang from the neck until dead, that's deep.
Let the hunt begin.
Oh.
When we started to work on the Ranger, we knew we had to make a class with high agility. The dream of fast bow gameplay is Legolas, so that's what we wanted to deliver.
Legolas.
The starting point is moving while shooting a bow. Any kind of basic arrow skill can be fired while moving, with a movement penalty. This immediately gives you a lot more freedom on the battlefield. Here, I'm starting each battle with a poison burst arrow to poison groups of enemies, then using a lightning arrow to arc lightning around larger packs. For even more mobility, we also have a variety of skills that involve vaulting around the battlefield too. This is Frost Escape. Using it jumps backwards and shoots a freezing arrow at the ground. Really useful if monsters close on you and you need to get away. Once you've landed, if monsters were frozen, it'd be nice to have some way to take advantage of that extra time. This is where Snipe comes in. Snipe is a skill shot that you need to charge up and release at exactly the right time.
Part of League of Legends.
If you land the right timing, Snipe is guaranteed to produce a critical strike, and does a small AoE as well, so it's a great finisher. You can also move while shooting arrow rain skills too. This skill is Lightning Rod. It shoots an arrow into the air that sticks into the ground and does a small AoE. Once the rods are in the ground though, they attract any arcs of lightning that are nearby, causing them to explode again. This means you can stack up a bunch of lightning rods on the ground and bounce lightning between them, doing way more damage. Now this takes care of packs pretty well, but for bigger enemies I'd like to have something that's going to enhance my damage output too. This skill is Stormcaller Arrow. Using it sticks an arrow into an enemy. After a short period of time, a lightning bolt comes from the sky and strikes them. This has a high chance to shock them.
Wait, why is chat spamming gold logout?
Damage from all sources. If something big walks along, it's a good idea to throw one of these at them first to enhance your damage before following up with the other combo.
Dude,
now if I really want to enhance this combo, there are a couple of things I could do using our support gem system. Skills in Path of Exile are granted by items called skill gems. Each skill gem has coloured sockets in it.
Looks more zoomed
and
out.
These sockets are for other items called support
compared
gems.
to PoE1 for sure,
Support gems modify your skills, and it's where a huge amount of the customization of your character comes from. First, I'm going to take this multiple projectile support gem. I could add it to my lightning arrow, and it would fire multiple arrows. This
Just
would
like
increase the number of targets I can hit, but that isn't the effect that I'm after. If I add it to my lightning rod skill instead, then when I fire it, I get a nice groove of rods. This means that I don't have to spend as much time setting up before I can use it with my lightning arrow combo. I might also add faster projectiles to make the lightning rods land faster too. Now next up I'm going to grab this chain support gem. Chaining causes many effects to repeat on new targets when you hit them.
That's
if I
pretty cool.
add it to my lightning arrow, it will cause the arcs that come out of lightning arrow to strike even more targets, rippling along my line of lightning rods for huge amounts of damage.
PoE for boomers?
Now I think we can use support gems to improve Stormcaller
I
arrow as
mean,
well.
this is gonna be
Let's
like
start
far from
simple.
optimal
I'm gonna
DPS,
chuck less
right?
duration on here. This will
Like
cause
people are
the
gonna
lightning
like
from the
gear for
sky to
movement
strike a
speed and
bit
DPS,
faster.
and it's gonna be like
Next
a
up,
bit
we have a
different than
support
this,
called
right?
shock
Gameplay wise.
proliferation.
So
This support makes it so that any enemies shocked by the skill will also have the shock jump to nearby enemies, meaning they'll take the extra damage as well.
this is more like slow
It's
that you
just
can
a
see like
chance
the
to
interactions
proc, so it's not
properly.
going to proc on every single pack, but when it does, a pack will go
Exactly,
down
I
ultra
wanna
quick.
see stuff.
Another useful empowering skill is Barrage. Barrage is one of the rare cooldown skills in PoE 2.
How's the shooting by moving gonna work? Is it like WASD? I mean, it
With
has
what
to
we
be,
have
right?
here, I think it might be a good idea to use it with Lightning Arrow. It'll generate 3 times as many lightning explosions. You could also use it at just
I mean, it's
the right
like
moment for
Bloodborne.
Snipe,
I mean,
or
not
any number of
Bloodborne.
other skills depending on what effect you need more of right now. It's very versatile and can
Like
be used in a
Bloodline
range of
Champions, all those
situations.
kind of games.
Now, even as mobile as the Ranger is, it's still very useful to slow monsters down, and a Ranger certainly has quite a few tools to do this.
That reminds
If
you
you're
of
prepared to get up close and
D4.
personal, we have a skill called Electrocuting Rod.
I mean, it's just PoE.
First,
but
jump
that's,
over the enemy and shoot it into them. Once the rod's in place, any lightning damage they take will build up a special electrocute gauge. Once the gauge is full, the monster is totally suppressed, allowing you to kill them easily.
Like PoE palette isn't like very colorful either. Like it's not like last
Now
epoch style.
sometimes when you use electrocuting rod, the enemy dies before you
Bit
get a chance to
hazier.
electrocute them. I think there's another support gem I could add to my lightning arrow to fix this problem. Neural overload will make it easier to electrocute enemies. If the skill it's attached to puts them over 50% of their electrocute bar, it will trigger instantly.
Okay, animation is rather basic, yeah. I wouldn't say it's terrible. It's worse than in Diablo 4 maybe, but better than in Last Epoch or Grim Dawn, that's for sure at least. Fuck. ZDPS.
Now this skill works really well for suppressing a single large enemy, but I'd like to improve my crowd control ability for groups as well. I'm going to add a support gem called Frozen Nexus to my Frost Escape. This makes an area of chilled ground around frozen enemies. I'll also add Deep Freeze to it as well.
I
which
wonder
might
how
make
much you
freezes
will
last a bit
actually like
longer.
do stuff like that.
Now when I use my
And
Frost
instead
Escape
of
on
just
that front
like
enemy,
scaling one damage
others
shot in
nearby
one
are
thing
slowed
and
down.
just boost it.
It would also be
and
good if I
one-shot
had a way to
everything
slow enemies
instead.
down when they're farther away from me as well. So this would be a great time to start getting into the ranger's poison and plant-based skill set. To start with, let's have a look at Vine Arrow. This skill fires an arrow into the air that creates a small plant where it lands.
Remove most damage from support
The plant
gems.
sends out tendrils to nearby enemies, slowing them down and poisoning them.
And there's still like debuffs and
But
stuff,
it
right?
does have another function
Like other ways
too.
to like
If the plant gets
just like
further poisoned,
damage
it
from your passive
transfers
tree,
that
right?
poison to the monsters it's attached to.
It's like fire
Normally,
damage
you
or
would only
poison
be able
damage
to
or
get
something,
one
right?
stack of poison on a monster at a time,
Probably.
but you can put as much poison as you want on this plant. You could just use the plant to slow monsters down and not worry about the poison part. But if you want to go all in on poison, this is the way to do it. Now if you do want to focus on poisons more, another useful skill is Poison Bloom Arrow. This skill creates these plant pustules on the ground. If you wait a little while, they'll explode.
Okay.
Just like any other plant skill, these plants respond well to poison. Shoot the poison burst arrow at enemies nearby and
the
watch
skills
your
are pretty
plants
cool.
grow more and more powerful. Poisoning the pustules causes them to do much more damage and
Nothing
makes them
like
explode much faster as well.
Revolutionary
I can
so
also
far, I
add the
would
pierce
say, but
support to Poison Burst Arrow. Doing this will mean I get multiple poison
seems like
bursts
fine
as it goes
RPG
through each
skills.
monster.
I mean the movement is obviously like different and new.
We also have another skill to make a nice environment for your plants to grow. Gas Cloud Arrow. This skill shoots the ground and creates a cloud of gas that continuously poisons things inside it. Throw your plants down, then put a gas cloud on top. The constant poisoning will make them grow.
The tech on the gas cloud? Wait, what's the tech on the gas cloud? Remove all gems with one click? Oh, like that, yeah.
Another
That's nice,
poison-related
huh?
skill we have on the
True.
Ranger is called Plague Bearer. This is a reservation skill, meaning it uses spirit.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
When I enable it, I get this counter that counts up whenever I apply poison to a monster. You can see the counter on
That's
the
very good
skill
quality of
increasing
life.
as each new monster is poisoned. Now I'm going to fight these monsters and make sure to poison them as much as I can to build up the counter.
Build up the counter. Wait, that reminds me like of this other like, what was it, like
It
the
does
poison
take quite a
skill
while to get the counter up to 100%.
that you stack
but
up
it's
and then
worth
you
it.
release
Whenever
like
I
an AoE
choose, I
around
can
you.
unleash the poison in a big explosion around my character, dealing a large amount of damage.
I forgot like all the names of the skills, honestly.
Now next up we have a classic, Rain
Plague
of
Bearer?
Arrows. It's simple. Shoot a bunch of arrows in the sky and they rain down for a short time. It's decent AoE and damage at long range. Now this skill doesn't last too long, but we can change that. It's time to introduce Frenzy Charges. Frenzy Charges are used for a variety of skills on the Ranger, but with Rain of Arrows they can be used to extend the duration.
You're mine.
How do we get some though? Here we have a skill called Sniper's Mark. Put it on an enemy and it will grant you a frenzy charge.
I really
when you
hate
crit them.
top
Now remember
spin
that
top
snipe
left.
skill from earlier? That skill
They should be like
guarantees a
somewhere
critical
here.
hit.
in my
So
opinion,
first we
but yeah.
Sniper's Marked an enemy, then we sniped them. And after that, the next rain of arrows will last a really, really long time.
It's like so far away. Like
We still have some weaknesses.
you
though.
need like
While
a
Rain of Arrows
you need
has
like a small
enemies with
monitor
ton
to
of
play this
arrows,
game. I
Each
don't
one
know.
doesn't do much damage individually. It would be nice if we had
Like
a
a
way
big
to break
monitor,
the
having
armor
it up
on
here
enemies
is so
so that
bad.
Rain of Arrows dealt more damage. Thankfully, we have this Corrode Armor support gem, and we can put it on our Gas Cloud arrow. Corrode Armor causes poison to erode the armor on targets until it's all gone. This will significantly increase the damage that Rain of Arrows does
Like
against
generally-
armored targets. Oh yeah. And
For example, like last box UI is better in my opinion. Like you have like health here, mana here, buffs here, debuffs here, like all like centered. And this is like so far away. Like health in one corner, mana in one corner, buffs in one corner, debuffs for like in the other corner maybe.
Now, because monsters and gas clouds
It's good
are
for
likely to
small
have their armor
monitors, but
broken,
like most
I think
people
there's
have
another useful
rather
combo we can
larger
do.
monitors nowadays than like 20 years
This
ago,
is
you know.
exploit weakness support. This support provides extra bonus damage to targets that have their armor broken. Perfect for what we have going on here.
Don't want anything in the middle.
So, those are just some of the skills we have on the Ranger class in Path of Exile 2. Now that we've seen all these skills,
I think you
let's
do.
see how well they do against a much tougher enemy. It's time to fight the
You
boss
can
of
also
the
always get
Templars,
HP bars above your character, I guess. If you get like buffs and debuffs above your character as well, that would be cool. Who's this? I mean, the bosses, like the new bosses look all really sick, honestly. Thanos, last disciple of Oreo. Who's this? Tomb Lord? No, he doesn't quite look like Tomb Lord. Not quite. Yes. Sound design is good with these. Like the music, the balls, the sound of the skulls, the pew pew. It's solid. Like there's no like going on, right? It's not like last box sound design. It's actual good sound design. What the fuck are these rays? Why is it placing all the rays over there? Is there some mechanic going on here that I'm not understanding yet? People laugh. Can you survive my storms? Okay, those balls like always move in your face whenever they glow, like 3 times I guess, and then they evaporate. Fire charge. And there's a lot of things like going on here simultaneously. Like the boss design is pretty cool. Now there's another. Okay, Toho game. Let's go. I mean, I'll just make a place tanker, right? Just tank it all, right? And it's probably not gonna work that well, but... Yeah, just like Tomb Lord, just totally different, exactly. Yeah, the stage 2 skill is kinda wonka, dude, holy. Literal Toho game. Is the boss gonna have like dynamic boss damage reduction? So that like zoomers can't skip the
That's
phases?
the Ranger. But oh yeah, there was one more thing.
Flash loot.
The mount. Check this out. Yes, you can ride a rower. While riding the rower, you can shoot arrows with no movement penalty. It's
Okay.
pretty overpowered. You
Oh
can also
shit.
use your vaulting skills to jump right off the rower's back. Once the rower doesn't have a rider, it starts attacking monsters. So he's nice
Mounts.
to have around, even if you're not riding him. That said, if you are riding, don't get hit. If you take a heavy stun while on a rower, you'll fall off, and it takes a while to get up. So be careful.
Oh, like shooting
So that's
backwards
what we
while on
wanted
the
to show
road
you
looks a little
today.
weird, but
Now,
okay.
there is just one more rather unfortunate bit of news. Path of Exile 2's beta is going to be delayed. We previously said that we would get the beta out on June 7th, and while I think we would be able to get the game's content ready in time, we underestimated how long it would take to get gameplay polished to a standard that we're happy with. We're
Okay.
still going to be doing alpha testing in June, but we're going to be delaying the beta until later in the year. I don't have an exact date for you today, but it should be towards the end of the year. In the meantime, you can
Okay.
still play Path of Exile 1, of course. Now, speaking
Holy.
of PoE 1, we also
Towards
have a
the end of
324
the
expansion
year.
to announce. I'm going to hand over to Mark, the game director on PoE 1, to show us what's in store.
I mean, if they need time to cook, they need time to cook, right? What can you do?
Let's just get straight into it with the trailer for Path of Exile Necropolis.
But
Cold flesh, dirt, maggots, and ghosts.
yeah, the thing with
Our job is to keep
the
them
thing with
where they
the
belong.
what's it called?
It's your first night.
Like
so
Mount,
you
right?
need this. A ghostly
I wonder how
for ghastly
they
tinker.
plan to implement that, to be honest. Like, mounts is always weird in these kind of games, in my opinion.
You'll learn to peer into the souls of the dead. You'll learn how to twist them. Meet me in the Necropolis. You can pilfer shiny things from a corpse, but you can pilfer glorious things from a soul. I need a gravedigger.
New kind of crafting. Tier 17 maps, multiple Atlas of trees. Okay, okay. An ultimate. Bosses, no Ubers, no Ubers, right? Yes. Rip.
The job's hard, but the pay's good. What do you say?
In the Necropolis League, you will encounter Undertaker Aramor, a man collecting the scattered spirits of the Eternal Empire for a mysterious purpose. These spirits have begun to haunt the monsters of Rayclast, unleashing their ancient fury and sorrow onto the world. The Undertaker will provide you with the Lantern of Aramor, a powerful family heirloom which can illuminate the wrathful spirits haunting monsters throughout Rayclast. With it, the Undertaker hopes to employ you to rid Rayclast of this menace, and further his cryptic cause. The lantern can be used when entering any new area. When peering through it, you can examine the spirits haunting that area. The lantern also allows you to manipulate them, letting you configure which monsters are affected by which mods.
That's pretty cool.
It would be wise to take your time with your decisions here, for the spirits are not forgiving.
It's like build your own maps in a way.
When peering through the lantern, you can also see extra details about the packs of monsters in the area.
Like even more
Those here are considered
in
common,
detail than like with normal
whereas
maps.
the water elementals are more scarce. If you want things to be easier, you can put the more difficult spirits on the elementals, which you'll encounter less often. We've tried to make sure that by engaging with the lantern, you are able to intelligently control the difficulty in the Necropolis League. The spirits come in a number of forms which represent the danger they pose. For example here, the infested vultures are
70%
servant
increased damage.
causing
Okay.
them to deal a small amount of increased damage. But the Vol's Vanguard are noble haunted, causing them to deal a large amount of increased damage. As you reach higher level areas in Rayclast, the
Can you like
tier and
remove
number of
modifiers
spirits
or
that are
like
haunting
reroll
monsters will
modifiers?
generally increase. Your game knowledge can help you here. If you're aware of the composition of a monster pack, this means certain mods will be easier to manage. For example, the mod that increases a pack's damage for every monster killed has no effect on packs with a single monster, like a Devourer. However, if we found a spirit that makes the strongest monster in a pack deal 100% more damage, well, I'm going to avoid the Devourer. You might have noticed that the Lantern of Aramor provides other useful
Dude,
information.
speedrunners
such as
are gonna
the
hate
types of
this
abilities
league.
monsters use, or
Like
the
every time
damage
you
types
zone
they
in, you have to
deal.
like read all the mods first and
So
like
for those
rearrange
who are
them.
less familiar with how these monsters
I don't
work,
know if it's
this
like
can
that
be a
great for
way to
gameplay
learn what
flow.
you're up against. The spirits are constantly moving throughout Rayclast.
It's like
So if
typical
you're finding
PoE style
a campaign
customization,
area
but
too
maybe it's like
difficult,
even too
you
much
can just wait a few
customization.
minutes and peer through the lantern again to see what's changed.
Speedrunners ignore it.
Of course, powerful
I guess,
spirits
yeah,
can
and
get
then you just
powerful rewards.
die
There are
if
two
when you like
reasons
have
why
something
you
that's
might
like
want to
bad.
face a challenge now and then. Firstly, not all the spirits are malicious. Sometimes the monsters aren't haunted at all, but are instead devoted. These can grant basic rewards like increased experience, or bigger rewards like spawning the nameless seer.
And if you ignore the mechanic, right, of like repurposing the mods,
all of the packs affected by that
then
spirit.
it's basically just like a league where
The more haunted
you
monsters
get like
you
random
defeat in the
modifiers
previous
on like
area before
monsters,
using the lantern, the
and
more
different
likely
monsters get
the
like different
devoted monsters
modifiers,
will appear in
which
the
is still
next
cool,
area.
but
Monsters haunted by higher tier spirits will increase the chance of the devoted appearing even more, meaning
the
that
problem is you
sometimes
don't
it's worth putting the hardest
see in the
modifier
map,
possible
right, like
on
which
very
monsters have
common
which
monsters,
modifiers. You only
if
see it
you're
like at
brave
the
enough.
start.
Again,
So like if you
we've
forget
tried hard here to
which ones
allow
are
players
dangerous
to
in the map,
customize the danger and rewards as much as they can.
seems rippy as fuck.
Aramor is an undertaker, and you can probably guess what we're taking to him. The second main reward from the Necropolis League is monsters with unresolved anguish. Once slain, their corpses need extra care from the Undertaker, and he will offer to take them back to his necropolis and store them in the morgue.
Okay.
Time to earn your keep. When you are ready, you can visit the morgue to view
This
the
will do
monsters you have
nicely,
collected,
Exile.
and then get to work burying them in
Like
one of many graves
farming
in Aramor
ore.
Cemetery. For example, we will bury this Katava's Herald. Aramor's mysterious soul experiments can coalesce powerful items. Here I've chosen to create a pair of boots.
Of Lunaris, heal your pains and aid this soldier, so that you may grace them with fleetness.
These boots are useful for my character, but aren't exactly what I hoped for. And this is where the Necropolis crafting system really shines. You'll have noticed that the corpse we collected earlier had a crafting effect on it. In fact, all collected corpses do. If you bury multiple corpses in the cemetery, all adjacent corpses can be exercised at once to create one item. All of the crafting effects on those corpses will apply to that same item.
Okay.
This allows you to have either one or many different crafting projects ongoing in the cemetery. For example, next time I try to create boots, I could bury corpses that increase the chance of getting move speed modifiers. To go further, I could use these to generate higher tier modifiers. Then, I could try to bias it towards being an evasion pair with this. Finally,
A
I'll
little
apply
like
some crafting effects
recombinators,
that
yeah.
improve
It's
the
like still chance
probability of getting
based,
good
like it's not
rolls.
guaranteed, but it's like heavy
Now,
chance, right?
let's
So
craft our item and see what we get.
Ferocity of Throldana, free you of your anguish and aid this soul.
this can be like super powerful crafting.
Grace them with
Like when it comes to like guaranteeing what you want to
As
have.
you can see now, we have a much better pair of boots, forged from the souls of our
Once
enemies. You could even use the entire cemetery to craft one item. There is always something you can do to try and ensure your item will be as best as it can be.
Holy fuck.
We hope to see some really crazy grave
And then it's
crafts.
poop. Because you're unlucky.
If you are lucky, you might find corpses with meta
didn't show
crafting
it? Oh my
modifiers. These can be buried to manipulate your crafting projects in more drastic ways. This one increases the potency of all crafting effects of adjacent undead corpses. Another meta crafting modifier gives a chance to drop an extra item from your craft, with all the same crafting outcomes applied. All you have to do is bury a lot of undead monsters.
Wait, 5% per thingy? So if you like put down 20, you have a guaranteed mirror?
You can also craft new unique items exclusive to the Necropolis League using this system. As you explore Rayclast, you might find the corpses of famous Eternal Empire families. And when you bury an entire family together and exorcise them, they will thank you with a unique specific to their lineage.
Oh shit. New uniques?
For example, the Navalius Inheritance Belt. I'll give you a moment to check that out. You can use other corpses alongside them to grant implicit mods, manipulate the values of explicit mods, and more. In this case, with the Parandus Pact, you can even change the modifiers it generates. This unique is a jewel which adds extra stats to passive skills in a radius when socketed into the passive skill tree. The stats it adds are randomly generated, but you can bias it towards a specific type by using other crafting effects, such as this one, which increases the chance of getting life modifiers. Let's see what we get.
The voice acting of the Undertaker is kind of funny.
Damn, we didn't get it this time. I guess we're gonna have to go and collect more corpses. Of course,
Lucky.
you can trade the corpses away to other players. All you need to do is purchase empty coffins from the Undertaker and use them on your corpses in the morgue, which will itemize them. Another item in the Necropolis League that you can find are Embers of the All-Flame. These are monster spirits that remain living in the All-Flame, a powerful ancient artifact of Rayclast. And you can set them free by placing them in the Lantern of Aramor and defeating them. These embers drop throughout Rayclast as itemized packs of monsters. You are able to use these packs to replace the packs in areas. For example, we have found this All-Flame Ember of Tarfoa. We can now go to enter the next area and replace one of the monster packs in here. You can see we have also gotten one of the devoted modifiers to appear. We can pair up the Karui ancestors with this modifier, making them even more rewarding. Let's go ahead and replace the tentacle miscreations. However, when replacing packs, you want to double check their density, as the new pack will inherit the density of the replaced pack. The Karui ancestors we have now added to our area can even drop basic variations of tattoos. If you aren't aware, this is an item type from the Trial of the Ancestors League, which can be used on passive skills to change what they do. There are many different types of itemized packs. You can find Breach and Legion monsters that drop splinters, untainted packs that provide insane amounts of experience, and even simple frogs, which can be used to replace difficult monsters to make life easier. And of course, these Ember monsters can be raised as specters too. Finally, let's discuss how this league works in in-game maps.
Like the two
Each
stuff.
in-game map will allow you to manipulate it using the lantern on the map device UI. However, instead of randomly cycling every few minutes, it is fixed to that map. Once you view the map through the lantern, you cannot remove it from the map device, so you can't trade that map away now that you've seen it is too difficult for you, or has monsters in it that you'd rather avoid, like porcupines. We're also trying something new this time around. During the Necropolis League, there will be support for the League on the Atlas passive tree. Multiple clusters will be there, allowing you to enhance the gameplay, customize it, and even change its behavior in meaningful ways. One way that you can change the crafting in a meaningful way is with the Prospero's Wager Keystone. With this keystone, all the monsters with unresolved anguish come with this crafting modifier, which causes them to generate a random craft when buried. This means instead of pre-planning your crafts, you have to adapt to them on the fly to get the best results. These clusters will not be available in Standard League. In 3.24, we've made a plethora of changes to the endgame. We're introducing new bosses, adding another tier of maps, and streamlining the Atlas. The most difficult and most rewarding content in Path of Exile can be found in Uber Pinnacle bosses, such as the Maven and the Searing Exarch. Currently, the only way to access these bosses is by allocating specific keystones on the Atlas passive tree. While this system offers a nice element of control, it causes a problem. Rewards and access to the non-Uber variants are now economically priced around the rewards of the Uber fights. This means it is wasteful to run the non-Uber variants instead of simply selling them. Another problem that we noticed is the difficulty jump between the Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacle content was relatively large, and there wasn't obvious content that could bridge this gap. Many players would give up on their characters before being able to defeat the Uber Pinnacle bosses. In 3.24, we will be making some changes to this. We are removing the keystones that give access to the Uber Pinnacle bosses from the Atlas tree, and instead we'll be adding a new set of fragments that give you access to this content. Where do you get these fragments? We are adding a new tier of maps, Tier 17 maps, which not only give you access to the Uber Pinnacle content, but also test your characters in new ways. They feature a new set of bosses, Uber monsters, and a new tier of modifiers that can roll on the maps. There are 5 new Tier 17 maps in total, with some surprising boss fights at the end. We'll look at a couple today, and the rest you'll have to discover for yourself.
That's pretty crazy.
First, we have the Citadel map.
Uber monolith.
This map contains an ancient Kalguran citadel. You will encounter many expedition monsters as the signature packs throughout the map. At the end, you will fight Uber Uhtred. This is a version of a boss from Expedition League, with all its abilities and mechanics enhanced.
That's good.
Uber Uhtred will even be able to summon 2 other expedition bosses to aid it during the fight. Secondly, we have the Fortress map. This map is an impregnable fortress, guarded by monsters from the Heist League. At the end, you will encounter an Uber version of the Unbreakable. Again, it has enhanced abilities and mechanics you'll have to learn and overcome. Each of the Tier 17 map bosses has a chance to drop a unique item, allowing for some target farming. However, these aren't entirely new unique items. Instead, we've taken other unique items, removing them from the core drop pool and rebalancing them to fit here. One example is this reworked version of Wraith Lord. It has 4 Abyss sockets, and allows you to summon an additional Spectre for each Ghastly Eye Jewel socketed into it. Another example is Mana Storm. This has been rebalanced to grant a lot more damage than before, alongside some more impactful mana stats, if you can get lucky rolls. Alongside adding Tier 17 maps, we have also changed the Uber Pinnacle bosses to have completely distinct unique item drop pools from their non-Uber counterparts. This means there is a reason to farm both versions. Let's take a look at the Shaper versus the Uber Shaper. The Shaper will drop these uniques: Voidwalker, Shaper's Touch, Solstice Vigil, and Dying Sun. Whereas the Uber Shaper will drop these: Echoes of Creation, Sublime Vision, Entropic Devastation, Starforge, and a new unique belt called the Tides of Time. Another example of a new unique is this helmet from the Uber Eater of Worlds, Ravenous Passion, and these gloves from the Uber Searing Exarch, the Celestial Brace. Each of the Uber Pinnacle bosses has a new unique added to their drop pools. We've identified another major problem with the endgame we'd like to address. With every expansion added to the game, we have been increasing the complexity of running maps. It's at the point now where a player must repeatedly execute a large sequence of steps to run maps efficiently. It can be easy to forget critical steps, and it can be tiring to repeat them. To solve this, we are removing some systems, but are keeping what is good about them. The 2 main systems we've removed are Sextants and the Master Mission Selector. It is not our intention to dull the content, however. We have completely reworked Scarabs to include most of the options that were previously covered by those mechanics, and many, many more. Let's take a look at some of them. Commonly, you might find Scarabs that simply grant access to different content. Here, we have a Scarab that causes Beyond Demons to spawn when killing monsters in your maps. And here, we have one that adds a Delirium Mirror. Each type of Scarab now has multiple versions, so if you want to fully invest in a type of content, you can do so. Here's a suite of Ultimatum Scarabs. This Ultimatum Scarab adds an Ultimatum encounter to a map. This Ultimatum Scarab of Bribing then causes that Ultimatum encounter to grant better rewards and its monsters to yield more experience.
Sex of flippers and shambles,
will
seems
cause
like
that Ultimatum encounter to always guarantee the Trailmaster boss fight at the end, assuming you can survive through all the rounds. This Ultimatum Scarab of Catalyzing will cause all rewards from that Ultimatum to be catalysts, instead of other rewards. And finally, this Ultimatum Scarab of Inscription will cause all catalyst rewards from that Ultimatum to be inscribed ultimatums instead. There are plenty of others. If you enjoy divination card farming, you might want to use these. This Divination Scarab of Curation causes more divination cards to drop for each different favored map you have selected.
So
But
I mean,
it also
yeah, I
causes
mean,
whatever map you're
it's pretty
running
cool,
to
right?
only drop
Like more-
divination cards from
more
those
agency
favored
for the
maps.
player
So if
when
you
it comes
want
to like
to
what
try
they
and
wanna
aim for your
farm and
Mage
so on.
Blood and don't want to just farm
pretty cool.
Crimson Temple, then
Better
this
target
Scarab
farming,
is for you.
basically.
This Divination Scarab of Completion causes your divination cards to have a 20% chance to drop as a full stack instead, for maximum dopamine. Basically, there are now just a lot of Scarabs. You might have also noticed that they no longer have tiers. Scarabs are now all world drops.
Buy a
You can
billion
get them
Scarabs.
anywhere. Some might be rarer than others, but the intention is that there'll be a lot more options than before.
Good luck
and
to
more
people that don't
interesting
have
combinations to
stash
consider.
tab, right?
If you want to target specific scarabs, Betrayal has been updated to include most of them, and you will need to relearn which ones come from where. While this system is allowing you to heavily invest in one type of content, it is reducing your capacity for variety. To address this, we have massively increased access to content on the Atlas passive tree. You are now able to reliably get different leagues like Breach or Legion from just your Atlas passives. Regarding master missions, content such as Incursion, Delve, Betrayal, and Bestiary, these too are now accessible with Scarabs, and have more reliable investment options on the tree.
Yeah, once you get to
Not
maps,
only this,
you can't play without stash tabs.
Jun,
Until maps it's
Einhar,
fine, but like
Alva, and Nico
once
to
you're at
appear
maps,
together
no
in the
chance.
same map. We have also removed some
Like 5
keystones such
billion
as Wandering
different
Path,
currencies.
Grand Design, and Growing Hordes, but have added some new ones too. For example, Unwavering Vision, Back to Basics, and Thorough Exploration.
You're intimidated already.
And we have added some new notables such as Remarkable Relics, which allows you to try find better variants of scarabs. Mounting modifiers, which increases the values of modifiers on your maps by 2% for each explicit modifier. And Tainted Carapaces, which is just one in a set of many that allow you to target farm specific types
Beyond
of
scarabs.
These are just a few of the many new notables that can be found on the Atlas passive skill tree. Lastly, we are giving you more flexibility in what content you want to run in the endgame. In 3.24, you can now have multiple copies of the Atlas tree, which can be swapped between maps at your leisure.
Oh, that's pretty nice.
You can unlock up to 2 extra trees for a total of 3 by progressing through the endgame and completing core content. When you open a map, you can select which tree you would like to use. For a given league, you'll never feel constrained to playing your endgame a single way. You can also label
That's
your trees
huge.
to easily identify which one has which content. With all this combined, we're hoping to see new endgame strategies shine
It's like
through.
rune pages in League of Legends.
While
Except
playing
different.
through the campaign in
But I mean, yeah,
3.24,
same concept,
you'll
like when
notice
it
a
comes
myriad
to
of small
flexibility.
improvements and surprises. The fundamentals of the campaign are still intact, but we've scattered fun encounters and secrets throughout Rayclast. The Dweller of the Deep has been trapped.
Who?
What are these ritual shrines doing in the northern forest? And why are they giving me omens? This device looks safe. I should definitely use this on my items. There are plenty more encounters to discover. We'll continue adding more surprises in future releases, so keep an eye out. In the previous expansion, 3.23, we released a large number of transfigured skill gems. These are alternate versions of existing skill gems that function in very different ways, allowing for more build and gameplay variety. At the time, our aspirations were higher than we could achieve. We planned more gems than we could make. So, in 3.24, we're adding another set of transfigured gems that we have now finished.
Okay.
Ice Shot, Incinerate, Artillery Ballista, Tornado, Elemental Hit, Kinetic Blast, Poisonous Concoction, and lastly, Summon Holy Relic. Hopefully those of you who missed your favorite skill having a transfigured variant will get that here. We will certainly be adding more of these in the future, especially for skills that are missing them still. Of course, we'll also be doing a balance pass on the existing transfigured gems. One of the main ones we're looking at is Kinetic Bolt of Fragmentation. As a result of this change, it is clear that the endgame potential of the Wander archetype really starts to suffer, mostly in the single target damage department. Due to this, we've added the new support gem, Sacred Wisps. This support gem causes supported skills to create 2 attached wisps for a duration. With these wisps, whenever you attack, they have a chance to also use the same skill, if you have enemies in your presence. And if there are any rare or unique enemies, they will always use the skill. That leads us into all the other quality of life features we're introducing in 3.24, and there's a shitload of them. Many of these have been revealed in teasers already, but here's a quick summary. We've added the automation and call to arms skill gems, for being able to trigger instant skills and war cries without having to bind them to left click. You can now hold down Control and left click to automatically apply certain currency orbs until they achieve the desired result, or you run out. For example, you can hold down fusings until you reach maximum links.
That's nice.
You will be able to control, shift, click currency into a trade window to automatically move all of that currency at once from your inventory. Detonate Dead now has clearer telegraphing effects. When harvest crafting, the item hover will always be visible, so you no longer have to mouse back and forth to see the results of your crafts. When you use a Val orb on a map, the map no longer has a chance to become unidentified. Instead, it adds a new implicit. We've created a set of implicits that affect the areas in fun ways. Related to that, corrupted and
DMT,
mirrored
welcome.
items can now be identified. Breach hands now open upon approach, and no longer need to be clicked. Upgrades to Pantheon powers now apply to all characters in a league. You no longer need to grind divine vessels on each new character. With harvest crafting, you can now re-roll Uber Elder fragments. Fragments dropped by the Shaper cannot be re-rolled into fragments dropped by the Elder, and vice versa. Regarding Betrayal, we're removing Ashling's crafting bench as a reward. Instead, Veiled Orbs now perform that function. They remove a mod and replace it with a Veiled mod.
Oh shit.
These orbs now drop from Katarina and are no longer a world drop. Flasks can now be corrupted by Val orbs, giving random -10 to +10 quality. The capability to add extra quality to weapons,
That's kinda
armors,
crazy.
and flasks has been removed from Betrayal.
Ah,
The Betrayal bench craft that converts an amulet to a talisman has been moved to Bestiary, and thus can be traded. Maven invitations no longer drop. Instead, when you have completed witnessing all bosses required to go to the Maven's arena, you can just talk to Kerak, and he'll open a map device window with the invitation already in there, ready to be rolled. Valdo's maps that granted invitations now give scarabs. No more having to waste Guardian kills to try get invitations to drop. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs.
Bye now!
Today, we're
Oh my
launching
god,
two new
Gaben.
series of supporter packs. The Solar
Can you use
and
Tainted Mythical
Eldritch
Orbs or
packs.
Corrupted Flasks there?
Each tier contains the full pack's face value in points,
that's a good question.
alongside several exclusive microtransactions. These packs are only
Detonate
available
Dead
for the
Rip clip still
duration of the
incoming.
Necropolis League, and will leave
I
the store
mean,
forever.
they have like
when
a
it
delay now,
ends.
right?
As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's
That's
power
weird.
or progression in any way. The Solar series of supporter packs contains
Mount
6
that doesn't cost
exclusive
$45 bucks, yeah.
microtransactions.
Indeed.
The Cosmos
PoE
weapon
too.
effect adorns your weapon with stars. Hitting enemies causes cosmic energy to spill out into the area around them. The Radiant Orb of Chance extra effect projects the outcome of items you've used an Orb of Chance on above your head. Remember to congratulate other exiles in town if you see them chance a powerful unique item. Shine boldly with the Solar Knight armor set. The power of the
Shine
sun
boldly.
radiates from your body, getting more and more intense as you use skills and emitting solar flares as you run. With the Supernova level up extra effect, the dead will be raised from the ground around you, before being obliterated and turned to ash by an epic supernova whenever you level up. This one is my personal favorite. The Cosmic Turtle Hideout lets you travel the infinite expanse of the cosmos atop the back of a colossal turtle. Carry
That's
the
actually
weight
sick,
of the
yeah.
sun on your back with the Solar
Tutel,
Guardian
praise
back
Tutel.
attachment. Witness it grow larger and larger as the energy of slain enemies is funneled into it. When it reaches its maximum size, it goes supernova and turns into a black hole, forever drifting throughout Rayclast. The Eldritch Pack series also has 6 exclusive microtransactions. Are you wondering if we moved the stash in the latest patch? Don't be fooled, because with the Mimic Stash Pet, players can transform into an image of a stash when in a town or hideout and scare unsuspecting exiles. This pet follows behind you with its terrifying hand-walking the rest of the time. The Shaper's Slam finisher effect sends slain unique enemies into a
Final abyss of unending darkness.
The Eldritch Hunger armor set contains a beast that demands you defeat it by embracing your bloodlust. Watch it grow in power the more you kill until it bursts from the shell of the helmet. Are you able to satiate its hunger? The seed within the corrupted growth map device expands its grasp on your hideout, the more maps you complete on your atlas. Equipping the Headhunter character effect causes skulls of slain rare enemies to whirl around you like trophies. They become enraged when you are near a rare enemy you are yet to kill, wishing for them to join your collection. Witness a reality where the struggle didn't exist.
Some of these extra ideas are like really fucking cool.
Their own conflicts with the Eldritch Horror Apparition effect. Which of the Eater of Worlds or Searing Exarch do you think will win? These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile Necropolis. Meanwhile, the Shade and Disciple packs leave the store forever at the launch of Necropolis League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post Path of Exile Necropolis'
okay, when is the actual
content
content dropping? In 10 minutes, right?
With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for Necropolis' release. Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box and this season's Kerax Vault Pass. Thank you for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to doing some awesome gravecrafts and conquering the new in-game bosses with you next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Oh yeah, automatically you have to play the one totem, right? Right now. That's kind of weird, right? What is this UI here? This looks a little weird. Anyway, 2 totems even. Aye. Okay, what do you guys think? The PoE 2 spoilers were honestly, like, so far, what they showed, I mean, it was like kind of cool, right? Like mercenary tech on Ranger, but nothing like crazy, to be honest. I mean, the gems tech was
Chris
nice.
Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
Monka.
Good morning, Exiles, and welcome to our Q&A portion for today. I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark, and first thing we're going to be talking about Path of Exile 1 questions. As I know that's the content that you'll be getting your hands on soon and want to hear all about. And then afterwards we'll follow up with a bit of a deep dive into Path of Exile 2 reveals, both from today and also some of the other stuff that came up during the recent hands-on event. But good morning, Jonathan and Mark. How are you going?
Hey, really nice to be here again.
Yeah, good morning.
PoE 2 hands on the event, eh?
Always a pleasure. I love talking to you folks about some Path of Exile, right? So let's kick things off with the new league.
I'm gonna like just refresh YouTube, I guess.
And
like
I just want to ask, should I ask about Lycia and Katarina and what it means for them to be involved, especially since they're like characters that are actively present elsewhere in the game in another mechanic right now? Like, what does that mean?
We bent the rules a little bit on that teaser. They're not actually involved. They're only in the sense that they are both T17 map bosses. So you don't actually fight them together, but we thought it would make a cool, little teaser shot there. And I think it did. It raised a lot of questions. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, okay. I was like, we're just doing some timey-wimey stuff. Oh, they both kind of like deal with death, so there's a bit of a connection there.
Like when you get into maps, everything's all memories and the line gets a bit blurred. You can kind of do whatever you want, which is a good thing about that system. You don't have to stay so grounded and sensible. But
you're not gonna skip this.
So yeah, we do have some
Necropolis
interesting encounters going on there that are a bit
There's like
different.
many things have changed,
but,
right?
You know, it's again the maps allow us to kind
like
of
endgame at least.
from
I mean,
the
crazy
groundedness of the world and the rules of what's actually happening in there.
The mechanic itself,
there's a lot of
I mean, it's crazy for crafting probably.
League.
Like, the crafting is actually kind of crazy.
In the new T17 maps, or is there some with the league mechanic itself as well?
No, we focused the monster development this time round on the T17s instead of the league. So there's no new bosses in the league.
Yeah, endgame is like completely revamped.
There are some reuse of monsters through like the Allflame Embers and whatnot, but not bosses. And then we put all our boss development towards
all the tier lists, all the endgame builds will have to like do tier 17 maps now.
Like, there are quite
which
a
they
lot
probably
of
will be able to, right? Like because I mean,
T17 maps as well.
Builds were able to like do Uber bosses before, and Ubers are like locked behind tier 17 maps now. So they can't like be like harder than them really.
There are packs of Brutuses,
and they will still be like crazy hard. But
I believe
throughout like the non-notable ones, which will be quite interesting to see. You'll
And I mean,
probably
you can
find
like
a rare
roll
hasted Brutus
modifiers
is
on
a
tier
whole
17, right, and like make
compared
them
to
like
even
crazy.
The Brutus map boss and whatnot.
Yes, we experienced that last league in Affliction at launch. For those of us there who empowered that boss, that was an experience to be sure. So we'll kind of change my order of the day then with the tier 17 maps. So there's 4 of these, was there?
5.
We got 5 of them. Yeah, we got the Ziggurat map, Sanctuary map, Fortress map, Abomination map, and Citadel map being the 5.
And these are like effectively Uber maps, but we kind of also had Uber maps last league in a different way with the community made maps as well. But this is a whole different system, right?
Yeah, this is different. Obviously the Valdo's maps come with a little bit more craziness going on. There are custom mod pools on these. And there is a little bit of overlap, but nowhere near as crazy. Like you're not going to roll the like mod that sends you to the Void League or anything like that. That's exclusive for those player-made ones. But yes, this is a new tier of difficulty. It is expected that they are hard for sure, but I'm sure some of your questions get into some of that. So
yeah,
I'll explain them as it comes.
So these are the primary vehicle now for getting like the Uber fight keys. What led to the decision to make them come from a tier 17 separate map thing like this instead of from the boss, which I guess was the more expected, like you would get an Uber Maven key from Maven?
Like, okay, like let's say it was from Shaper, and to get Uber Shaper, and you kill your Shaper, let's say it was even once every time, and now you kill your Uber Shaper, or let's say you fail, that's fine, but eventually you conquer it, you can kill it. It's not now fun to go back and do regular Shaper where clearly you can do the Uber version. Why are you bothering with the non-Uber version? So unless you want a specific drop from him,
Well, that's this one
it's
dropping
not fun
like
to
next
go
week,
back
right?
and just do like a clearly lower grade quality. So we instead went with it going a different way, where we have something that is ideally in between those 2 points of difficulty and has random variance. Like you'll find that some of the tier 17 map bosses with certain mod combinations are probably even harder than the Uber Pinnacles, depending on your character and all of those variables there. I wouldn't say that's going to happen entirely consistently, like it'll be occasionally the case, but it certainly isn't fun to just be like, in order to do Uber Shaper, I have to do this content that I have clearly proven capable of doing, and just repeating that over and over.
I see, yeah. So it's for the people who want to farm their own ones. They're doing content that is up to their challenge level, basically, because the regular boss wouldn't be anywhere near that.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Right on. How do you get the tier 17 maps, though?
So the tier 17 maps, when you get more Void Stones, it has a chance to convert T16 maps that drop. The more Void Stones you get, it becomes multiplicatively higher. But there is a kind of diminishing returns on that. So it is quite probable to convert T16 maps like the first one, and then as you get more T17s, it becomes less and less and less. And the reason we did that is obviously the discrepancy between just running regular T16s and obviously top tier juicing. You end up with like, you know, the multiplier difference of the amount of T16s dropping is substantial to say the least. And we didn't want it to be that we have to balance around the juicing with respect to getting T17s. We wanted to be that more accessible across the board. And so, yes, we added a kind of diminishing return. So like your first one might be quite probable, the next one's less, and the next one less, and then you're not going to get like, you know, 20 T17s in one map kind of thing going on.
Right.
Wait, what was it before? Like if you just like use left mouse.
T17s, they are not self-sustaining. The intention is that you are still kind of doing T16s,
like stuff on your left mouse button and
T17s,
use it basically like as your movement ability.
You know, the world's your oyster.
Like as like normal, like moving around, right?
Their own new mod pool. And we saw things. One of the mods I saw was Ray Monsters remove 10% life mana. And
First time Twitter here is the PoE League going to be as good as the next Diablo 4 season.
In particular, whenever that sort of thing comes up, as mana is generally a pretty finely tuned system.
Maybe.
In Path of Exile. And it gets me thinking in general about mods like
I think nothing can be as good as Diablo 4 League though. Like it's kind of hard
stuff like that
to match like Diablo 4 energy.
Not too
right?
dissimilar to monsters just being immune to your build, right? So what's the intention behind those sorts of modifiers in maps?
It certainly was the ideal dream back when, that there are a lot of modifiers that can't be done by every build, and you would re-roll them and whatnot. Now, obviously, in the context of T17s, you can't re-roll them. So this really is, you should either change your playstyle, take your time, be a bit more careful to do it, or you can trade it away, of course, or maybe you simply can't run it on that character.
Okay,
and you have
who's gonna drop a video in 2 minutes?
That is capable of or more characters that
All
are
of them,
capable
right?
of doing
Yes, all of them.
different maps. There is one tool
Who do we
though, that
watch?
is in the form of a scarab. One of the scarabs gives you additional crafting modifiers on your map device. It isn't a common scarab by any means. You can't just use it on every T17.
This
But
method.
2 of the extra crafting mods that get applied to the map device is that prefixes are disabled and suffixes are disabled. So you can pick one of those. So if you do get one of these T17s, I do expect sometimes and you're like, I can't run it because of this modifier. You can at least use that scarab to turn that off occasionally. So
Rise
it's
is
like
kinda
one of the
5
tools
head.
that you can use to get around certain mods that it might be too hard or you can't quite get through. But the general idea is that you do have to actually think about these modifiers, play around them, change your characters. It's not to just a kind of like, well, you
Yeah, I
don't have
would
to
watch
alpha them, they
Rise
drop
content
rolled,
as well.
but it
Why
shouldn't
not?
just be a T17
It
as
usually
mindless,
has,
go
like,
in there and
kinda
do it. Unless, of
decent
course,
takes.
your build is so strong and so diverse that it can do that, which that's fine.
Who
If
else
you want
is
to build
there?
your character that way, then
Yeah, still
you
didn't
know,
go.
that's what the game allows you to do, and that's what we like. So
Wait, didn't?
Right on, right on. We'll jump back to the league a little bit before we move on to some of the other endgame questions that I have. But
Alk?
what are you doing with the
Alk
difficulty
didn't
control
go, right?
for Necropolis, where you can select
I
which
mean, no,
monsters
he
get
didn't
buffed
go,
in which
actually.
ways? Seems like a lot of what people have been asking for, especially with Afflictions launch, where we didn't have as precise control over the difficulty of content we were facing.
Yeah, Alk was
That
there.
said, how do you weigh up giving this level of control against things like
Karn
adding to
was
the
there
time
too,
it takes
right?
to jump into the gameplay? I saw that this is going to take a bit of time to like read through those things and shuffle the menu each time.
So obviously we like giving control. But
guys
yes,
got
in
a-
this league you cannot skip
got
the
a whisper?
difficulty.
I don't.
Having the control is a way to make it easier or harder if you want. But you cannot skip it. If you just enter the area and you don't interact with the lantern, you'll get whatever randomly generates. So you don't have to, I'd say throughout the campaign, like it is going to be harder by not engaging with it, but you don't have to engage with the league in the sense of interacting with that UI. But you will have to deal with the fact that some monsters are harder. So this is a rare league where in this case, you can't really skip it, which isn't something we do a lot. But you know, occasionally we get back into that and try it out. Now that being said, yes, obviously we like difficulty, being able to manipulate the difficulty, and I think it is, and obviously the rewards as well. Now it just needs to be the case that it is worth your time from a reward standpoint, engaging with that. If that isn't the case, we have
Of course he's
failed.
first.
Like it obviously should be
Of
worth
course
your
he's
time from
first.
a reward point to go, oh, awesome, I got this thing, I need to put it on some XP, I need to put
20
it on
seconds
this pack,
ago.
or you get like, you know, the pack spawns Torment Spirits on death, I need to make sure it's on this pack. Like there are certainly lots of positive mods that, or like spawning lesser shrines, right? If you put that on a very...
Of course.
Here, fresh off the flight from LA, and I guess this is the sponsored video because Grinding Your Games flew me out to LA.
Because it's my time to write first, right?
2. I asked for permission. I didn't just steal this, Chris. Okay, I asked for permission. They said I could take it. I got to try Path of Exile 2. They flew me out. This was unlimited time. We got to play, I think I got to play 3 or 4 hours. So I tried a little bit of the Ranger, a little bit of the Sorceress. We started from level 1. We had access to the skill tree, and we actually got to play the game. This was in a predetermined demo that started at a certain level. We actually get to make our own characters. Another thing that was really cool as well, and sadly I don't have any footage to show off this, but they did show off that Path of Exile 2 is going to have mounts. And you can attack while moving from them. This was
Wait, where was the skill tree?
A predetermined demo. We had access to hours, skill tree, and we actually got to play the game. This was in a character. They did show off that while moving from them. We got to see a little bit of that. A ranger using attacks while on the mount, and it looked really cool. I did hear like just so many people going like, that's gonna be some MTX. Obviously that is gonna be the case, which I'm looking forward to. I did always wonder if we were gonna get mounts in Path of Exile, and yeah, we are. So that's very cool. So we're gonna go through and talk about a few of the things. I didn't actually have access to a microphone there. So this is me playing, and then we're going to be looking over. So here we are starting with the Ranger, and you can see that we have access to softcore and hardcore. However, I'm most likely definitely going to be spending quite a lot of time learning the game on softcore. It is a lot more Dark Souls-like than the current Path of Exile, and especially the bosses are incredibly fun. It is very, very different than the current game. And here, as you can see instantaneously when we're starting off, is that I choose WASD movement, which I was incredibly skeptical with. You can see here that I instantly put mouse button 1, but then I realized I don't need mouse button 1, I'm WASD now. And it grew on me very quickly. It did take probably like 10-15 minutes to get used to, and it was a little bit weird.
Yeah, it's like a
being able to
Bloodline
attack
Champions
while
kind of
moving
playstyle.
felt so incredibly good. In fact, so much so that later on, whenever I did get any move that made me stand completely still, my main feedback was there should probably not be very many moves that makes you stand completely still. They should just greatly reduce. But you can see very similar experience here.
What's
at
one
the
of those?
start
Is paid to
during
show.
Path of
I
Exile,
mean,
where you're finding
it's
the
still
chests,
showing
etc.,
content.
You're finding a gem.
You can
This
like
is a
just look at
predetermined
the screen, like ignore what he's saying, right?
gem, not the uncut gems that we've seen that we have access for later. So we will be getting that later. But even once you get the uncut gems, and other people that I spoke to that had played for the first time and had maybe not a lot of hours in Path of Exile 1, said that they found it a lot less complicated. And that is because PoE 1 gives you, you know, you can see in the vendor like 60, 70 different gems. Here you do actually on the uncut gems only get access to 3 early on. So it's a lot less to take in. Very similar at this point to PoE 1, maybe a little bit slower. And you can see that monsters are individually a little bit
Checkpoints.
scarier.
Okay.
And here is a very big difference.
Yeah.
The Act 1 or the start
Hillock.
equivalent of Hillock
No.
is a lot harder. He actually almost one-hits you with one of his slams and does a lot of damage. Ended up using my lightning arrow to clear the monsters. And I'm using my auto attack. And auto attack was pretty potent early on in the game to do single target there.
Pausing the game. What? I guess you can do that in the whatever alpha they were playing.
And an important thing about the roll is that it has iframes. So you will see that later with one of the bosses that we are literally iframing through like volleys of attacks, keeping me safe. But here, yeah,
PoE2 would always have
very
pause? Oh
dangerous
shit.
boss early on.
Like in instances at least.
I will have a separate video going through all of the bosses that I fought and stuff like that. And even the campaign bosses are borderline on levels of Ubers that we're currently facing in the game. So I think bosses are going to be a lot more interesting, and I think we're going to see a lot more softcore than hardcore.
Okay.
The skill tree is not finished, but you can see very like similar vibes. I will not be going over the skill tree and showing everything as well. The reason for that is it is mostly changing.
Yeah, it's gonna change in a way.
There
Yeah.
are going to be a lot of changes, so there was simply no reason to like make like a full.
There still seems to be
over the
like
skill 3 video, but
tons
you
of
can see
travel
that I am
nodes
allocating
in a
skill
way.
trees and trying to figure out where to go next and stuff.
But I mean, every travel node has like
Here you can
a
see
reason
the
to be there
first
as well.
uncut skill gem. So now when I'm right clicking that, you can see what I'm talking about here. You can even see that I'm trying to fetch a little bit of lore here by skilling through it. But the uncut skill gem, what this does is I can right click it and it lets me choose. And if I pause here as well, you can see
that's fucking sick, dude. Uncut skill gem. Okay. So you can make this into. So it's like locked behind tiers. And then at tier 1 you can choose like one of these 3 skills, and at tier 2 you could like choose also these skills and so on and so on, right? Okay.
I'm able to even see what I'm going to be able to make in the future once I'm higher level. So early on we have Stormcaller Arrow, Escape Shot, and a Lightning Arrow that we already have. And Stormcaller Arrow, honestly, it is like Explosive Arrow, but lightning. And actually ended up being my main single target for the entirety of the run. Later on, I'll be picking a Vine Arrow. I'm very excited to show that. It was a lot of fun. Now, a big thing in this, when you die, the boss fully resets health. In fact, if you die to a zone, the monsters respawn as well. But as you can see here at the top of the screen, there's the blue checkpoint. So you can see I'm fighting kind of the equivalent of Hail Rake here. And they definitely have some moves that you do need to like learn. You also want to just learn the patterns of the fight and the ads. So that's what I mean, that it's a little bit more Dark Soulsy, and early on you don't have that many more abilities.
That roll
you're
monk.
getting stuck on things and you're getting stunned very
Insta-rip,
quickly.
holy fuck.
You can actually see a health bar or a bar above my health potions, and that is a stun bar, so when that one fills up you get stunned.
Wait, a bar above his what?
Potions, you can actually stun a health bar or a
Oh,
bar
this one down
above
here.
my health potions, and that is a stun bar, so when that one fills up you get stunned. But yeah, this is the Carrying Crone, and even early on the bosses are quite difficult. Now, obviously, like, we will learn a lot more about how variable hardcore is in the beta. Yeah, we will we'll figure things out there. Maybe with over leveling and knowing exactly what the bosses can do, you will be okay. But it is quite scary. A lot of things are like almost one-hitting you and stuff.
That seems
see
cool.
Here when I kill the Carrying Crone that I'm about to get a quest item that is increasing.
I wonder how like
my
medieval could
bonus.
like,
You do get like
this seems
less items than early on in PoE.
you take the same
I do
damage in
actually
melee than
quite
like
early
rip,
in
right?
this playthrough find a rare bow, which helped me a lot. Now, one of the things I really want to show you is a little bit further in when I pick up Vine Arrow. And they did show us a little bit of a live demo with Octavian playing before we got to play. And he showed off Vine Arrow and like the utility and how that worked. It just looked so strong. It looked like Toxic Rain. It slows down every monster close to it and gives like a poison dot on it. So I was like, I'm just going to use that as my main ability. And I remember Jonathan coming over and saying, oh, we haven't seen anyone do that. That was my favorite skill. I think I started using that with Poison Burst Arrow later for additional single target. And then I had my Lightning Arrow as well. So I had like a fun rotation there. Another thing as well, you might have noticed, I have made great efforts to not show the minimap as much, because I know people don't like that. That was very difficult for me, but I persevered. Now, I've skipped a little bit. We are an hour in, and I wanted to show you my playstyle a little bit. So now we are, I think I'm around level 10 right now. And you can see that I'm actually, even though I'm on a 1-link, I'm early on. I think I have a rare short bow at the moment. You can see that the pace is actually not too bad. That was one of the things that I was terrified of. But honestly, from what I'm feeling about this, is that it comes down to the fact that it's in true GDD fashion, that almost everything they've shown off so far has been with a like 1-link with no damage supports, with no movement speed, etc. So you know, even early on now that I'm starting to scale a bit, I was feeling pretty decent, and I did see people were getting some
like
pretty okay damage.
moving faster than the
Very
people in the
good for
demo.
me to see. If you see that monster with a shield, that actually ends up giving me a huge trouble with my sword later, because right now I'm degenning that thing, making it have no issues. But it actually reflects all abilities when it has a shield. It does like a projectile coming back at you when you have a shield up. So it was awful on my sorcerer. Did not even notice it on this because my build was so strong with the degen. So really enjoyed that. Another thing as well that was a little bit jarring was having to go back to town for potion charges was definitely something I don't like, and I do hope they reconsider that. It was definitely not as bad on Ranger, because early on Ranger I managed to pick up life flasks recharge every few seconds, and also mana flasks.
It's like
recharge
rootless
every few
drop
seconds. And
once,
Ranger doesn't even use that much mana compared to Sword. Rare monsters here, you can see as well, are actually a little bit of a battle. They're a lot more like mini bosses.
Goal is auto loot,
This one is a
okay.
little bit scary because it does have that shield,
I mean,
so
at
it's
least.
hard to damage it, which I had not realized at this point, by the way. I was not fully aware. But you can see that
they're
when
like
I
reflecting
kill it, it does
the
actually drop not a like,
projector
fat
on
amount
it.
of bases. And
Okay, there's some
I
white
did
items
get,
here.
I think like 3
But I mean, this is a
alchemies or
boss,
something
so-
like that.
Oh, like a mini
And,
boss.
I had not discovered at this
I mean, not
point
like an
that
actual
I could
boss.
disenchant items similar to PoE1, so you can sell things for gold, or you can sell things for alteration shards, alchemy shards, etc. And here you have a pretty cool boss fight. I think I managed to kill this on the first or second try.
Okay.
On my sorceress, I think this took me 6 or 7 tries. And I will talk a little bit about sorceress at the end of this. But this is Draven.
The Raven
Very cool boss.
from League of Legends.
And yeah, honestly,
Eternal
that
Praetor.
has been my
I mean,
favorite
no, he's totally
thing.
different.
The fact that everything is so different, and that's
Welcome to the League of
it's very
Draven.
Elden Ring feel to it. You can see that the lightning is increasing the stun bar here as well, and when I get it stunned, he will just stand still for 3 or 4 seconds, letting me do damage. So this is that like explosive arrow with lightning.
Oh, he meant like
that I
stun
told you
bar on the
about.
enemies.
You
I
see
thought like
that
on the
the
player
lightning
for some
projectile
reason.
gets stuck in him and detonates a few seconds later.
Wait, that's like
cool
Volson,
boss
right?
fight here. I saw
Stun
quite a lot
bar.
of people were dying at this.
Yo, Emre,
Now,
welcome.
some of the bosses do start getting different abilities the lower they get as well, or their abilities will become more powerful.
Honestly, the stuff GG showed earlier wasn't... I mean, it was basically they just like showed the Ranger with Marauder tech. So they like showed like WAC movement on like ranged characters, right? Like Ranger, for example. Seemed cool, but not like overly interesting to me personally, honestly. Like after seeing like the Marauder stuff at some point in the past, it seemed like, well, it's just like the same tech on Ranger, kind of cool. Some new abilities that look like nice and like usual ARPG abilities, kind of cool. There was like a tech with like where if you remove like a skill gem, like the core skill gem, it also like removes all the support gems at the same time. It's kind of nice, like some quality of life there. And now I'm just like watching the Zizaran video that he made from his like hands-on event, PoE 2 hands-on event, and this is like actual like, you know, more like uncut level 1 to whatever level he is gonna be at the end of this like gameplay. Just like a bit more interesting to look out, like to
So
watch.
boss fights aren't taking that long, and this is also early on.
He is sponsored, so obviously like he's not gonna say like too negative things, but you can at least see like, you know, uncut footage and see whether or not you like it yourself as well.
I don't have any like crazy items or anything. They have changed the way portal and stuff works as well. You're about to see that I'm portaling out. Oh no, actually this is a anti-backtrack feature that they have. But maybe I do end up portaling
That's
here. I can't
nice.
exactly remember because this was 2 days ago. There, yeah, create a portal to town. It's no longer something they have a scroll. It's an infinite resource with a channeling time. And then you can hit the well. You also instantaneously get
Fuck
full
portal
flasks
scrolls.
by engaging with the boss. So you can see here that I'm like IDing things to sell them. I completely missed the fact that I could disenchant.
There's
at this
still the
point,
ID. I
and,
mean,
you
okay.
know, just looking through some item upgrades. I think I am using a short bow at this point. I'm just vendoring everything, and I'm going to keep the thawing flask in case I get frozen. So that is a utility flask that helps you not get frozen. Some of the cool things that we saw on flasks as a roll, I didn't get one, but somebody did get a flask that had passively recharges, fast charges. We're actually going to keep watching here because now...
You can ID all items with one click. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he just didn't use it, that feature, but...
I'm about to fight another really cool boss. I do want to make a separate video going over all the bosses just because of how cool they were. And I am 90% sure I died to Lachlan. Because he has a pretty scary slam. You can see here my damage is pretty good already. Like he is going down pretty hard. So I'm scaling poison. And then while my poison is ticking, I'm attacking with that lightning to get that stun off. Just for a little bit of safety. I'm trying to ignore that other monster. They do hit for a lot of damage. You see that I'm shocking him for 30%, giving myself a lot more damage. And this is very early. This is still the equivalent of Act 1 in the normal game. I would say this is probably the equivalent to Brutus. So the pace of the game is pretty okay for how I feel. Did I not die? I feel like I died here.
Pretty okay, so he thinks it's too slow.
First try. And then here we get an uncut support gem. So
Classics this.
we'll take a look at that. And that was a rare that I'm killing here.
Fuck.
So you see the rares do actually like drop decently. And that's like the map. You can portal between the waypoints. And then we're about to check.
I mean, I personally like the combat way more than PoE1 so far.
A rough idea on where
but
to
I can
go,
see
how
like
to
certain
figure
zoomers
out
not
how to
liking it as
traverse
much.
stones. You can see we get Ink AoE or Conk Effect. However, I was not high enough level to get that, so I did not actually get one of those support gems. One thing, like the most important takeaway for me is once I stopped playing Ranger and stuff like that, I really wanted to keep playing. And right now, I actually wanted to keep playing. So that's a really good feeling. I will be showing Stork later. I did not enjoy that.
Visually
So we'll talk
cluttered
a little
map.
bit about that as well. But
Like
I
with
had
the
such
overlay,
a
you mean, or
blast on
without the
Ranger.
overlay?
One thing, like the most
The overlay,
stuff like that.
and you can probably can't
I
you
really
like
wanted to keep playing, and right now
change
I actually wanted to
the
keep playing. So that's a really
opacity
good feeling.
of the overlay? You probably can, right? I mean, 100%, right? So if you don't like this as it is, I mean, that's currently honestly like the overlay map looks like the same as in PoE 1 right now, which I mean, it works. It does its job well. I think it kind of like design-wise maybe looks a bit like old, but it's fine.
I will be showing Stork later. I did not enjoy
Yeah, Emre,
that.
thanks
so
for
we'll
the
talk a little bit
membership.
about that as well.
Appreciate the
But
support.
I
Welcome
had
on, welcome
such a
on.
blast on Ranger.
Yes.
And it's a very similar
This is
experience
PoE2 footage right
of
here.
ExileCon, where I played the Huntress, and that was very fun as well. Whereas other classes weren't. I did ask Jonathan some questions about it, like what kind of they're aiming for, and they are going to try to balance it so that it is more fun and lean more towards potentially the...
Is this a PoE stream now? I mean, today we got like some PoE2 news, that's why we're like watching at this. Welcome in Remasion. There's still gonna be like Grim Dawn content in the future, no worries.
It feels very smooth. Feels very smooth. A very large difference between PoE 1 and PoE 2 is how large the zones are, especially with them being so... They're going to be so dynamic. They're not going to be like PoE 1 where you can learn the zones as much.
Okay.
It's very difficult to really get a feel for where you're going. So I felt very lost and I was full clearing a lot. Now full clearing is definitely going to be something you're doing on hardcore. But
Right, so there's like even more randomization in the layouts basically?
Softcore, you could maybe feel a little bit like I wish I knew where I was going in this zone. So that's something I would like to change. But now we're gonna fast forward in a sec and take a look at the Executioner, the final boss that I did.
Did you update it today? Wait, did they patch again?
And we're coming up on the Executioner.
Yeah, let's go, welcome,
This
welcome.
is actually quite a hard boss fight. I did not kill this on my first try.
Or was it like the patch from yesterday?
The first time I fought him, he like one-shot me with a cleave thing that you're about to see. But he just chops off this poor woman's head. He's executing people.
Yeah, yesterday.
And yeah, a little bit of a scary one. You can see here, I am trying to stay a little bit close to him, so he will try to auto-attack me, but miss. And I'm trying to keep my poison pod down. That lasts for quite a while. That's just to get that damage over time on. Then I'm hitting with the other poison skill I have to poison more, and then just spamming my lightning attack.
Necropolis is the new PoE 1 league. That's gonna start next week. What we're watching right now though is PoE 2 gameplay. And PoE 2 beta has been delayed. Like the June date is gone and it's now like gonna be at the end of the year. With no
It does have loads of ads as well, so I do
proper
try to
date
keep
yet.
those close to the poison pod. Keep them slowed as well as slowly dying while I focus damage on the boss. And you see even this boss, which is it's also kind of like a Brutus equivalent. It's hard to do a direct comparison. It's not the end boss, so it's not like Merveil, but this is probably the better Brutus comparison. It's a fairly hard boss fight. I think most people died to this. You know, a few people got one shot by that anvil. I got one shot by that slam you just saw, and a lot of people died. Here we go. I thought this was one of the attempts that I killed him in. But now you can see that I'm going back in and he's fully reset.
Oh,
now you can see
Skill Gym ready to level up. They're still like getting experience independently from each other and only if you have them equipped, right?
in and
At least that's how it looks like.
he's fully reset. And that's a neat thing here is that you really need to be able to do the boss in one go. You can't just cheese it by coming back repeatedly.
Yeah, no corpse running.
And whittling it down over time. So it's going to be a very big difference there for a lot of players. So you'll be able to see a little bit more on the skill tree here and like what kind of
Honestly, like the no corpse running thing, I think it's good, but if you play hardcore, it doesn't matter. If you play softcore, it might be frustrating for like a certain player type.
I'm making and stuff. Again, we're not going to be doing a video going over that because there are so many changes. So sometimes
Can't
you
use
will
portals.
have to like reassess.
There's no more Tom portal scrolls, I think. There's like one channeled portal kind of thing, just like in Diablo 4, for example, I think.
Your approach to a fight. And a cool thing that I'm about to show off now is that you have the weapon sets. Now, I'm not actually doing anything different with my weapon sets right now, but especially for Sorcerer, you will be doing fire and lightning on some skills. You might have a 30% fire damage in your weapon set 1, and in your offhand you might have a 5 to 10 cold damage to spells in your weapon set 2, and you can choose which spell goes with which weapon set. So here I'm just taking the projectile damage on both just for good measure to be sure.
That's crazy. Okay, so you have different skill trees, right, for each weapon set, right?
Here,
so, like you have like weapon swap basically. Wait, you can't see. You have weapon swap, right, up here, weapon set 1, weapon set 2, and each weapon set has a different passive skill tree. And you can choose the same in both, of course, or you can also like choose different nodes in like the different weapon set. That's pretty cool. Is the reset system going to be the same as PoE 1? As far as I know, no. It's going to be a different respec system, and it's going to be probably a lot easier to respec than in PoE 1 right now. How it's going to be exactly like... I think they said something about like respecing with gold at some point. Whether or not that's going to be like the final way to respec, I don't know. I think that's like the current stance. Like you just like respec with gold. So kind of like Grim Dawn style, I guess.
I'm just taking the projectile damage on both just for good measure to be sure. But on the Sorc, you could take those in differences. Summon fire, summon cold, etc.
Yeah, it's pretty cool with the dual passive trees.
Almost getting one shot there. That is what killed me the first time. So that's a move that definitely can one shot my character, but it didn't there. I definitely think they should buff the life of the characters. There's so many one shots early.
I don't think the
on,
PoE passive tree is like that complicated, to be honest.
That, whether they feel it's a good thing or a bad thing, but a lot of us that were there was feeling like characters were very special.
Like many of the stats are pretty generic.
After this fight, you can see I am absolutely shredding the Executioner with my.
This wanting the game to be easier, classic.
That one shots, absolutely.
Classic.
And I'm trying to keep that pod down for that nice damage over time as much as I can. Also want to keep the ads off me. So a lot more going on here than PoE 1, and honestly I gotta say I was having an absolute blast. I think I was the second furthest on progression at this point, and just having so much fun. The speed running, blasting. So here the Executioner goes down, and we're gonna switch over to the Sorcerers here. I'll show you the loot. I ran away from the loot. Here we have the Sorceress. I had a very rough time at ExileCon playing the Sorceress. Was getting stunned a lot.
Alright, let's see.
Continue trying WSD here.
A new
Definitely
class.
I really like that. I don't know if mouse move will have that much of a place in PoE 2. Like WSD definitely felt like the way to go. And you'll notice here the auto attack of the Sorc is very strong. So much so that later on it actually used to be, or would be my
he is. He's playing WAC right now. Both on the Sorceress as well as on the Ranger. PoE 2 will have, well, WASD support.
You later on will get ones.
You don't have to play WASD, but I mean, you can really like tell it will have a huge advantage for ranged characters.
Insane single target compared to your spells. It doesn't use mana, and you can move so much while casting them. They're maybe a little bit too strong compared to your spells. Now, part of the reason for that is also because the Sorceress, you have to be in melee range for a lot of the spells to really be effective, and the combos and stuff. Here you can see like the damage of the auto attack early on.
Scroll, dude.
And obviously there are so many other classes too. I've never gotten to try the Druid. You see the damage here is a lot higher than the Ranger. And that's because the auto attack of the Sorc is so strong, whereas the spells themselves, not always so much.
Also, you could pause the game now.
I noticed as well, that was a game changer. Being able to freely assign my skill points while standing next to monsters and the game pausing felt so good. I absolutely love the pause feature. And I did experience quite a lot of crashes, and coming back in with monsters around me and everything being paused, it's actually quite nice. So Really enjoyed that.
Yeah, it is.
So we're just going into town here, and we'll fast forward a little
Big
bit.
advantage
You
for
can see a
ranged,
little
for
bit
sure.
more of sword
WASD,
gameplay
yeah.
as it has progressed. Well, we can let you see here. Early on, I'm taking Flame Wall. It was that or Ice Nova.
I like these like uncut gems
I
a
really
lot.
wanted to have a lot of damage, and Flame Wall did end up being a really good choice for me. I also just didn't really want to do too much cold. Here we're coming up on the Devourer.
Calling pause a feature.
On the Ranger, but
I mean,
did kill it on the first try deathless.
it's definitely gonna like change the gameplay a
It's
lot,
actually
right?
quite a hard fight. They had a different array of people. Some that had played PoE 1 a lot, and some that had.
Firewall.
And this was actually a quite difficult one for people that had never
Hey, why is he not putting the firewall on the enemy? Isn't it like supposed to be like under the enemy?
played PoE before. So it was interesting seeing different approaches and where people were dying a lot, and people were dying quite a lot here. So decent single target, especially with the firewall up.
Is this
hidden? About the ads and stuff. I do think I die here. I don't think I did this.
Maybe it does, yeah.
Let's see that I am doing quite a lot of damage here. Now that poison ability was quite scary, and you can iframe through that. And in this, from things like that poison ability, you can hide behind other parts of the Devourer. So that's actually the case for several of the boss fights, where it'll make things that you can hide behind, which is pretty cool. I guess I just did a deathless and everything. I did think I died here, but that was the Devourer, which I think was quite a cool fight early on. Here, I'm just portaling back to town, and we'll now fast forward a little bit, show a little bit more
I don't like how shortly he shows the like this map here. Like, why doesn't he show this map a bit more? Like, this looks pretty cool, to be honest. But maybe he doesn't want to show it too much because of like spoilers. I don't know. I mean, he does show it though. Like,
so in this zone,
you
you
can just
see these
screenshot it,
shield
right?
dudes here, very dangerous. They're very hard. You have to kill them in melee range, so they lower their shield. And if you don't kill them in melee range, they reflect projectiles, which is very difficult for the sword. And this zone was so hard, and everything respawns when you die. So I think, like, you know, having them like lower their shield for longer when you get through melee, so you can get a distance, would probably be good there, because you're very squishy.
I'm really curious if they're gonna like change the respawning stuff, because there's gonna be like tons of people crying about removing respawning. Like 100%, there's gonna be like people crying about that, being frustrated about it.
And that was very difficult. Early on, I started trying to kill it with spells, and later on ended up auto-attacking.
I mean, yeah, let them cry is like one way to handle the situation.
Firewall, Orb Storms, similar behavior to PoE 1, where if you shoot projectiles through the firewall, they gain more damage. If you shoot while inside the Orb Storms, it will zap out things and do a lightning strike on things, even outside of the orb. So that was quite cool. But it was it did feel very melee. So you see, I'm using my Chaos Bolt quite a lot here, and I definitely died in this fight because it was very hard. And she has a like crazy burst move that I'm looking forward to showing you. She also like walls you in and has like very cool different moves here.
These bosses are all Act 1, right?
It's kind of crazy. Second time fighting this, because I'd already fought on the Ranger and killed on the Ranger. It was actually so much harder on the Witch. Like, she summons and loads of stuff. Quite a difficult. I wasn't expecting that move at all, because I think I killed it so fast on my Ranger I didn't have to deal with it. So this is the attempt that I actually killed her on, and you can see that my strat now is actually throwing
try to die less than I do.
For more damage, and then auto attacking through
it, flame wall.
because that Chaos Bolt just does so much single target.
Yeah.
But what
flame
it
wall
does
doesn't
more
enhance
than dealing a lot of damage was that it let me be so mobile. And I wonder if we're gonna see anything like Stormbrand and Blade Vortex and very mobile skills like that. But mobility.
Bosses HP maintain after death. Wait, didn't he say earlier like that they reset?
Yeah, actually try to deal with it. So
no, there's a cut here. I'm pretty sure it resets the HP bar.
Like Stormbrand.
Or everything resets on death.
Mobile skills like that. But mobility is definitely naming game.
Yeah, he got it.
And being able to move while casting was, honestly, I cannot explain what a delight that was. You can see I have to like destroy the spikes. And you can see the boss bar here at the top as well. I really like that. But yeah, I didn't enjoy Sorcerer, so I was I just wanted to play Ranger more. It was so much fun. It's important to find a class that you really vibe with, and I really vibed with the playstyle of the Ranger.
Because it dealt more damage.
Did a little excited mouse shake there. Another thing worth mentioning, the monsters, like the trash monsters, were so scary. Especially things like lightning and shock resistant were just incredibly rippy. I think they do want to incentivize.
Yeah, I want to see some meta gameplay.
Skills, so I had fire and lightning, so I would use fire on the lightning and shock resistant ones, and that made a big difference. So similar idea to Diablo 2 there. I'm not a big fan of that. I definitely prefer when you can do a one element playstyle.
Oh, there we go. Alkaiser Warrior Full Act 1 Giga Chat.
Incentivize that with the skill points changing between.
Yeah, just watch Alkaiser for meta gameplay.
Very different game than Path of Exile 1. You definitely got to have a different approach to get into it. And there were a lot of cool things that I saw and heard from other people as well. Like, you can actually actively block with a shield now.
Dude, I uploaded a 2-hour, 39-minute video with no commentary. It's just 2 hours and 39 minutes of pure gameplay. No cuts, nothing. Let's go.
And until your block bar, which is above my life plus, gets filled, you are like not taking damage at all. You are fully blocking. So being able to like actually make my own character from level
typical Alk, as in it's like way lazier than this.
A lot more Path of Exile, but still a very different game.
But still,
looking forward to
like,
trying more in the
cool,
beta, and yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed seeing my sneak peek here of what I'm showing you guys. And,
GG.
yeah, thanks so much for watching. Sub if you liked the video, but more importantly, try to
do less than I do. Okay.
Your bodies feed the land.
Not listening to Alk is better than listening to this. Oh wait, this beta only had like three classes to play. Oh yeah, these 3 were not playable, I guess, in whatever version they were playing.
Stop the foundling! He's escaping!
Also instantly fuck WASD, just play mouse. Typical Alkaiser.
Get up. Get up.
He's such a boomer sometimes. That's hilarious. Life is slow. Why is the game pausing? It's a bug. Which one would I prefer? I mean, for ranged, you have to like kind of play WASD, right? Because it gives you like so much more advantages. For melee, I think you can play both. And for melee, I mean, I would have to like.
Might be just what I need.
Okay, so you don't only find like uncut gems. You also get like some skills that are just like fixed skills already. Okay, you can drag and drop. I mean, yeah, for melee it's no real advantage, I would say. For range, I think WASD is an advantage because you can shoot while moving, right? Like, good luck shooting while moving when, like, you're playing with mouse, right? Actually, wait, I mean, yeah, it's, like, impossible, basically. Like, aiming and, like, moving at the same time. Good luck with that, right? But for melee, I would probably just play mouse as well. Gaunt Blade. Wait, what's the node? I mean, this might change in a way, right? Increased melee damage, okay. The roll is so slow. Like, the roll is... I mean, it has iframes, right? But it's like meant to be only used to dodge stuff and never like be an actual like movement advantage. This said, like, this guy is harder than Hillock, right? Let's see. Okay, I mean, you just flask the thing. And you just face tank, right? He does like dodge sometimes, but I feel like the dodges didn't really like dodge all that much so far. It's mostly face tanking. Okay, that's one he did dodge. Let's go. The roll changes midway. I don't think that might have been like because of like hitboxes, like the boss maybe like blocking the roll or something.
There's a big deal next time.
Wait, not even Bone Shatter? What is he doing? Not even Bone Shatter. Okay, okay. Talking to NPCs? Nope, just skip. I wonder if this is like his very first run ever. Wait, the earthquake like takes forever to proc. Fuck. Okay, should we like skip ahead a bit or? Or do you want to watch the full 2 hours? You would take Force Wave? Makes sense. The jump move is kinda cool, yeah. But holy, this seems kinda slow right now. I mean, the mage seemed kinda fast at this point. Like the sword, I mean. Town portal. Okay, so the difference between D4 and this town portal is you channel both of them, right? But in D4, like once you channel, you instantly port back to base. Here you can like channel and leave the portal open and then do other stuff and then like take the portal later, right? So you can still kind of like use it as a setup. Okay, also to fill your flasks, you can go to town, get the well. Well. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, you can like re-channel during like a boss spawning, and then you can still like kind of like log out, right? But like, I mean, you can just like pause as well. But I guess if you pause and log out and then like log back in right to the same spot, it's still gonna be like pausing in the same spot, right? Or are you gonna like be in town all of a sudden? That's the question, right? Is it gonna be like PoE 1, or is it going to be more like Torchlight, for example?
Deep does it go?
Yeah, maybe like boss resets as well when you go back to town as well. Questions. The earthquake still seems... I know on one hand it seems slow, on the other hand it's probably like still the best AoE you have early on in this class. How's melee? I mean, he face tanked the first guy, right? The Hillock guy. I mean, with pots of course, but he pretty much face tanked it. Yeah, this earthquake seems more like a thing that you kind of like have to use early on, because everything else maybe like sucks for AoE. But you want to get rid of it like as soon as possible, I feel like, unless you can like make it actually like feel good in a way. The yellow gauge under the minion HP, is that a stun threshold? Yeah, like when that yellow line below the HP fills up, they get stunned. The stun meter. Stun gauge, yeah. Which against trash probably doesn't matter that much, but I also assume like I mean different skills like apply a different amount of like stun, obviously, right? Like stun charges, whatever. I think it's a good system. Like it's like one of the good systems that like Wilson actually had, I think. Oh, the checkpoint also fills you up, by the way, like HP and mana was filled up, right, as you can see there. Okay, that's the Devourer boss, yeah. Okay. So he puts down Earthquake, slams it, puts down Earthquake, slams it, right? It's like all you can do at this level. I mean, this is also like level 1 gameplay, basically, right? I don't like that you don't see the level on the screen, right? Because otherwise you could just like answer that question really quickly. What level he is. Ah, okay. Wait, is he stuck? Oh, this is a bug, right? He's fucking stuck. He can't move. He tries to port back. He can't use the... He's fucking stuck, right? Okay, there we go. He did use the portal now. Okay, he unstuck himself with portaling. He got ensnared by the Devourer. I guess he didn't get sponsored for this video. Okay, maybe I should like actually, hang on, give me one sec. I should do like a, to make this fair also for Alk, right? Since you don't know what or who this is right now, really, let me just add a text real quick. Right, that says PoE 2 Warrior gameplay by Kaiser. Right. Otherwise, people coming in the stream are gonna think like, "Oh, you're playing yourself," or "Who's this?" Right. But this video was like a bit more obvious. But what the fuck? Make it bigger, yeah. Make it this big, right? There we go. That seems fine, right? Okay, let's go. Last epoch update, greater PoE, Necropolis, greater Diablo 4 itemization changes. Here we set it. What LE update there? The bug fixes? Oh, wait, was there another one today?
May the first ones forgive me. It had to be put down.
Oh, you mean the 1.0.4? I mean, 1.0.4 is like nice and all, but I feel like they still have like many bugs to fix. Wait, where should I put my cam? Maybe like top left.
This is not the place for violence.
Maybe like this. Kinda hard to tell where's my cam, to be honest. I think PoE cam goes like down the middle actually, usually. Maybe like this. There we go. There's videos of skill previews.
Just wait.
Is it worth the wait by Ziggy? PoE 2 skill previews. Oh, you mean like, oh shit, you mean like right here, if you have like an uncut skill jam, you can then like click on videos in the game. Oh, just like in League of Legends, I guess. That's pretty cool. Alright, can you carry on Crone? Oh. Kill the ads, what are you doing? Already shouting. Dude, these wolves seem so fucking rippy. You can't roll through them. That's actually the roll, like compared to Grimdawn's evade, seems kind of clunky, honestly. Like evade, you can just like evade over the wolves. I guess, I mean, that's by design, right? You don't want like the evade to like be too easy. So like the evade like still respects hitboxes. I mean, yeah, that's design. Like it, yeah. They didn't want to be able to like go through. Like you can go through projectiles, right? But not through entities. Whereas Grimdawn evade can like go through everything basically. Oh shit, he's so dead. Oh, he's not just Doc leaving? Okay. Without leech, it seems painful for melee. Okay, you gotta like save the AoE for when she spawns the wolves. Oh, yeah. That cooldown though. It's kinda crazy. Stage 2, what is happening? No, oh, she got stunned, yeah. Okay, makes sense. Good. What, the wolves still spawn? Monk. Wait, what was that item? Grants 10% cold resistance. Oh, you just have that permanently then? Like permanent bonus? Okay.
Grelwood has changed, and not for the better.
Whatever is this, level 4? The art is still like very PoE 1, I think. That's not a bad thing necessarily. I mean, it looks like a better PoE 1. Which is, well, what a PoE 2 should be, I guess. So it's fine. The music is good. Like the sound design in general is just really good as well. These guys have like proper smacks. Yeah. I agree, Scovitar. I think some UI elements could be like a bit more modern though. Like just showing the fucking level somewhere, right? Maybe, I don't know. And also like buffs and debuffs being like still top left is gonna trigger me so hard still.
Just wait.
Oh, what happened? FPS? What is this? What is happening here? This seems like it's a bug.
Just wait.
It's a bug. Okay. The Dark Forest Affliction map, yeah, kinda. It's like a campaign map, but yeah. This week there was an event in Los Angeles, like a local LAN event, basically, right? And certain people got invited to play the game. For example, Alkaiser, Zizaran, and so on. And yeah, this is recording from that event. And the NDA for the recordings has been lifted like 55 minutes ago. So we're seeing gameplay from this week that they played locally in LA. And this is like the first time we can see it. Invited Alk. I'm not sure if it was like invite only or how it worked exactly, but yeah, Alk was there. I think Steel Mage, for example, didn't go. But Karn was there, Alk was there, Ziz was there, Rise, I don't know who was there or not. Don't see a video on his channel so far at least, so I don't know.
Just wait.
Did Ziz have like 3 videos out already? What about Malfoy? Malfoy has a video as well. 18-minute video. My thoughts on WASD and more after playtesting PoE 2 for a few hours. More to come. Okay. Who else is like your favorite PoE content creator? I like Method. Wrecked. Matt Hill. Best Hill. Matt Hill Giga Chat. Yeah, Rice maybe didn't go, I don't know. Quinn. 1 mana left.
These were not my ancestors, but I still choose to respect.
Hey, what's it called? Level 5. Dude, this takes forever to level up early. But I mean, that's fine. You get more content. Crypt wasn't there? Maybe not. It's busy playing PoE after all. I mean, Last Epoch after all. Hello guys, Criparian here. Yeah, his latest video is instead a Hearthstone Battlegrounds video. But yeah, Method has a video we can watch as well.
Just wait.
I'm surprised Karn has no video, like he was there, right? Fuck. With Last Epoch out, you find it hard to get hyped about PoE as you used to. Yeah, I'm not like hyped about like PoE 1 leaks that much. I mean, I'm gonna like look at the systems and think about like the systems. But playing the actual game, I don't know. I don't know about that. I just want to play PoE 2. If anything. PoE 2 needs more ward. But like honestly, like the early levels here in PoE 2, right? They seem slower than like in Last Epoch even, right? Like in LE, you have like skills like Warpath and so on, you can like spin and stuff, right? This is like kind of slow bonk right now. So far. Newbie's LE video. Do I need more React content? It's like an hour long almost, right? Newbie's video. It's pretty long. Yes. Beta's gonna be out around like Grandonic spec, I guess. Yeah, more or less. But I mean, that means we have like more time to enjoy Season 6 before that. Grimtown 2, yeah. Maybe next decade. Maybe next decade, dude. I could like skip a bit ahead now, yeah. I think like the next like couple minutes are gonna be like more of the same, right? Like he's gonna get an upgrade, right? He like slightly more damage. This seems a bit sluggish at this point. As long, the thing is, I don't mind it being like a bit sluggish at first character, as long as there are good twink options, right? Looks like a prettier Last Epoch right now. I mean, Last Epoch would be a faster gameplay at this point, to be honest. I don't know if like he's playing like slow skills on purpose or what's happening here, but this is like big bonk class, right? It's not like a no duelist. Duelist might have like, you know, quicker skills early on. I mean, the sound design is nice and like the skills like do feel like they have like weight to them and so on, right? You do feel the weight. Oh wait, what is this? This is a league mechanic already? Obelisks of Rust. This is ultimatum. Slow to meltum, like slow ultimatum. It's just like a map quest, I guess.
defend their land, even after all this time.
The missions are pretty cool, yeah. For sure, for sure.
There is nothing left. Wait.
Okay, wolves, monkeys. No, wolves still, right? Why did it jump to like terrible quality? What the fuck are you doing? Oh, new skill. Perfect strike. The Grim Tangle.
The land itself rots from the land itself rots from within.
Wait, what? Did he get cancelled? What? It dealt no damage. No AoE. Why would you charge that skill? The map design is pretty cool, yeah. What was that attack though? Seems like it fizzled. Where's my force wave? PoE 2 beta this year, yeah. No 1.0. I mean, I didn't expect 1.0 PoE to come out this year anyway, personally. They need more time to cook. Yeah, got some graveyard map. Yeah, right now, honestly, like it seems almost slower gameplay than Diablo 4, right? Like it definitely seems slower than last Epoch, for example. It even seems slower than Grim Dawn, to be honest. Like compare this to like Force Wave Soldier, right? Force Wave Soldier is like way quicker than whatever he's doing right now. Or maybe you could also say like the map, like the content is harder, right? Than Grim Dawn. Grim Dawn is kinda hard. Seems fucking boring. Maybe it's just like Marauder class or like Warrior class being a bit... I mean, it's like Big Bonk clunky, right? If you don't like Big Bonk, this is probably not your jam. We're watching Alk, yeah, I mean, it's like meta Big Bonk, right? This is no like Rogue or, I mean, Ranger, stuff like that. And this is probably like something I would like to play as well, but it should like speed up a bit at some point, right? Let's see here. Okay, he dies to Draven. The bosses look fucking cool though, like no joke, like those are insane. He's a bit painful as melee maybe though. Yep, that seems... Dude, you're like locked into the wind-up, right? Oh my god, like, look. This fucking feels bad to play meta here. Oh boy. Right? You're like charging your bonk, but you can't cancel it, and he's like doing his thing, and just like gets insta one-shot, right? Boots. You could have rolled. Can you roll to cancel? Okay. I mean, as long as you can do that, then it's probably fine. Then it's just like skill issue, right? Oops. Has no mobility, even Grandon has it. It has the roll, right? It's supposed to be like more Dark Souls-ish, like, gameplay. No, like... Yeah, rollers and iframes. Yes, yes. Maybe plus more. And the plus more you get after like Act 1, right, usually. Unless you play like a soldier or Nightblade and so on. The Earthquake is like an Inquisitor's rune that has 5 billion years delay. Oh my god.
Your name has long been maligned in Ogum, Draven. This was my pleasure.
He's augmenting the item.
Is this his wife? She's been here for a very long time.
Yeah, the music is like the sound design in general is something. Almost the best part about all of this so far, I would say. You're gonna make a caster for sure. Should I skip ahead a bit? Okay, what is this? Some vines, some groves. The hunting grounds. Yeah, bosses are really good as well, yeah. Like bosses and sound design are like the two best things. Skipping the story already. I mean, it's Al-Kaiser, right? I can't read. Oh shit, what is this attack? New skills? Log in? Why is it such long wind-up in all these attacks though? Like long wind-ups in a way seem cool, but they also always like feels clunky when you have like long wind-ups. PoE 2 Force Wave, yeah. It's Force Wave, but like with a way longer wind-up. I mean, you probably can like obviously like use support gems to like change the skill, right? So that like you can like remove wind-up, for example, like you take, I mean, select the skill deals like half the damage or like a quarter of the damage only, but like has no wind up. Honestly, this is kind of like where I'm a little bit like missing last epoch's skill trees, right? Like, say the skill is really fucking cool, but I want it to be faster, right? In Ellie, I could like just open up the skill tree and like boom, like check some, you know, like faster casting speed or something like that, or like reduce damage, but like you can spam it faster nodes. Here, I mean, support gems would fill that role, right? Hopefully. Maybe. Usually, yes. Eddie's a bit faster when they get going into PoE 2 for sure, yeah. Okay. Gotta go back to town to refill. Wait, are potions like not refilling from kills anymore? Or is it just like running out of them even though they do refill? I mean, it's not like Diablo 4, right, where like if you pick a druid, you're like stuck with 17 damage forever. So you still have like the freedom of like the skill trees in a way. I think PoE 2 gonna like it's gonna have like a bit more like locked skill gems for it than PoE 1, but oh, these like fucking roas to wreck him so hard. Going back to town to refill is like Diablo 2, yeah. Not sure if I like that either, honestly. You can select gems for all classes. And whenever he like selects an uncut gem, right? It selects like from his class, right? Or maybe you can like choose other classes here as well. I don't know. I mean, this is... I don't know if you can like freely choose this, or if this is like an uncut Marauder gem, or like an uncut Duelist gem and so on. You can freely change it. But then it's like easy, right? Oh, wait. Flexible attribute points? Right, attribute select one, strength, dex, or int. That's pretty pog. You can go like int Marauder right away. There's gears that have stat requirements. That would make sense for it to be like that. Okay, I mean now he's like playing like big swing, like slow force wave, right? Slow wave. Oh my god. That's like you get like stunned mid-air and it like doesn't use the ability. It like fucking feels bad, dude. Oh well. Slow clunky skills. Oh, another boss, the Crow Bell. Oh, he's running away. It's like the one goat thingy, right? Can an enemy interrupt your wind up? I mean, yeah. There was an enemy that like interrupted it earlier here.
Gesa Proceedments to be more prominent on cam, Mr. Streamer.
Thanks for the resub, Migok. Appreciate the 14 months. Thanks for the prime. Welcome back, welcome back. Just build stand immunity. I mean, maybe if like the values are like decently made. Holy shit, how small is this arena, dude? It's like 1 millimeter big. Imagine playing a ranged character in this arena. GG. Oh, stunned. Time to unleash. Oh, what's going on? Oh shit, now that's why it's called the Crow Bell. I see, I see, I see. That's kind of funny. Why are you running? Oh my god, and there's like trash on the way. That's... That sound design of the bell is pretty good actually. That's so good, yeah. It's actually hilarious. Oh, loot, loot, loot. Wait, no way, Alkaiser. You don't have to like click on the go, right? It's auto collect, come on. Why is he clicking on the code? Grants 2 weapon set passive skill points. Weapon set passive skill points. Nani? It's just like passive skill point for like each weapon set. That's what it means. It's just like a skill point, I guess. Yeah, just like a normal skill point. Accuracy, no, fuck. Fucking accuracy is still in the game. There are normal skill points and ones for weapon sets. Wait, what? What's the difference? Oh, there's like a penalty for like switching weapons. So only some of them are flexible. I see, I see, I see. I mean, that's probably fine. I mean, that seems more interesting than like having the full passive tree like twice. Yeah. He's so lost right now. Oh my god, the roll is like interrupting the slams. That's so gas. Aye. This is like Diablo 4 level of CC. It's not quite as bad maybe, but oh no. What? What happened here? Wait, what? Is it like a recording issue or like a... maybe. Or like the game not loading issue. That's weird. I don't know what happens there. Why is he not going back to town and like after that lag he's tilted, I feel like. Right? Like here the game bugged out or something. And now he's tilted, right? Like instead of like clearing these mobs and then like just porting back safely, he's like going forward and then dying because he has no more flask chargers. So tilted. And also if you die, like everything respawns, right? Oof. Yeah, you can get the support gems from others as well. And you can also like see like some of the classes just aren't done yet, right? Like I mean, Marauder, Ranger, and Witch are the 3 that you can play in this beta. Or like Alpha, whatever. Pre-Alpha. You can't play Duelist, Shadow, and Templar, hence they have like way less supports. Let's see. Maim. Bleed. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Artyom. For sure, for sure. Wait, that is Sunder. Wait, Sunder has this fucking long animation now? That's just normal Sunder? What happened? Oh, yeah, it's true. The gem has like different sockets, right? And you need to like change the color of the sockets of the gem. So it's like red, top right. Now it's green, for example. So I can put the green gem in there. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. The flexible attribute thingies are so nice. Was AOE. AOE color, right? The green and blue is the same. AOE. Oh wait, no, or was that, yeah, no, AOE, right? Is the map big? The areas seem fucking huge so far, yeah. I mean, maybe it's like extra lost, that's why it appears so huge, because it doesn't know where to go, but... F59 is gonna be like 3k euros, what the fuck? He found the way. Okay, time to again like charge up for 5 hours to kill trash, in the meantime like die during the charge up, like doing the wind up. Holy fuck, dude. This seems painful. With these skills at least. It seems more like Ruthless loot so far, maybe. I don't know, maybe like a bit in between like PoE 1 and Ruthless. World Each, yeah, exactly, World Each. Okay, what is this? Herald of Ash. Okay, you all know that's skill, right? Herald of Ash. What is he doing? Just pull the skill, right? He's given up on it. It's like, what? No, no Herald. Oh wait, no, he has a TNT. Not meant to focus on one type of skill. Maybe not, yeah. Huh? Okay, it doesn't auto-apply. Oh, you just right-click it in there. You don't have to put it on your bar anymore. You just right-click Herald of Ash in here. But it... Wait, does it? Is it supposed to... Reservation 100 spirit. Ah, it's the white bar here. It's not mana anymore that you reserve, right? You reserve spirit now. It's like a different resource now. Yeah, exactly. Interesting. Is there minion footage? I don't know. Fuck minions. Okay, and it's gonna like slam with like a bit more fire damage on top, but it's gonna be just as slow and clunky as before. Cool. For how much longer? Oh, Executioner.
Just wait.
Insta-stunned him, holy fuck. Wait, did he realize he stunned him? What? He got literally executed. What the fuck?
Don't do this. Stop. Just wait. Surely we can.
Dude, look at all the heads on the ground. Wait, is the head still talking? The head was still talking. I don't know how realistic that is. Never been in that situation, but... Yeah, I mean, you see like all the telegraphs. It's like his earthquake, right? The guillotine had like the same animation as like the... Yeah, there it is, right? You don't need like a fat big red circle. This is all you need. This is good. Wait, did he... Dude, how much damage does a skill do? Holy fuck. The thunder is insane. Look at the damage! What the fuck? 2 shot. Yeah, not a skill is damage. It is sure damage. Like it's good for bosses. It just like seems a bit awkward to like trash all the time, right? One rare item, Pog. Dude, there was like a quest, talk to the NPC, right? Talk to Lightis, right? And he's like, nope. Fuck lore, right? Fuck the lore. Just go to next. Go next. Yeah, the world maps look really nice. This looks pretty sick, I think. It's pretty nice. So we went from like this is where you started, right? I think this is where you start. Then here, then here. The Warlord's Lair was like the first boss. Then like Red Vader was like another boss. You go through Tier of Souls to like the Mausoleum, right? This was like where the Raven was, right? The Raven boss. Hunting Grounds was like the thing with the red vines. Farmlands, Ogham Village, where he was right now, right? Ogham Village. I guess it's like Act 1. Yeah, I mean, this is Act 1 map, right? So like Ogham Manor is like the one boss, I guess. Maybe. True, it looks very Kingdom Come Deliverance style. Yeah, like very medieval style. And which also fits the game, of course. Pretty cool. Book of Specialization. Grants 2 weapon set passive skill points again.
A small bit of Ogham.
It seems shadows hold us both.
Okay, cool. The hooded one can identify items for you. By the way, do you see that? He can ID for you. Or maybe he's like an introductionary NPC that like tells you how to identify items, I don't know. He does, okay. What is happening? He's AFK. Okay, and they get like new zone, right? New mob types. Like the mob type variety is like way higher than like an old Act 1, I feel like. The auto crit stun bosses. Oh, that's why it does so much damage earlier. Yeah, I guess. Makes sense, makes sense. Gotta get those flasks, chargers. I don't know if I like this, but yeah. Yeah, this map is pretty cool. Melee life, yeah. Indeed, indeed. Ding, 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 ding. Just remove minions. Minions will cost spirit. Okay, let's jump ahead a bit, right? What level is he now? Like 10? 12? We don't know because there's no number on the screen. He's gonna level up here. Let's see what level he is now. This is what I mean, right? Like, you can't fucking play Thunder against trash. Like, you just die to trash. Like, he gets wrecked by this. What? He dies to the trash mob, dude. What even kills him here? What? And this guy is shooting at him, right? He doesn't kill the shooter. I think it's the crossbow guy. He's like dealing a shit ton of damage. Pretty sure it's the crossbow guy. He gets shot here, yeah. Yeah, it's the crossbow. It is like a fuck ton of damage. And then I don't know what hits him here, but kind of hard to see. GG. Have fun walking the entire path again, and everything is respawning. Time for Dark Souls. He didn't lose XP though, or did he? Wait, did he lose XP? Seems like he doesn't lose XP though. Level 16. Two-handed smork damage. I like the combat in general. I'm not sure if I like these giga slow skills though. But I mean, you can just like play a duelist if you don't like them. Yeah, maybe, yeah, that's also what I'm wondering, like, either it could be like a beta, like a test version, like pre-alpha thing, that you don't lose XP, or it could be like a, you don't lose XP before level 50 or something like that kind of thing. And we're gonna play Dragon's Dogma this weekend? Probably not, no. I don't have time for that. I say while like watching this video, but... Nah, I don't have time for Dragon's Dogma. I'm gonna play the Dog 2 game tomorrow.
How can I advise you? Move swiftly.
Refund passives, did you see that? You can respec at the hooded one. Refund passives.
How can I advise you? Move swiftly.
Oh, I'd be out there with you if
Gamble for items.
not for this crazy.
Lassipok, Gambler, Monka.
Be careful.
What the fuck is it, wind up time? Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy. This is Sunder. This is standard. This is just normal Sunder. Has this, right? This attack right here is normal Sunder. It's like 5 billion seconds of wind up, dude. And was this sponsored by LA? No. I was not sponsored until... Like, I was only sponsored in the first week. I played the game longer because I genuinely think it's fun to play. Yeah, it's insane wind up. I mean, it's literally like those skills that he's playing right now. It's literally slower gameplay than Diablo 4 or like Diablo 2 or like it's 5 times slower than Force Wave in Grim Dawn as well, right? Just why? I mean, it's I don't know. It's maybe like supposed to make Marauder feel more like the big bonk class, I guess, because the skills do deal a fuck ton of damage, right? Yeah, like this is literally the slowest gameplay you will see in the game ever, pretty much, because it's the slowest class, or like the slowest skills rather in the game, and like early on, right? So will never be slower than those, basically. It's like Diablo 2 Barbarian, maybe, I don't know. He's gonna die again, dude, like what? Dude, this crossbow, dude, these a fuck ton of damage, right? And there's 2 of them. Like, they just wreck him so hard right now, it's crazy. Okay, yeah, but you can, at least, right, like, you have the wind-up time, but you can interrupt your own wind-up with the roll, right? Like here, for example, right, he's like rolling. He has to port back. Wait, is there no hotkey for that? Why is he like manually clicking that? Shit, like, he got shot twice and like took over half of his HP from a trash mob. It's crazy. Oh yeah, also, enemies can cancel your wind-up. Like, look at this. Feel the weight. Because he got stunned. I mean, yeah, the enemy attacked like basically like what a stun, like mini stunt and whatever you want to call it. Then. You're not the real Helm? What do you mean? Helm is a zoomer. He's not gonna enjoy this. Next boss.
Must be made to answer for his crimes.
This is how it is in PoE 1 as well. At the stagger. I mean, as long as there's like a stagger immunity, like support gem, right, that you can like put on the Sunder, then it's kind of fun, I guess. He's getting some like interrupted here as well. Mid jump. Yeah, the range on the Thunder is crazy.
Just wait.
If it needs immunity, it's a bad design. Or maybe it's a skill issue, I don't know. I mean, or you could just like, what is this, Unbreakable? Supports any skill, making you harder to stun while using it. There you go, right? Just use Unbreakable. Yeah, he needs to put it on Thunder, man. Do it. But he has green and not the green red. What is he doing? Can you not put it inside? What is happening? Huh? Oh, wait. What? What is happening? It's a bug! It's a bug! I feel like with this kind of gameplay and also being melee, the character should be like tankier maybe, right? Like it seems a bit squish. So what the fuck is this? Oh my god, these bugs, dude. Okay. That's some interesting flickering right here. The scene is pretty cool though, like look at this, right? You can like look down there. It's pretty cool. It's well done. Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, camera is more zoomed out. That's good. That's great. Lagon. He's getting manhandled by the boss with those cleave, like the sword cleave attacks. But then again, he just needs to stun the boss right and then like Sunder insta-crits. Yeah. The damage of the Sunder is crazy though. Like he has like high damage though. Like it's crazy damage. He's kinda Bloodborne. Dude, this is still a fuck ton of damage, right? Holy shit. Wait, he got hit by the sword and the wave, that's why it's like taking 2 hits, I guess? I mean, this is he's level 15, right? I mean, this is the Act 1 playthrough, right? All of this is Act 1. So, I mean, keep that in mind. as good as Sunder feels like against bosses, like, he just gets like pushed around by Thresh and like almost dies to Thresh every time. It's like, you probably don't want to play Sunder against Thresh, to be honest. It's just like a bad choice of skill to be honest against Thresh. Yeah, no more Quicksilver Flask. That doesn't exist anymore. It's just... it's interrupted. Just to like use a different skill like Earthquake, yeah, it's better. There we go. Yeah. I kinda hate the giga delay on Earthquake though, like why is it like 5 billion seconds delay? Okay, Diablo 2 gameplay, right? Go back to buy pots, go back to refill pots. Yeah, there are, I mean, skills that like freeze or stun enemies. Definitely, you can like set it up. Monk got cut. Idiots. Imagine playing Sunder against Thresh, dude, right? He gets absolutely wrecked. Charge interrupted, and then just dies. Yeah, I mean the difference is like the long wind up, right? But I mean the stagger itself is the same in PoE 1, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if he has like any armor. I guess it's like a ruthless style loot, so he has like bad loot. So he has the bad armor. And you have an evade here as well, but you have like more ways to evade than in PoE 1. But if you play like a skill that like locks you in place for this long, then well, this is what happens. His passives are only attack. I think it's like 200. It's like a little bit of attack speed, otherwise like just attack damage, and then like more damage with two-hander as well. It's like full damage right now. Oh, it's like one stage lower now, right? Like one floor lower.
Yes.
Quicksilver, my beloved. Rest in peace, Quicksilver. Rest in peace.
You'll see. I'm not ready.
I mean, there's gonna be like ways. There's gonna be like ways to get movement speed in this game, right? Like in some way. Yo, Crab Turtle, how you doing? Welcome, welcome.
Just wait.
Is this hardcore? This is very much a hardcore, yeah. Dude, I can't get over the fact that he's like still using Thunder for trash all the time. How? Like how stubborn is he sometimes? Who knows? It's Alk? Yeah, who knows? Indeed. Let the boomer man cook. Yeah, he's cooking. Full damage, passive skill tree. Playing the longest wind-up animation ever. It's kind of funny. But yeah, I mean, anyway, the game overall is generally definitely not going to be easy, which is a good thing. This is the Korvac Paxu guy? Yeah, this is the guy. He's dying at the same spot again. The tendrils. How long is this video? It's 2 hours, 39 minutes. He uploaded the video of like his exclusive gameplay that he was able to play the last couple of days. No commentary, just pure like Act 1 gameplay. Yeah, generally I like this combat more as well. He's just playing like the slowest skill ever in the world of slowest skills, right? The going back to like refill your pots kind of thing, I don't know about that. It's like very Diablo 2 like, and I don't think that's like necessarily a good thing. Like having limitations in your pots is fine, but Necropolis League doesn't look too hot. I don't know. I mean, this is not Necropolis, this is PoE 2, but I think Necropolis League's probably interesting for crafting. Otherwise, I don't know. Gonna finish for LE for today, logging into Rectus' stream, and you see on death mobs instantly in PoE 2. Yeah, I guess so. This is very Diablo 4 like gameplay wise, to be honest, or like pacing wise so far. It's no like 17 damage druid, but pretty slow so far. Which I think is fine for a campaign. I got the stagger. This is like alpha, yeah. Like, this is gameplay that specific people were allowed to play in Los Angeles locally this week. And the NDA for that was lifted 2 hours ago, right? So ever since 2 hours ago, we have like some gameplay videos now from this like LA alpha. And yeah, beta got delayed, right? From 7th of June to the end of the year. So big delay. They don't even have a date yet. I mean, his passive tree right now is pure damage glass cannon, right? This is pure glass cannon. So maybe you shouldn't spec like that, I don't know. Or maybe you should like just like play a different skill against trash mobs. Like Sandor is insane damage against bosses so far, as we've seen, but against trash it seems painful. Like for mapping, this seems very painful. He's going back to the well like every 2 hours. I mean every 2 minutes rather, every 2 seconds even.
Just wait.
Yeah, I mean things are gonna get balanced in the beta, the public beta anyway. Like the invite beta, whatever you want to call it. Dude, he needs... Dude, he needs to have the like less chance to be stunned, like double support gem on the skill, otherwise you can't play this against trash. It's like impossible. Oh, you need like giga armor and evasion and so on, right? You need to be like actually tanky to play this against trash. Do I need to drop real items? I mean it's like ruthless gear, I guess. Like, the drop rates seem like ruthless so far. I look at the skill tree, right? This is damage, 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 damage. These are the passive nodes, which are now flexible, right? If you choose them, and you can choose, you either get 5 dex, 5 strength, or 5 int. So if you want to, you can go like a pure int marauder right away, right? And then you have like, this is tuned, also like pure damage. So this is like a very glass cannon right now. Yeah, he does have like yellow hammers and so on. Like he did find like some yellows and so on, but like mostly from bosses so far. Like Thrash is mostly for XP, I feel like so far. And well, you have to kill the trash, otherwise it kills you, right? If you want to progress to the next map. I think the loot is fine and good so far, honestly. Wait, wasn't he like in this map like already like 10 times? Is he running in circles? Literally looks like the same layout again. Literally the same mobs, like literally start locking him again in the same spot. Dude, he's fucking lost. Where's he going? Going back to refill pots again, yeah. Mad life. He's at a level 15 map, and I think he's like level 17 now or something like that, like over leveling. Because otherwise he's dying too much. Dude, he's so stuck, I think. Where to go? Does he have to like solve like a serious Stan, like Grundon League secret questline to go to the actual boss? To find the way? Dude, he's like going back to refills so often, it's crazy. Okay, okay, okay. Hell, hold on. I think he actually found the way now. Okay, Act 1, Giga Boss, right? Dude, spawning into the mob smoker. Yeah, honestly, I don't know about the pot system. Like, I kind of like Grindawn's pots just being cooldown gated. I kind of honestly like that more.
Everything I promised. No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself. For the first ones.
Holy fuck, he's getting staggered. 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 Okay. To be honest, he only has to like get off like one stun, right? And then he's gonna deal like Giga Thunder damage, right? It's like due to the build being what he is, right? He either gets staggered and dies, or he stuns the enemy and the enemy dies. It's like a glass cannon, big bonk build. Boss fights are all sick, holy fuck. Shapeshifter boss. Spamming Thunder. Yeah, he looks sick right now. Be a nice player character, maybe like MTX in the future, who knows. You can port, okay. Refill, okay. Oh my god. See, that's why like, and he doesn't heal, the boss doesn't heal. What the fuck is going on with the boss? Is he bugged? I think he... Wait, no, it's an actual stage 2 with another health bar. Okay. What is that wolf? Okay, that's interesting design. It's like a centaur, right? But a wolf, like a wolf tower. It's like Hero Rod, but a wolf. It's like a centaur with a human upper body, but like with a head of a wolf again. Not bug, just ugly. I like it. It's like Dark Souls design, honestly. Me bonk, me smash. And Thunder's insane against bosses though. Like, it's actually crazy. Yeah, he stunned the boss out of the combo, exactly. I mean, his build, like Thunder, seems just like way better against bosses. Like, all the bosses he fought so far were less of a problem than like random trash moss. Because of just like the nature of the build, honestly. And like the further this video progressed, the more it felt like that. Because like he spec'd more and more into like a glass cannon boss killer build, basically. He face tanked a ton of the bosses though, of the hits though. That's true, yeah. True. Like, I feel like trash like deals so much damage, maybe compared to bosses. I mean, there was one boss, I don't know if you saw him. Not sure if you were here when we saw that boss. Hello? I think it was like before this map, right? The Executioner, yeah, this guy, right? Like the first time we fought this guy. Surely. Surely. Like, look at this attack, right?
Just wait.
Okay, insta-stuns him. Okay, here it comes, right? Here it comes. It's the one shot. I don't know, like bosses can deal damage too, you know? I mean, it's not instant, obviously. It's there's like an audio cue, there's like animation. Like the cue for this attack is great. Instant if you close your eyes. Yeah. I mean, not like instant as in like he did the attack instant. But yeah, I mean, you have like the air right here. You have the attack, like the weapon going down, and like he's pulling the trigger, right? Like it's not instant, obviously. But I mean, he was like animation locked and didn't roll out of it. It is a one-shot attack, but I mean, you have like enough time to like react. The boss he fought here, right? The Iron Duke boss, he seemed like a very like dexterous boss, to be fair. Right, Iron Count. Like he seems more like a very like agile boss compared to Executioner, at least. I mean, this attack is a little slow, maybe, but to be honest, the phase 2 seemed clunkier than phase 1. Like phase 1 seemed way more agile. Okay, he's just getting shreked. Because he's getting stunned all the time. Okay. Yeah, phase 1 was more nimble. For sure, right? If you look at phase 1. I don't even know what happened here though, because like he flipping like ported back. It seemed like he maybe like bugged out the boss fight in some way. He stunned the boss here, right? So he becomes a normal wolf here, right? Which spawns some blood orbs. And howls or whatever. Summoning more werewolves. As like a dive bomb. Now he goes back, right? Because he has no more pots. And then... what the fuck is going on here now, right? Like what? What is happening here? Like, he's still a wolf, right? Oh, he's transforming back. He transforms again. It's like stage 3, rather. Right, because like his HP bar... Right, so the HP bar resets here, right? Oh, it doesn't. Huh? That's so weird. It's like it's transforming once, right, into this thing. But then like this thing like transforms again. So soon. It's a bit hard to tell because like he's porting back. And then like the wolf becomes the human, and then like the human becomes this like wolf tower, right? Wolf centaur thing. And then there's like a mini glitch here as well. And now he's like brain AFK for a bit. Now he's like actually doing his stuff. There's definitely like some glitches happening here, but it's a bit like confusing. Anyway, let's move on. Next map. Yeah, honestly, same, Sep. Like, I look at this and I'm like, dude, all the zoomers are gonna like hate this, right? But yeah, PoE 1 is still a game that you can play.
A culture of warriors must be tough to survive here.
Wait, this is Act 2 now? Okay, he made it to Act 2, okay. Yeah, it's kind of like how PoE 1 like beta looked as well, honestly, yeah. Like, speed-wise. Was a very slow game back then as well. Oh, it's the hyena boss.
Just wait.
You hope you can get 400% movement speed somewhere in gear. Maybe, yeah. Oh, the hyenas are gonna be painful for this build as well. Like, yeah, he's gonna die here. Like, yeah, like, you can't play Thunder against us. Like, it's just impossible, dude. A good foundation for 10 years of power creep to come, I guess, yeah. Zoomers can like switch to this game in like 5 years. It wasn't that fun to be this slow, maybe. But you also need like power creep by design always, like a little bit, right? You always need like a little bit of power creep, otherwise people are gonna like get bored of the game. It's kind of just how it is. These animations are just glacial. I mean, some animation is like definitely giga slow, but I mean, it's like one skill, right? You could like just play a different skill and like play maybe like Thunder later on when you get like the actual gear for it.
Just wait.
Every encounter mattering. I mean, I feel like the density of like bosses that matter in this game is higher than PoE 1 at least. This character's level 17, 18 maybe? It's like Act 1 first map right now. Act 2 first map. Yeah. Act 2 first map. It's lagging a bit, right? But there seems to be some lag here. What? I mean, it's always like one of the reasons why, like, he's playing Marauder, he's playing probably one of the slowest skills in the game, if not the slowest skill in the game. And he's like level 17, 18, right? So, I mean...
Just wait.
Look at the frame drops here then, what is happening? You don't want every encounter in an RPG to be meaningful though.
You'll see.
Why did he open the map? Issue for you is the game looks the same as PoE 1, graphically. I do also agree that it looks like not that much of a step upward from PoE 1, to be honest. The camera is more zoomed out, though. You have more zoom out, for sure. Even character running animation looks like he's moonwalking the place sometimes. It's a bit rough around the edges sometimes, though, yeah.
I will have to show them what I can do.
It might run better than PoE 1. At endgame, maybe, yeah. This area is just scaled. Yeah. I feel like the game overall is very like Dark Souls inspired. Dude, what are these frame drops? Yeah, it drops to like 40 frames in that second. I mean, PoE 1 support is gonna exist for as long as it's like financially reasonable for them to do so, right? It's simple as that. It's not gonna be forever.
Just wait.
Probably not. I mean, at some point, PoE 2 and PoE 1 might like merge in a way as like Diablo 3 and Diablo 4 are merging. As in, Diablo 4 is getting greater pits, I mean greater rifts, I mean greater pits, of course. And Diablo 3 will have like its last season ever, right? I'm pretty sure the future of PoE 1 and 2 at some point is gonna be like that as well. Probably not like in the next like 1 or 2 years, but like in maybe like 5 to 10 years, I can see that happening, for sure. Wrathbreaker. Oh, that's the one scene we already like saw from like another demo. Dude, on this build. Oh my god, the stagger. He's so fucking bad on melee, or like on this build. He's gonna die here, right? Maybe not, because I mean, I'm pretty sure he has already played this fight before, like he knows this fight. But on this build, it might still be a challenge. Yeah, now he's getting stun locked. But you can just wait. You can just stop, leave the arena. Oh. Dude, why is the well so far away? Are you kidding me? Oh my god, look at the distance you also have to walk for that. That's so bad. Like, if you have to like port back to refill your pots, don't make it like on the other end of the town. What the fuck? Hey, that's... You reset the HP. GG. Oh my god. This looks so painful, not gonna lie. Such a weird mechanic to add. I mean, it's like kind of like going back to Diablo 2, right? I don't know. Like, I seriously think like why do you have even like 5 potions when it's all HP and mana potions, right? Just make like pots interesting. Like, make it like 1 potion. Make it like Ground Dawn, right? Like, make it like one health potion, 1 mana potion, and then you can like craft on that potion to like give them like, you know, green plus effects. Because that's what's gonna be like in Fangs of Astrakan, right? Yeah, there's like Jade, Grenade and so on. But I mean, you could just like have those effects and like craft them on your like potions, right? So he gained charges because he killed the boss, right? Okay.
I should return to the caravan. I've no more room.
Oh, chaos. First chaos. Okay, wait. Where do we go now? Okay. Okay, Ardura caravan.
Ah, they are nomads, much like my ancestors.
The beast is all. Thank you.
Who goes there?
Oh, this is the base, right? Act 2 base. It's pretty cool. We need Wellfinder. It's kind of like sports. The gem cutting is pretty cool.
Why have we stopped?
It's maybe Pathfinder can find paths. Yeah, vendors actually have meaningful gear, yeah. It's pretty nice. You know, Aja? Hello, hello. Wait, where's he going? Oh, he didn't find the way again. Classic. Grim Dawn 2 looks kind of funny.
What could they need so much?
Grim Dawn 2, maybe next decade, right? Maybe next decade.
Army with a mind of the scale.
It has minus 10 kills for us. Do you get like minus res every hack now? What is happening?
You'll see.
Time for Thunder. Time to get staggered. Oh, no, he's like actually using other skills. Let's go. What is his attack speed? He's playing like the slowest skill in the game. It's Thunder, right? Thunder has this wind up. And he has 0 attack speed on gear or like on passives. It's all only pure damage glass cannon. And yeah. He's level what? Like 20 now? Yeah, 20. Act 2. Oh my god, he's chilled on top now. Holy, what is this item? Lots of stats. Thanks. Can't get hit by the enemy if it's already dead. Yep. Just kill the enemy, right? That was a ton of text indeed. on that item. Did all these like profane flashes from last epoch? Hulk, Forsaken Hulk. Awakened Monos. What? Awakened Monos? Empowered, you mean? Dude, Thrash is a little overtuned. Okay, I mean he's... Okay, never mind. I mean he's playing pure glass cannon, right? But I look at this hit here, right? What is even hitting him? It's not the big slam, right? It's like the small mob, right? The small mob takes him down to... Wait, you can't see, right? You can't even see right now. He has like 1 HP, right? Let me hide the bar real quick. It's crazy damage. It's insane. Wait, maybe I should like put the chat up here again. Hang on, give me 1 sec. Okay, there we go. This is better, right? Yeah, the first thing Al-Kaiser did when he logged in was disable WASD. But I mean, for melee I can kind of understand it. For range you definitely want to play like WASD, like mages or crossbows, everything else you want to like play WASD, right? Yeah, fucking wisdom scrolls, I don't know, man. Oh well. It is what it is. At least there's no more like taunt scrolls. White belt. White people happy belt. The walking animation is a bit janky still, yeah. I mean, honestly, PoE 1 walking animation is also janky. Also, why are the boots of the character in the ground? Is it like this map or is it always like this? Like before he shouts, right? He's like above ground, and like after the shout, he's like in the ground. Maybe it's like a cry bug, right? Like. He's gonna shout now, right? Before the shout, he's like on the ground here. And then he shouts and then he's like in the ground. What? What is happening?
Just wait.
Whoa. Got sundered by the other guy instead. AoE, shockwave, AoE, okay, okay. I mean, compared to the Starfus video, this is like actual damage, you know? Like, he's actually like dealing damage and so on. And mobs are still also like dealing damage to him, because he's going like full glass cannon. Leap Slam, log in, pick it, do it. Do it. Do it, Alkaiser, do it. Of course. Holy. 5 billion years wind up as well. I mean, definitely like a lot faster gameplay though. Yeah. What is this? What is this node? Increased damage with 200 weapons. Okay. Smork, smork. It reminds me a bit of like the Primalist Leap in the Epoch, which is also like a bit like slow-mo. Did it cost like no mana or what? Yeah, no, it does cost mana, but it's a low amount. Yeah. Feels weird without a cooldown. I mean, that's just PoE, right? PoE has no cooldowns. I mean, PoE does have some cooldowns sometimes, but PoE has also like many skills without cooldowns. This Leap Slam attack speed is gonna be like some Spurgy video again. What is this? Of course.
Miners. What happened here?
No, I mean, I knew what I was gonna click on, like, it was gonna be exactly that. It's not supposed to be the same game, though. That's the thing, right? It's not supposed to be the same game. That's why it is a different game. The gods are on our side. I mean, the Sleep Slam compared to the Thunder, for example. I mean, Leap Slam is like a trash clear slash mobility skill, right? It's not like a boss killer. Thunder is like a boss killer. Interrupted TG. Also, I mean, balance might not be perfect yet, right? Well, well, well. One Punch Man, you mean? Or the bench? Edsnack? Oh yeah. Immortal Bastard. Dude. Classic mistake, right? Instead of using Leap Slam, he's trying to Sunder here. Yeah, insta you die, right? If you Leap Slam, if you don't Leap Slam instead of Sundering, you die. I mean, it is, right? I mean, he could like... It is a skill issue, as in he's using the wrong skill, right? So it's the issue of using the wrong skill, right? Whether that's skill issue on the side of the player or on the side of the skill is another question, but... I think it fits like what they're showing so far. It's just Sunder is like... It's the boss only skill, I would say. And Alkai's is like using it for trash, like too much maybe. I don't know. Okay. Should we watch the Mather video as well? Wait, what are the comments under this, by the way? Corgo spin. This could be huge. Grandma. Badass dude login. This game looks absolutely gorgeous. Badass ruthless experience. Ike knows. D4 bad. It's just badass dude burger dance. Corgo's dance. Okay, more gameplay now. No, it's like still the same comments, right? Ancient Evil, GG Noobs. Okay.
Hey guys, it's
Classic.
Nathal here once again, and yes sir, it's time for our PoE 2 video after the
What is this? Did he like record with the phone? I mean, obviously.
LA Exile event, which for me felt kind of like an ExileCon 2.5. So we were all kind of just clustered together to watch a bit of Path of Exile 2 announcement action.
That's cool.
Just where they're at this point, and also playtest a bunch of the game. We were given 3 characters to choose from: the Ranger, the Warrior, and the Sorceress, and we could play from Act 1 up to as far as we could go, and I ended up going as far as it allowed me, which was the end of Act 2. So it took me about 4 hours to get to the end of Act 2, and then the game kind of like stopped.
Where's the gameplay?
I didn't
Why is he
quite get
showing
the end of
art?
Act 2 'cause
I mean,
it
art is cool too,
stopped
but...
near the end, so I didn't get to see the end boss or anything. But I got as far as I could, and that was after picking the Ranger. I specifically wanted to pick Ranger because it's a thing we haven't really got to fuck around with at all, and the main draw is to really try and test the WASD system, which by all accounts is supposed to be kind of better for ranged and, you know, bow users and shit like that. So that's why I wanted to test that. That's what I wanted to do, and that is what I did. And yeah, there's going to be a lot to talk about in that regard. So the footage we're going to have here for this video is just going to be kind of the media press kit footage that they've given, which is official, you know, footage that's already pre-approved. It's not my gameplay. For
Why not?
my own gameplay, we did get to record all of what we played, so like got 3.5 hours or so of footage. Once I make a video with that, I'll have to send it over, and they'll make sure that everything is okay with that. And
Okay,
then,
okay.
you know, I'll be able to release my own footage as well.
Let's go.
But it doesn't really take away from what I can talk about, what I will talk about with Path of Exile 2, my experiences, and kind of what happened, how I felt, and what you guys might not know, or
dual
you know, what you can
boss
take away
HP bars
from
is
our
pretty cool.
PoE2 experiences. I'll do it with this footage, no big deal, and it will still absolutely give you the impact that you're looking for, I'd say, all the same. Plus, basically, we'll start with the Ranger footage that they've got about 15 minutes of, and it looks similar enough to my gameplay, and it gives you a feel for it all the same. So I won't stall you guys out any longer. I'll throw out some fucking opinions and stuff. Am I excited for PoE 2 and the future of thanks to having this event, this experience? I am. It was pretty good. I was kind of very doubtful or not at all sure about WASD. I thought maybe I'll probably just be one of those guys that says, fuck it, I'll play with the mouse anyway, because that's what I'm used to. But you had the choice of swapping on and off WASD into mouse whenever you wanted, but the idea was to try out the WASD because, as they said, pretty much everyone ends up playing with it, starts preferring it, and I was no different at all. It takes a teeny bit to get used to it, maybe just, I don't know, like a couple of maps, a couple of zones, levels, something like that, and then once you're used to it, it's really hard to go back. Like, this game honestly just ended up feeling like it was designed for that type of a combat, that type of a play style. So basically what you're doing is running around with your WASD. You know, you hold W...
And for range gameplay, it's just better.
Wherever your mouse is going to be pointing. So you can still stand there and directionally move your mouse around. Your character is going to follow that exact mouse pointer movement, but you're using the WASD as like kind of, you know, up, down, strafe, that sort of thing. And it feels pretty fluid and intuitive. It lets you start moving backwards. It lets you start strafing around while still doing your ranger attacks and shit. And trying it afterwards with a mouse, I'm
probably,
just like,
yeah.
This doesn't fucking work.
I mean,
mouse
probably.
just feels wrong. So
because
yeah, it almost entirely made me a converter and a believer of the system.
If I think about like how Bloodline Champions felt, / whatever the like newer version is, you also play it like with WASD, and it's like the same view, right? It's kind of like League of Legends, just like with WASD movement, right? And it does feel like you can just do more things, like you can like do more skillful things, honestly, with WASD. Yeah, Battle Right, yeah, like Bloodline Champions into Battle Right. Yeah, like Bloodline Champions was the precursor of Battle Right. It's like the 2010 version of the game, basically. And Battle Right was basically just like Bloodline Champions too. You had like the I mean, it's the same company, the same champions, and so on. Yeah.
I didn't try it out on anything other than a ranger.
So yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised it will feel better for like,
there's
like every
the
territory.
WSD combined with the dash or the dodge roll. It created some more intense gameplay, some more meaningful.
Wasn't Battle Right like even
so
free to play at some point?
Dodging things, you definitely.
I'm pretty sure I played it at some point and I didn't buy it.
Yeah, the ranger.
Like I definitely played it.
To start with, you get like a lightning-based setup or like a poison.
Did I shut it down as well? Wait, did I shut? Because they shut down like Bloodline Champions first. Did they also shut down Battle Right? Huh.
Kind of. Yeah,
it was free to play at the end of its life. Yeah, that's probably when I played it.
When you're picking your gems, you can have more or less two sort of schools of damage and stuff to choose from, and I went almost entirely lightning in mine. So you see the playthrough when I post.
And then they made this like a vampire game, right? The V Rising, whatever it's called, is like the same, like from the same dev studio as well.
I'll comment on plenty of my own playthrough when I do that, but. In this one, they're basically using like a lightning arrow, and they're also using like their caustic or poison pod things. I don't fucking know. But the lightning one has a lot of lightning to it, and there's like 4 or 5 different lightning skills that synergize, and you end up starting to win.
Yeah, I think the gameplay of those games was insanely fun.
And it does feel pretty good. The one thing I will say right now that might concern people is it was pretty hard. Like, by all accounts,
yeah, it's more like isometric Dark Souls than PoE, to be honest. Yeah.
At the moment, PoE 2, what they gave us to fuck around with, what they gave us to play with, if it's just, you know, maybe tuned to be harder for the demo, if it's just still being tuned, I don't fucking know. It was hard. Like, I got to the end of Act 2, I probably died, I don't know, fucking 10 times. Nothing too crazy, but I know sorceresses were really doing it tough because they didn't have, like, quite the same level of either tankiness or mobility or damage or something, but I know lots of people that picked sorcerers to play with were just like chain dying in some areas and some bosses, and it was a rough day at the office. So yeah, from everyone I saw, all of us ARPG veterans, we'd still get shit on quite a lot in some situations and zones, and have to build up our character a bit and then get better. So my character did struggle for some portions of the game, but honestly, it still kind of felt like Path of Exile in the way that once you get some gear, once you get some of those right skill levels, once some things particularly click, you're back to kind of just destroying a zone. A lot of the footage that they're showing you, like this sort of stuff here and some of the other footage they show you, is, you know, you'd be worried it's a bit slowed down and not fast enough gameplay. I'm pretty sure it's all without movement speed boots and with like almost no passives, like no real movement stuff, attack allocated. Because like once I managed to pick up a pair of boots that had 10 or I think it was just 10 movement speed, the game started to feel quite a bit faster already, and that's just 10 movement speed at like level, you know, 10 or some shit.
It can be switched on the fly, I think, because I think you said that.
Or on your passive tree ended up feeling quite a bit faster all of a sudden. Your gameplay does change. So I think, yeah, it's still just classic.
And you have
Path of
mounts.
Exile where you are pretty slow.
And you can shoot from mounts.
Weak early on, and your gear will absolutely build you up and make you a much bigger monster in the end. Even in the early game. By the time I stopped, I was level 27, I think it was. I was running around one-shotting most.
I mean, it's Alk though, right? I mean, he's always playing like he's always brute forcing two-hand melee big bonk, right? What can you do?
Max, and I was doing a few hits on some bosses. If you got a strong enough setup, you're still gonna be fucking destroying these new bosses. So.
And also the first thing like Alk did, right? The first thing Alk did when he like entered the game was like disable WASD.
To talk about the bosses,
literally the first thing he did.
Pretty cool. Pretty much every damn zone has a unique boss of its own.
He goes to the event
to tackle, whether it's a
where you're supposed to test out WASD. The first thing he does is like disable it.
Campaign. It's just a whole new fight, whole new like design, and they're pretty fun to engage with. Most of them are going to be a little bit threatening. Some of them are going to be fairly threatening to the point where you're going to have to die once or twice to go, okay, shouldn't be getting hit by that. And then once you figure it out, it clicks and you get past it. And it's a bit of a rewarding moment in that regard because you learnt and you did better, and then you can learn for the...
I wonder, like, which of the melee attacks lock you in place, right? And which of the melee attacks like still allow you to like walk around the enemy while swinging your weapon, because then you can like reposition while attacking melee, and that's fucking insane, right? As well.
Future as well. You overcome an obstacle basically because
I mean, I would assume the Sunder doesn't allow you to do that, so it's probably gonna still suck. But
so the bosses are for sure the highlight.
Maybe something like double swing, whatever the attacks are called, like the more like basic attacks, right?
And, yeah,
like the strike skills
they're implemented and all that, and it absolutely shows. It also pays to have really good music scores with them, with good animations, good audio for your attacks and whatever, and the zone design is pretty damn good too. So this is one of the later game zones in Act 2 that I did end up getting through entirely. And yeah, there's terracotta soldiers, and there's, you know, some kind of other lightning shit and beetles and all kinds of stuff, and it gets pretty dangerous by this part. Like these lightning bats, I died to those lightning bats maybe like 4 times or something. They'd come out of the sky, and then if you didn't immediately move, you just get shotgunned by like 15 fucking laser arcs and just immediately die. Didn't, you know, had maybe like 20 to each res at that point, and yeah, you'd still just be dying to stuff pretty routinely if you're not too careful of it. But the dash roll gets you out of places. You definitely start wanting to use your escape maneuvers, like the cold arrow that shoots you back. That starts to become pretty damn powerful. Freezing things becomes very powerful. So yeah, it's a lot more.
I mean, it should scale with your movement speed, but like it should be like percentages, right?
It asks more of you, so it is concerning that what we played was as hard as it was. I will say, because if this is, as we know, their one chance to grab a whole bunch of new players by the balls. This zone here that they've got in the background, I went through this one. It's a fucking dangerous zone. Like those skelly mage dudes and everything, they hit pretty hard. They res stuff. There's different skelly mages. There's charging dudes. This is a late game Act 2 one. It's pretty dangerous. Anyway, this is their one chance to grab a whole bunch of new players by the balls, and you're probably going to shut a lot of people out still if what they do is pick a class or a skill that isn't particularly meta or particularly good just because they want to do their own thing, and then just run into a fucking brick wall because they can't progress past a certain zone since it's too hard. It definitely feels like there's going to be more balancing along the way, or there should be more balancing along the way, because it was pretty unforgiving. And like I said, it'd be just a real shame for people to have still that same big difference or that big flaw of picking the wrong thing and then having a worse experience. Like, you should, for the most part, be picking almost anything you want to pick and then have a similar experience to someone else that picked whatever they wanted to pick.
I mean, it's just like a numbers game.
I went Sorceress and I'm getting completely shit on. This guy went Ranger and he's halfway through the game and having a great time with a smile on his face. Or I went Sorceress and I picked a Fire skill and I'm getting shit on while my friend picked Cold skills and they're just chilling, you know, and they're having a good time and just cruising through. So if that's going to be the case still, you know, which kind of exists in Path of Exile, where you might accidentally stumble onto a meta skill and you'll have a great time, or you stumble across a skill you like that's not very meta and then you're having a tough time, then they're still going to struggle to bring in new players, is how I currently feel with this demo that we played. But yeah, there's still a long way to go. There's still lots to balance and test and all that. I'm hopeful for what I've seen so far. It was a lot of fun. Regardless of how hard it is, and it's pretty much what they're looking for, you know, even if it's hard, did you have fun? Because they do.
Didn't they say like they doubled the damage of all monsters before this demo?
The, you know, slower playstyle and more meaningful choices and stuff can equal fun. I did. Like, I was very nauseous for the entire day because like jet lag and travel sickness, I get stuff like that. And I was
the normal
kind of
dodge roll doesn't roll through enemies, right? You get stuck.
I was feeling like throwing up a lot.
It's not like Grim Dawn's Evade.
I barely looked at the clock, and after like 4 hours of playtime, I was kind of surprised it went by that fast, and I was just having a good time going through it. We got like 4 or 5 hours to play from Act 1 through the end of Act 2, and yeah, you weren't really worried.
Yeah. I mean, the maps look way better than the last book.
Fun and blasting. It was a good time, and I definitely.
Yeah, like different like textures, like overlapping, and
you know, keen to try.
The asses like look like they properly are supposed to be there.
It's
and AD, like some of the assets are like
newer, fancier fashion.
They look like they don't belong there sometimes.
There's still lots for them to discover for it, or to show off for us to discover. There's still lots to create, change, chop, all of that. And I'm very hopeful for the future of PoE 2. I don't at all have any doubt at the moment. I'm sharing what I think about the strategy of getting, you know, a whole new audience and stuff, and what I felt about the gameplay and stuff. So hopefully that kind of gives you a brief idea of how I feel about PoE 2 at the moment, and what I saw and what I felt about it.
I feel like some of the animations of the character moving and so on are like,
and if not, until then,
not perfect yet.
PoE 1, and I think that's still going to do plenty of great things.
But they're honestly like also kind of bad in PoE 1, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think I'll save more conversation or anything else specific to say for my own gameplay footage, which hopefully I'll put up and have like passed over and get greenlit by something like tomorrow. I would hope so. Otherwise, yeah, let me just show you one other thing. So I did do this whole trip thing all the way over to LA. Essentially,
I also got like a package reveal.
I'm still kind of wrecked. The pictures I showed, and then the front is just a nice little Path of Exile.
Is it cotton though, or is it plastic?
2 logo.
It looks more like cotton, honestly.
Pin on my bouldering chalk bag. This one's pretty sick.
The Jetta poster, yeah, holy shit. Oh, he also got one of those. Cool.
Like table pad from ExileCon. So I don't know how I'm supposed to use that and this at the same time, but maybe we'll figure it out. So this is the one I've already got, right? A very stressful event on my body. Probably the dumbest travel you'll have back. So it was like...
Okay, blah, blah, right. What's in the box? You can check out yourself. What else was there? Zizaran like posted like 15 videos, right? What is this? This changed my mind about PoE 2 completely.
Hi,
Let's
this
see.
right here, fresh off the flight from LA, and I guess this is the sponsored video because Grinding Your Gang
Another one.
flew me out to LA to try Path of Exile 2. I asked for permission. I didn't just steal this, Chris.
Wait, did we watch this one already? We did. I'm stupid. It's not the right one.
Hi, Zizrin here with another video. I'm gonna say hashtag ad because if you don't know, Path of Exile flew me out to LA.
Dude, I was like sure I would pick like clicked on the other video and I was like, wait, I literally like heard this already. I guess like the same thing. What the fuck?
Path of Exile 2, going over all the bosses because that was my favorite part. I do have a separate video which is just going over my first impressions, talking a little bit about everything. And this video is only going to be all the bosses, so I'm not going to be talking about my abilities and stuff like that. We're also going to be looking a little bit about other people like Noogie and stuff, fighting some bosses that I didn't get to fight and some side bosses. I thought it was so wonderful. Like,
also, Noogie was there,
I
eh?
really feel like they absolutely nailed the bosses. Even the early ones are deadly and scary. And yeah, we're gonna start now with the equivalent of Hillock. We'll have
Does he have a new video? No. He only has the honest LA feedback thingy.
And you don't really care about what I have to say about it. But yeah, I hope you enjoy the boss killing video. So like I said, this is the Bloated Miller, the
Miller.
honestly, games.
Right. It's just the same content again, right? They really showed all of this before, right?
You see, it summons like mobs around.
Oh, the Rust King. We didn't see the Rust King yet.
Almost die towards the end. Did an excited swirl.
It's not all the same.
Now, I just love how many bosses we get so early, because for my Ranger playthrough, I basically did 2 hours on Ranger, and I think there's 8 or 9 bosses that I fight, and that's so cool to me that there's like actual decent boss fights.
Hollywood is the biggest tutorials ever visited.
Here we're fighting the Rust King. I did actually die to this on the first
I mean, it's
try,
NA,
but
what do you expect?
Successful kill, and you see it summons like mobs around you that locks you in, and then it has like a huge army of weapons, or like so many weapons that'll fly across the screen and try to kill you.
Flora was nicer.
That one wasn't too bad, but yeah, the one where it like pours weapons across the screen, that one shot me when it hit me. I'm pretty happy with the kill speed of bosses when you know what you're doing. There I found a short bow. You saw like the little excited twirl in my mouse there. So I'll look at me identifying it. I wasn't actually going to do that in this video, but I was very excited to find a weapon. You see I got attack speed, which is huge, and flat
huge
damage as well. So yeah, really good. Next up here we have Asinia, the Predator Consort, and there's like 2 similar bosses here, and we have this one and Draven. She is a lot more dangerous than Draven, but quite a dangerous boss.
Yeah, Draven is like an early
I think
Hackbone
I
boss.
died to this. This is my first attempt. On the Ranger, I was doing quite a lot of the bosses on the first try. On the Sorceress, I will not. I will be mostly showing the Ranger fights. That's what I had the most fun with. It's all about moving, and honestly, WAC felt so good for that. Because it like, the PoE one stutter stepping, and like, really having to commit to your attacks makes the boss fights feel so different. You see here that like she's pulling in ghosts, which honestly I didn't really figure out if that's a cosmetic thing or if it actually empowers her. But she summons ads, she has the bone prison, she has the slam, so already here she has like a similar amount of abilities to our Ubers in the current game. Like it's a little bit crazy how advanced the bosses early on are. They all have like 10 plus abilities. It's very cool. That
Bigly large even.
Starts like slamming outwards, which it doesn't do at start, but the lower they get, the stronger they get as well. You see here I got a quiver and an alchemy, another like little excited pirouette, and I got flat lightning damage attacks, which is huge for me. And right afterwards we're fighting Draven. This was like 5 minutes later, so these things are like back to back. They're actually fighting proper boss fights.
Wait, I think Alex skipped the first one. Like Alex didn't even meet the first one.
Ended up playing a huge part.
Like he was so lost he didn't even fight the first one.
Getting a little bit extra damage downtime and stuff in. And you see the poison's just ticking away. I think probably half. maybe a third of my damage is poison, and like the rest is.
It's probably like
from the
some
active
button to
lightning
trigger. Yeah. To like switch between WASD and mouse and keyboard.
Fairly similar theme to the other fight, but like very different moves. And it's like very aggressively after you. You have to dodge a lot more here. I do actually try to use the hole that he came out of to get him stuck on it and like hide behind it so that he couldn't attack me as much. A little bit worried about dying there at the end. And then right afterwards, another 2 minutes later, we have Lachlan. So literally like in 7 minutes, I killed 3 big bosses like that.
You wanna play Ranger? Yeah.
Honestly, I love that. The boss fights felt were my favorite part of the game. That felt so much more fun than killing trash monsters and stuff. Because the trash monsters felt very overwhelming.
Just wanna play bow. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Right?
So,
Or okay, we already saw this one, right? Executioner.
I thought this move was so cool.
Holy fuck.
I just love the way like carves up the ground, makes it molten. Even like stays there for quite a while until it fades out. You see that I killed there. Really the didn't have it. Really definitely want the monsters to be a
Dude,
little
melee seems so bad compared to this. Like even more so than the PoE 1 even.
A boss over and
It's
over
crazy.
again. Hey,
Green bar?
Guaranteed rarity.
Just means he's poisoned, I think.
The drops and stuff. Like a guaranteed rare I think would be very cool. Then you might even. Alright, this is some actual footage from Grindy Games. And they're fighting the Silverback Black Fist. And this is a monk playing, so that's a build. We didn't get to try this. I have never played this because I didn't play it at Xbox.
Monk is a shadow, right?
It's all about charge generation and stuff like that.
I
Here
think.
you can see, and a few of the melee players said I was worried that like how are the bosses gonna feel for melee because they're so scary. But they said it was like Alk and Karn said the bosses and Darth I think as well as playing melee. So the bosses felt pretty okay because it's kind of similar vibes to Dark Souls, where when you are close to them and they do act differently and you can like dodge under their attacks and stuff. But very it's just so cool bosses in this game.
That's pretty cool.
And that's definitely my favorite part. I'm just really looking forward to also see like the end of the Act 1 boss, which we're going to be looking at Noogie's footage later. And it's all about like using utility things like freezing, but also just timing your attacks when the monster has downtime, which is very similar to how you approach games like Elden Ring and Dark Souls, where you're waiting for maybe the boss to do a big slam, not against you, or getting a stun in or a counterplay. Boom. Here we have Ignaduk, the Bog Witch. I think this one's supposed to be quite hard, and this is playing on a sorcerer. If I remember, I think Octavian was fighting against this live, and I think he ended up dying once too. It was honestly it looked like quite a hard fight. And Sorcerer is definitely
The person
like,
playing this is not playing WASD, you see. He's playing mouse and keyboard. I mean, he's like playing normal click to move.
Whereas Ranger was very
But you can play
like,
WASD with the Sorcerer as well, pretty nicely.
Use one ability, and that's generally what I was using. One for clearing and one for boss.
Yeah, it just seems bad to like play
Witch felt more
how to
like you
click,
need to set
click to
things
move.
up and use combos, and you weren't like as much
With
rewarded
WASD as an
for it
option.
as what I would like to see. You see, just so much happening. This is
yeah, you can do
like
both,
the
of
only
course.
difference between our current Ubers and this is like
Oh, shit.
the damage levels. You know, like there's so much complexity in the moves. And so much going on. It's very easy to get bursted down as well. And remember, even if you get the boss to 10% and then die, you start completely over. Which is a very big difference. So close. Nice. Next up, we have the Blind Beast on a Warrior. And the Warriors, from what I heard, they were actually, honestly, like, I heard people were literally 20-second killing the bosses on Warrior. It was, like, a little bit clunky to attack and stuff.
Yeah.
It really had the damage. And apparently leap stun was insane. So I'm really looking forward to see like footage from Kaiser and Karn and stuff, and see what that ended up looking like. But I heard that it was quite fun.
To be honest, I mean, against bosses the build was sick. Against trash it just fell apart.
But this boss gets stunned incredibly fast, but then doesn't get stunned very long. You can see that.
This build right here like deals no damage compared to Alkazar's.
I remember there was something about stuns in this boss. Also looks a little bit like Kitava, like a mini Kitava. Maybe it only had like a mini stun, like not like the full stun that other bosses did.
This is like old footage, isn't it? The wind-up felt like it should do way more damage than it did.
Didn't have like the jump into the air. That looks very clunky to me.
I guess.
Here we have Wrathbreaker.
We already saw this one. This is like old footage as well. This is very old footage,
sure,
honestly.
Here the clear speed and stuff is a little.
This is like ExileCon 2
But you
footage
see
or
that
something.
There's so much more going on.
He's just like regurgitating the content.
Have the one.
Pretty sure we saw this already like before.
To me the most, the ability. Had an unfortunate bug that a lot of these is gonna be my. But Noogie has been so kind to share his. I had an unfortunate bug that messed up with my progression. But Noogie has been so kind to share his footage of bosses like the Act 1 and boss and everything. So we're now gonna look through the bosses Noogie was fighting. A lot of these is gonna be my first time seeing them as well. So I'm really excited to see what kind of like different bosses. The further I've heard the Act 1 end boss is really spicy as well, so let's take a look at that.
Yeah, this is Noogie. You know, this is funny because Alkaiser himself said multiple times that this short of emphasis on dodging and slow combat is bad for the genre, since people play these games for 10+ hours per day and it's just too taxing. Yeah, I mean, if you play like 10 hours plus, right, you die if it's like the game is hard. But maybe the game shouldn't be played like 10+ hours a day, I don't know.
I have no idea what this does. You do notice like so many of those. What?
PoE 2 like racing is gonna be interesting at the start of seasons, right? Like when the game is like really taxing, but then you wanna like race and like play like 50 hours a day, right?
Was that a bait? Like a fake out? Oh my god, look at Noogie having his map open. Wow, that was a lot of damage. I was so proud of myself. I like heard the future screams of people saying like, wow, he's got the map up. So I removed my map and all of my footage. Well, unless I really needed it. See, like, we don't need to fight this boss. It was just sitting there anyway. We're just disturbing this poor boss. Wow. There's so many slabs and stuff. And, like,
this boss was easy on melee for Alkaiser, to be honest.
You just really gotta, like,
this boss was already dead now in Alkaiser's VOD.
And there's like a lot
like
of
Ranger's
phases,
DPS compared to Alkaiser's
like,
against bosses at
things
least.
change a lot.
But I'm pretty sure he didn't die as much to like Thresh.
If you're wondering why so many people have the overlay on, it's just like we're so used to it we don't notice it. Because that's usually what you look at to like move your character. I know a lot of people hate having that open. But when you play it for so long, it's just... It's like your nose, you don't see it, even though you always see your nose. Grants 10 maximum life. So that's actually like
oh, it's Sanctum Floor 1 boss anyway.
That, a lot of the different bosses drop you
I mean,
like that type of like
kinda, I guess.
will increase and give you some powers. It's like a nice checkpoint that you really want. Tentacles? Tentacles in my Path of Exile? It's like eating stuff. I wonder what happens if you go close.
Like
to
it looks like similar. I know what you're trying to say. Like it looks like similar-ish, like design-wise and so on, but it's like always a totally different boss. And I fought the Sanctum boss as well, actually, and that's like one of the few bosses I actually have fought in my life. Yeah, he looks like him. And he also had like fire, right?
Iron Cow.
But that's it.
So Noogie's like full lightning. He doesn't seem to use any poison stuff or very little poison stuff. He's using something that poisons.
Yeah, the potion situation is a bit weird.
Wow!
Wait, what? He didn't use that skill against Alk, actually.
Oh wow. Oh, he doesn't have a thawing potion.
Dude, it's like depending on like where you stand, the boss like actually uses different abilities. It's kind of cool. I mean, just like in Dark Souls, I guess. Yeah. Also, I mean, in Grim Dawn it's the same
They're
actually.
very like on you. Wow. It just blows me away that if we're seeing this type of boss during the campaign, what kind of bosses are we gonna see during max?
Oh, okay, wait. So this is not the actual boss, right? This guy here.
Equivalent of like elders.
This
and
wolf.
stuff. I do love that we have iframe.
So that was like what's going on, right? Like at half HP he's summoning this wolf
very,
thingy.
like, on you. Wow.
But it's not actually the boss.
It blows me away that if we're seeing this type of boss during the campaign, what kind of bosses are we gonna see during maps? And like, imagine like our current equivalent of like elders and stuff. I do love that we have iframes. That does feel so good. So many different cool abilities. I really like the one where he pushed him up against the wall.
Did you still deal no damage? Is this bugged or what's happening?
First try. So Jonathan did say that he didn't actually want people to do most fights deathless. Like
I think this is bugged, like what is happening?
And be like, oh, okay.
Like the HP bar is bugged or something. Yeah, let's see. This boss seems glitchy as fuck.
So cool. That looks so soul-like.
Yeah, like this is bugged.
That
and also the same for Arc.
That's so sick. Look at that boss.
But this is a Dark Souls boss through and through, like pretty cool.
Wonder if him stunning him there interrupted his move with the light from the sky.
Yeah, it's buggy transitioning. For sure.
I do wonder how they're gonna make it feel as good for melee. Now, a lot of the melee players that were playing said bosses felt pretty good, like kind of like Dark Souls. It's not like you want to be ranged in Dark Souls either, and that it's like you're so close to it that it's easier to dodge and stuff. But I mean,
there's definitely like no pure face tank build during early campaign, from what we've seen so far.
A lot of ads.
Because I mean, even melee like plays like long range thunder. I feel like.
Just a cooler Verana.
I haven't seen like any.
Oh, wow, that was smart. So if you
like,
don't know, you can portal out. Made a boss fight.
Like strike stuff.
Get fast charges.
Ah, Spock healing hands.
Man, the stuns are so big. That's such a cool fight. We have the Crowbell, which we have seen before. I think we saw this at ExileCon. This is the one that goes through lots of walls and stuff. It's like a boss fight that moves. I'm so sad I didn't get to
I was fighting this too. Right.
It's really hard to do it.
Small arena on Ranger.
Stun off here. I wonder if you have enough damage, if you can like bypass stages and stuff, especially during the stun phase. Wow. I was just picking up a fucking bell. I wonder if it's hiding.
This boss is kind of funny.
I honestly am surprised it didn't like
Holy
go
the
to
damage
full
though,
in this
it's
tiny
kind of crazy.
arena. Cool. Wonder how strong things that
Okay,
like
what's
let
this?
you put
Rugia?
things down in advance will be, so you can like insta burst the boss. Jesus. So stuns down. Damn.
The damage, holy shit.
He's doing so much damage as well. Wow.
Oh, is he hugging the boss as a ranger? I have no idea.
Oh. Second phase? No. Once it drops loot, you know you're good. Some games should make a boss drops loot in the first stage. Just like a little bit, just to like trick people. Alright, we have the limb.
Healing has a stain.
Wow. You see here that Nugi's really done some
it's gonna
sick
change for
damage
next
down.
cycle. Headhunter, oh Headhunter, I don't have no idea.
We did actually see, I was looking at Sneaky a little bit, and he had a lot more damage even. So there are some builds, like, Sneaky was literally running up to bosses and insta-killing them. Although I do think something that would be nerfed.
What the fuck is this? Was it like perma, like stunned or?
Although I do. So there are some builds, like, Sneaky was literally running up to bosses and insta-killing them.
Curse is
Although I do
bugged.
think something that would
What's
be
this animation?
I was so lucky with this.
Oh yeah, let's check out Sneaky actually. Sneaky. What's it called on YouTube? I have no idea. Like Sneaky Lol? Probably. I have no idea. Like Sneaky Lol? Probably. Does he have... No, not yet. Yeah, some of them like have also said that they're like gonna upload tomorrow, or like Karn I think is gonna upload tomorrow, or like I think Mathel still has to have like his gameplay approved by GG or something. So. Which is weird, like why is this content out then? I mean,
It's done on the bus at the end
just
there.
seems weird.
Wow, that was a sick clean kill.
Like that you have like an NDA, right, to like end at some point, and then you still can't release like all the footage because you have to like... Yeah, it's fucking weird, dude. I don't know.
Next up, we have the perennial
Has
king.
a real weird feeling to it.
Dude, is this such
But
a
oh well.
different, like, everything from PoE 1? Oh. You really notice once you start getting support gems and stuff like that and some gear, it makes such a big difference. It makes it feel a lot more like PoE again. I remember, this is the equivalent of Act 2? Maybe the equivalent of Act 3? So it's still pretty early in the game. Like, this is like maybe at the point you're starting to get like your library support gems and things like that. Maybe even earlier. This is maybe like Val Oversoul / Piety.
It's Dark Souls until level 20 and then it becomes PoE. Maybe.
So many slams.
Yeah, I don't quite understand the difficulty sometimes in PoE. Like, why is it hard as fuck earlier?
Perennial king. I don't even know what that word means. Perennial. I'm curious. Define perennial.
Weed out the weak.
Lasting or existing for a long or infinite time. Enduring and continually reoccurring. Does that mean he can't die? Is he gonna respawn?
And this doesn't
Been a
look hard
long
now.
fight. I'd be surprised if it has stage.
Like, compared to some other bosses, this looks pretty easy.
Never mind.
Doc leave.
Never mind. Okay, cool. Oh, this is like a gauntlet type thing. Oh, okay, cool. So I guess you continue that boss fight later. Then you can see it goes back to the caravan here. We're gonna show that off a little bit. That looks pretty cool. So from what I understand, sadly I didn't get to this part. You get to like choose where to go here. Like it's not linear. So you can choose what area and what bosses to fight first and stuff. So you have some more choices here. So I hope you guys enjoyed watching this compilation.
Cool. There was one more that he made. I think. There's an interview with Jonathan Rogers as well.
Hi, Zidron here with another interview with Jonathan, who is the director of Path of Exile 2. Thank you so much for taking time for a little interview here.
No problem. Always good to talk to you.
Well, I've just tried PoE 2, and yeah, that was an experience. You must be excited to see the feedback and stuff.
And a bit scared, but yes.
Yeah, I definitely have positive and negative feedback here.
The person you fought, Krieg, was a lot more challenging.
WSD. That was,
I don't know about that.
I was actually expecting to hate it. And especially, like, the fact that you do move while doing the abilities. There were a few abilities that you stand still. They're very jarring by comparison.
So, yes, we actually have thought about this. So, there's actually... So one of the things I was talking about at the start of the day was the fact that when we added WSD and started doing moving while shooting stuff, that it immediately changed like everything about every other class.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And I think there's still more in that direction. So here's the thing, though. I think it's still
IGN has an hands-on.
stop you, But one thing that we should be
Video
doing
with the Ranger
is,
class.
rather than having the player stop and then just use the ability, is have them slow down into it and then stop and then speed up into it again.
Yeah.
And I think that would help a lot.
I was going to suggest even like a 90% reduction, so that you're still like barely moving. It's just that the full stop is very jarring.
The problem is that, especially for melee attacks, you need to have some level of the animation taking over in order for it to feel like the right.
Yeah, I didn't try that.
So,
I'll say the sword.
Yeah. So on the Sork, actually, you are right though so we're actually planning on having it so that all of the spell animations are done using the moving while shooting system.
Yeah.
And then at that point, we'll just be able to in balance change. What stops you, what doesn't stop you, when you slow down, when you don't slow down, etc., and that will help a lot. I mean, I imagine that you try Flame Wall and it feels very jarring, right?
Yeah.
But we do want some level of some kind of slow when you first do it.
It was the combination of that, but I was doing Flame Wall, Orb of Storms, and then Spark, and I also, by the way, I got very unlucky. I did not get a single item on my sword. I only found bows, and I was like, I wish I was back on my Ranger right now. No weapon upgrades, I was doing no damage. So that was very rough. So my next question is, obviously there is a big balance difference. I didn't try is it the Warrior is the other one that you can play? From what, talking to other players and stuff, there does seem to be quite a big difference right now between Sorceress, Warrior, and the Ranger.
In terms of ease of getting through the content?
Yeah. What do you think is a good, because Ranger felt amazing.
Right.
That I was one of the people that was very worried, is this game going to be for me? Am I going to have fun? And the first thing I played was Ranger, and I was like, wow, this is a blast. I'm just actually blasting through the content, going through not too much slower than Path of Exile 1, and going really fast. And I was like, I'm blasting. I'm having so much fun. That was only at level 12 or 15. What kind of speed do you think? What are you aiming for? Would you like to see the Ranger brought back down to Sorceress, or would you see the others?
Oh yeah, one weird thing is why did none of the videos have damage numbers? Are damage numbers not a thing in this game, or?
The implication of that is that I knew that they were different.
Were they all disabled?
The thing
That's fair.
For the sake of clarity, or?
As we could, but I think that there's a lot of the amount of testing you need to do to actually get it.
Yeah.
And honestly, this is part of the thing.
I don't see them.
Is the amount of testing you need to do to actually make sure that stuff is actually right is so hard. But what I will say is that the feeling you
they don't exist.
If you feel like you're going around and that's fast good gameplay, then that is definitely what I would hope we can make everyone.
Dementia Rectors. I mean, I don't play Path of Exile much.
There's the other tricky thing, of course, as well, is that it can come down to what loot you
The
get,
engine doesn't have damage
and the
numbers.
randomness around that. So if you were just saying that you didn't find any good items for Sork, and so that can be part of the reason, and that's actually a really hard problem.
That's so weird.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that, because that's something that is quite a lot easier in PoE when you do find upgrades quite a lot easier. How do you feel about the current level of finding equipment and stuff early on, especially?
I like the fact that it takes you a bit long. Listen, here's the issue, right? If you storm people and items right from the beginning, you don't have anywhere to go from there.
Yeah.
It's like
damage isn't tracked.
Right from that point on. So
how does it even work?
I really like what we've got with that. The main thing that sucks is that the more items you give people, the lower the variance is on player power as well. So by having items be where they are, you're getting more variance, and thus you get a very different experience between different players, and that's a hard problem to solve.
I think the number one thing I was sitting there thinking, I was like, I wish there was a quest reward in the first 5 or 10 levels. They gave me an alchemy orb.
Right.
Because that was.
Were you disenchanting things?
No.
Okay, so you can disenchant blues and rares to get shards of alchemy shards and transmute shards.
DM also has a video.
I was actually selling for gold.
Right, so you can do that too. So there's actually a tension now between selling for gold versus disenchanting and getting transmutes and alchemies.
That definitely changes a lot.
Yeah. So if you want to get more stuff for crafting, then disenchanting is the way. Otherwise, And the other thing as well is that if you were selling for gold, then did you use the gambler at all?
No, because that was so expensive.
It is pretty expensive, but you can, especially if you use it on a weapon upgrade, it can be a huge meaningful...
Yeah, I was saving for that on my Wish, and I was like 300 off, and they were like, it's interview time, and I was like, I'm just about to gamble. But yeah, no, it was good. I also didn't realize early on how much gold skill gems sold for.
Right.
So actually, early on, I got crazy lucky on my first playthrough, and I found 6 multiple trap supports.
Right.
And I thought it was bugged. I was like, oh, these must be here.
Maybe so because the bosses are highly dodgeable if you know the mechanic G11.
Stuff mentally, just yeah.
Be able to do that.
That was yeah, interesting. Right. To Ubers in PoE.
It's it's kind of a weird way to put it. Like
yeah, I mean some had two.
It's a random side area optional boss, and we didn't even show you all the phases that it has for time. So yeah, we
now I don't know. Would you say the stuff we're playing right now is tuned up for us?
I would not.
Because if not, then is it more approachable?
I think it is. And the thing is, this was actually something I was really sure from death.
I mean, DM has like a lisp or something.
But I mean, that there shouldn't be people now getting card terms of
it is what it is.
At that 103. I was hoping.
Are they going to be what are the map bosses and Ubers going to look like? Are they going to be absolutely insane?
Well, that's the hope. I was hoping that you could see. You didn't get a chance to play the boss yet.
I got bugged out.
Yeah, you got bugged out, unfortunately. But you know, that's an very annoying type of bug to have in an event like this. Yeah. But the Act boss is getting to Act 1 is getting towards the point which you would hope that that's the stuff is. There's lots of interesting phases and transformation stuff and like all sorts of stuff going on with it. It's pretty cool.
God, was so
yeah, I know. You probably
the worst thing was when I was playing on the sorcerers afterward, I found a +1 bow with attack speed, and I was like, really?
Nice.
Really?
Nice.
Yeah. Now, trying to think any other questions. For endgame maps and stuff.
What is this comment even? No rest for the wicked. Having rarities in armor not only on weapons is a big win and should be a lesson for other Souls-likes. No one gives a fuck about what stats the gloves have on your character build is like 80% of your weapon in most cases feels silly and to have so many cool unique armor pieces and all they do is have defense and very rarely any unique effects. I mean, there's I don't even care about like the punctuation and so on, but like, what is he even trying to say? What do you mean rarities in armor and not only in weapons? Huh? What do you mean there's no rarities and this is such a brain dead comment, holy fuck.
There's not going to be any scours or at all.
Yeah, no scours.
So
it's like your average Diablo 4 player or something commenting here, I don't know.
Trade maps with each other then? Or will there just be maps that you break?
I don't see why they wouldn't be able to do that. And okay, well this is the question. Should there be mods on maps that completely brick the map to the point where you'd never want to try it again? This is actually a question that we talked about, and I don't think we finished having that conversation. It's kind of an interesting one, but ultimately, yes, the scour thing means that there might be maps where you're like, you have to, you could never play against that map.
Yeah.
In that case, trading it is probably the right answer. We've talked a little before about how PoE 2 will have a different trading system, so ideally that will not be like
it's
a problematic
action RPG.
But yeah, like that is something that I could imagine people doing.
Yeah.
True.
And map sustain is honestly one of the trickiest things in the universe to balance. Like, it is so easy to go over the line one way or the other and to completely destroy the
Yeah, the map sustain system is interesting in a way. I feel like sometimes like PoE just like creates systems for the sake of creating systems, and the map sustain economy is arguably one of them. Like why does an ARPG even need that?
The feeling of how things are. So
yeah, I mean, strangely for me, I
mean with trade it makes sense, I guess.
This is a very unpopular opinion. People would lynch me for saying this, but I actually love map sustain when there was a
why not? It's just not fun. Like it just seems weird.
Where you would be mostly around tier 11s and 12s, and sometimes go up to tier 15s as a treat.
I agree.
Yeah, and then that now.
As you just open a map. Yeah, but what's wrong with like just opening a map? Then you have LE, right? I mean, it's the only reason in PoE that you like clear the map for longer than the objective because of map sustain. Like maybe there should be like other reasons why you want to like clear the map.
You're perma-sustaining tier 16s and have 200 spare. I'm like, But I do see the other side of the argument too. Like, is there a need for map sustain to be the exciting part of the argument?
I think that it was healthier back then.
Yeah,
I think it was.
There were less exciting things in the game back then.
Sure.
Yeah.
But it was healthier, I think, in that regard. So yeah.
Yeah.
That is like, look, like, I don't know where we're actually going to end up because it's going
You invest currency to get back currency. I mean, I don't know. You invest time to play the game and then to get currency by playing the game and investing time. Maybe I'm like too casual to understand this concept. But
like 14 hours of arguments about this in the office about this particular topic, but at the same time, like I definitely like. There's just this thing: people really don't like it when they have to go back into it, and it's very hard to convince someone to like that.
Yeah.
Even though I think it is ultimately healthier, but you know, it's a tough
100%. I think I'll have a last question there with the gambler because I can't remember what the answer was, and I was looking at it a lot. Can you get unique items from the gambler?
You can. Okay. You can.
Awesome. Well, honestly, I especially.
But like, if you run out of maps, can't you just like? Wasn't there like the map shop where you can just like buy the maps?
Have a blast on the Ranger. Did not enjoy my time on the Sorceress as much. I definitely hope to see some balance changes there.
For sure.
And honestly, like that's the thing. Like it was entirely a numbers thing, and not having items. So very fixable issues.
Yes.
And yeah, thank you so much for inviting me out here. Thank you so much for doing an interview, and looking forward to see more of PoE 2 and all the stuff coming.
Thanks for coming.
Cool. Who's this? Ben? Oh, why are we watching Ben? Oh, because like something. Oh yeah, because they hosted Ben, I guess, or something. So we react to Ben reacting to Alcazar's gameplay.
And that was when my guy was like really strong. My first time seeing it, so I had no idea what the was. I'm gonna unmute myself because it's cringe. But like,
Wait, did he also? Oh wait, does Ben have a YouTube? I mean, he has, right? Everybody has that. You lose all the other resources you invest. I mean, yeah, you like juice the map, right? You like use the resources you invest to juice the map. Makes sense. But I mean, couldn't you just have like the maps themselves be free and like just unlocked like via paths, and then you can just like use the currency to juice the maps, but like the maps themselves are like, you know, infinite, kinda. And if you don't like certain mods on a map, you just like reset that map with a scouring orb or something like that. Like, I feel like there's like too many layers going on and some of them are redundant. Enter, leave, enter, leave. Why? Your favorite types of maps are completely SF? Yeah, like why do they even exist then? That's like the thing, right? Kinda. Like apart from like you already have like the web system, right, where you like unlock like new maps and stuff, I think. Or shit. What's the current like mapping system like? They changed it like 5 times as well, I feel like. So I can sell maps. Yeah, I guess trade is like the. I don't think like, I mean, yeah. I don't have the PoE brain to understand why you need to sell maps. Like I don't see a world where like selling maps is ever fun to me personally. Like it's just not a fun mechanic in my brain. I don't see where there's like ever any enjoyment in my life that I need. Noob question, do I have to farm Ashes of Mammoth areas to get items from Ashes of Mammoth expansion? No, you just have to buy the expansion and you can get those like drops globally, unless it says like it drops from like a specific mob type, otherwise it's a global drop. You're gonna be vegan SF?
Really? or like one flat roll, or you could use a couple altars and shit on it, or like maybe like one essence, like in all of Act 1. Probably.
Okay, let's look at this PoE noob's take, right?
So I was lucky enough to be able to fly to LA and try out
Yeah, okay, cool.
class I played and everything that I can remember basically from this. I also have some footage I'm showing you in the background that I will pair with the conversation at hand. The game opens up with 3 different classes that you can play. There was sort of a ranger, so I was like, give me the character that's got a mace and a shield. That seems for me. And part of the reason I picked that is because they announced while I was there that the warrior actually had a new mechanic that was being showcased, where the shield itself, you could hold the right click. I was using W.
You can Gloom Void for all day for nothing then? Yeah, okay, so if you look at Gloom tools, right? If you look at any item here, I don't know, like any item. If it says Ashes of Mammoth down here, this only means that you have to own the expansion, nothing else. If you look at, for example, this item here and it says dropped from, then this means this item can only drop from this type of enemy. But this down here means nothing. This just means you have to have the expansion to enable the drop. But if it doesn't say like dropped from, if it says nothing down here, then it's a global random drop and can drop anywhere. You can get it like from a rock in Act 1, you can get it like from some like Uber boss as well, basically, some Celestia boss at the end of the game. Doesn't matter. Like it's technically like a global random drop. Yeah, it doesn't mean that you have to farm there. Just means that you have to have the expansion. Like it basically like means this expansion added the item to the drop table. That's what it means.
Right click, point where the cursor is going, and your character would hold the shield up and actually block all projectiles and damage.
Wait, what? Why did Al-Qaeda not play this? He's just playing Ooga Booga.
The right click, I was a new mechanic that was being showcased, where the shield itself, you could hold the right click. I was using WASD movement. You could hold the right click.
Yo, that's sick.
Where the cursor is going,
like actual blocking.
Hold the shield up and actually block all projectiles and damage coming from that direction. And you had this bit of a stamina bar that allows you to absorb damage.
That's what this bar is for. Like, why did nobody talk about this?
Up to a certain point, then you get sort of staggered backwards. So it was a really cool way of avoiding damage that I thought I would like quite a bit. I ended up
That's so fucking cool, dude.
Out of the shield to a two-handed weapon because I realized there's the spacebar dodge roll that gives you iframe.
Okay, and then he proceeded to just like play two-handed bonk as well. Okay.
And I almost felt dumb for having the shield and blocking everything when I can just dodge roll out of the way and still have movement happening at the same time. So I ended up just ending up with a two-handed mace regardless. But I do think the shield was quite cool. In fact, you can even shield rush charge with the shield that allows you to block projectiles while you're rushing.
I mean, it's like a mechanic that they added like apparently like for this build. So it's like very fresh. So like its usefulness is still to be determined and it might maybe even get removed again. Right, so this is a very much like work in progress kind of mechanic that...
With the shield, really cool mechanic with the warrior. So if you're somebody who likes a sword and shield or a sword and board style, then you are probably going
She's a strong
to like
PoE 1. I mean, this is like a totally different
Plus,
mechanic though, right?
The
Like,
weapon swap mechanics in Path of Exile 2 is a big focal point in the game.
This is a different,
then you
like,
probably have
completely
a two-handed
different.
weapon and a sword and board style, and you can swap between them depending upon if you need sword and shield or if you're just trying to DPS.
He said it's like a marauder only mechanic, like warrior only mechanic. Like maybe it like only works for certain classes.
Now, right off the bat, the game opens up and it is difficult from the get-go. I don't know if they had the difficulty pretty high or if I'm just bad or if this is the way that is intended, but the potions do not refill from killing normal monsters. You only refill them from...
I mean, everybody can do everything, yeah, that's true. I mean, everybody can have like rage as well and stuff like that, right? It's just like another bar that like gets activated. Like just how like Berserker gets like rage, but like also other classes can have rage as well.
Magic and rare monsters. And also when you die, then you have to respawn at a checkpoint or in town. And when you do that, it respawns all of the minions on the map. So any of the progress that you would have made walking forward on that map would have been wiped out when you respawn. Meaning that you need to be able to progress.
Dude, how do you even play shield block without WASD though? How do you play directional blocking without WASD?
Through the map with your character at hand in order to be able to
Why the
continue,
respawns? Because they want the
otherwise
game to
if you
be
die, you're
like
gonna
Dark
have to do it
Souls
all
and
over
harder.
again. Now, while this might sound somewhat annoying, I actually ended up quite liking this mechanic because first of all, it feels like a little bit of accomplishment when you beat the map in one go without like dying, getting halfway through. Okay, now I only have to
You
do
play
the
like
back
Brawl in
half
the
on
League.
this life. You do have to beat the map sort of as intended. On the other side,
And it depends how it works, right? Depends how it works. Brom E. I mean, yeah, if you make it work like that, like you press it once, has like a fixed duration, and it's like in one direction, right? But like with WASD, it's like totally different, right? You can like you know, block, unblock, 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 right, all the time, right? It's like it would be totally different. Like mechanically, it would like work totally different with WASD compared to like mouse, right? Like click to move. So, I mean. They could make it work like that. Like they could make it have like basically be like two different, totally different mechanics depending on like how you play. But it seems
of it, it almost had like this
a bit
built-in
weird
catch-up
to me.
mechanic where if you are dying and having to reset the map and do it over and over again in the axe, then you're getting more experience and the loot that comes with that, and eventually you're sort of caught up and there won't be a problem. And eventually I got to the
Yeah, if you play like point and click and then it like always faces the cursor, it's gonna suck, right, for point and click then compared to WASD, right? I mean, it's still gonna be like somewhat useful, but it's gonna be like way worse than like with WASD for sure. I mean,
point
another
by
mechanic
Act
that's like
2
way
where I was
worse.
just one-shotting almost everything, stun-locking the bosses, and just
Yeah, like it's like two fundamentally like different like movement designs which affect many things of the game, right? You can ultimately like just choose what to play, but like
comboing stuff out with the two-hand.
I feel like WSD is like better for. I mean, so far I think it's better for everything.
Mace, and I felt really.
And you gotta like
really
balance
strong.
around like
In the
one of the
beginning,
two
it was
movement
rather
sets, right?
difficult, and I feel like I needed those extra levels. One other thing I noticed that I did not like when I was testing the game was the consistent having to go back to
But then again, I guess like PoE is just a big sandbox, and PoE 2 is gonna be like sandbox 2, so.
town to get the potions. For instance, the sorceress was having this problem I was noticing with mana. People kept having to go back to town and they were complaining about, man, I have to go back to town and get mana all the time. Whereas a warrior, I was having this with HP because I'm always up there in the front taking damage. I'm going to need to go back to town to get health potions. So it felt very disruptive because you have like a casting animation you do. It's no longer an instant portal. So because of that, I'm having to like wait for an opening to cast the animation during the boss fight so I can go back to town and click on the well to refill the potion. This seemed like
This is a little cheesy, honestly, right? Like with the, you can do it during boss fights, but you have to like get through the animation. So like depending on like what boss you're fighting, how many ads there are, you get interrupted or you don't get interrupted, right? It's a bit. It's like PoE 1. I mean, PoE 1 is like you just click on the thing, right, and that's it.
like fairly unique.
Like you just click on the Tom portal and then it's instant. It's like way different, I think. It's way different.
Unanimous feedback from almost everyone involved in the test as far as I could tell, so this is probably going to change, I would imagine, before launch. Something I liked for sure was that the game definitely seemed to explain things better than Path of Exile 1.
Yeah, like just simply removing the portal during boss fight would be a cleaner solution of it. Like I don't even care about like better or not better, but like for gameplay flow, I think the other thing is like how can you disengage from a boss fight? Like say you're playing hardcore, right? You're in a boss fight and you fucked up and you want to disengage. Right? How did like there needs to be like a way to give people the opportunity to like make the call, okay, I wanna go out of here, right? I wanna disengage somehow. Like just dying when you think you can still go and then die because of like being overconfident is fine, but like dying when you are like at a spot where you're like, okay, I want to go, I want to leave, right? I want to leave, I want to leave, right? And you just simply can't get the animation through of the portal. It's just weird. Because like it's gonna be like so different for like different bosses as well. Like on some bosses it's gonna be like so easy to like log out, and others it's gonna be like super hard depending like how fast they attack and like what interrupts you and what doesn't interrupt you, right? Like right now it's like a bit somewhere in between, right? I think what I would, for example, like more, especially like with hardcore in mind, right, is that the town portal is instant, but if you use the town portal, the boss fully heals. Or like you can go out, but you can't go back in, stuff like that, right?
In the beginning, the concepts in the game were
So like using town portal is basically the same as dying on softcore, but in hardcore it's like a way to reset the fight without dying.
Themselves to you. For instance, the bosses, if it has an unblockable attack, were flashing red, so you know your shield ain't going to be able to block that. That is.
But then you have the problem with the pots, right? Where like in some instances you want to like go back to refill your pots. But I guess you just make it so that you can't refill pots. Yeah, I think that's... I like that more than like... Because like currently, right, like if you run out of pots, right, you have to like try to cheese by like using the portal, like by somehow like getting the animation of the portal through, and then like go back to get like to the well and like refill your pots, right? I think instead like portal should just like reset everything. Like it's instant, but you like reset the fight. Yada yada yada, right? Yeah, Elden Ring has limited pots too, and you can't just like reset it, right? Like if you can only reset pots by basically resetting the world, right? There's like some other mechanics, but like mostly it's just like by resting, right?
An unblockable attack, and that's a mechanic that's in a lot of games. So some of these were fairly intuitive from the beginning. Some of them were not intuitive, however. For instance, the way skill gems work. You right-click on a uncut gem, you can cut it into a gem, you get to pick, and that was all fine and dandy. But then the skill gems themselves...
Oh, you can't... Wait, why was Alec able to like click on the others and he isn't? Why does it say unknown for him?
You get to pick, and that was all fine and dandy. But then the skill gems...
Oh, because I think... Oh yeah, because he's clicking on classes that aren't implemented yet, right? Alec was like clicking on Ranger and stuff. Ranger, Shadow, and so on, I think. Like those had skill gems.
For the warrior, were locked to...
Oh no, Alec was looking at support gems. Yeah. Maybe, I mean, it's so early alpha, like it's hard to tell like how locked you are into like certain choices or not.
Individual weapons, meaning I had a lot of mace
I mean, they in the alpha were like locked into like gems specific to their class, basically.
By time,
but it might be different later.
By time I was like level 10, 15, etc. So when I got like a good axe drop, I was like, oh, awesome, log in, boys, I got a good axe. But then I go to equip it, and suddenly I have 0 usable skills, because all of my abilities are for the mace, and I didn't really know what I could do about that. I just kind of stuck to mace the whole time because I couldn't recut my gems and I didn't have any extra gems. So there were some things that feel fundamentally either ill-explained or were not intuitive. Most of those things, however, were related to either the UI or understanding how the skills work, etc. But the thing that was the most intuitive was the combat. The bosses make sense when you are fighting them. You can tell, okay, this is where the hitbox is. This is where I'm supposed to avoid. You can understand what the mobs that you're fighting are about to do. They are very fairly telegraphed. So I felt like the combat, in my opinion...
Wait, is he like parrying?
They are very fairly telegraphed. So I felt like...
What is this?
Mobs that you're fighting are about to do. They are very fairly telegraphed. So I felt like the combat, in my opinion, was some of the most enjoyable combat that I've had.
Or was it just lag?
Any ARPG. It's almost what I was hoping Diablo combat that I've had in almost any ARPG. It's almost
it was like block into
very fairly telegraphed. So
I mean, there's like a lag here,
I
right?
felt like the combat,
There it
in
is.
my opinion,
Maybe it's just lag, I don't
was
know.
some of the most enjoyable combat that I've had in almost any ARPG. It's
I
almost
like
what I
triggers
was
the stun,
hoping
right? But
Diablo 4's gameplay was going to be like slow.
not sure if
dark,
lag or
and
like
gritty.
intended, like,
Now,
you know,
I
like stun
actually
frame.
enjoyed this a lot because it felt more methodical. The word that I would use is intentional. It seems like the game wants you to have intentional movement. Think about every action you're actually performing in the game. For instance, when I'm
Dude, the
playing
block
Warrior,
seems...
there was
Dude, why
literally
was I
every
kind of not
action
playing
you're
block?
actually performing in the
You
game.
can like block so
For
much
instance,
damage, I
when I'm playing
think.
the Warrior, there was
Kinda
literally
crazy.
one ability that took 2.32 seconds in order.
I mean, I know why he didn't play shield, right? Because he didn't play WASD, so he was like, no, fuck shields.
One Mississippi,
Unplayable, right?
2 Mississippi, 3, and that's how long it took to even get that ability out. And I caution away from saying this.
He's
but
talking
it
about
reminded
Sunder.
me mostly of Ruthless in Path of Exile 1. The drops were definitely fewer and far
Yeah,
between.
it's like
though,
Ruthless
but
drops
by
for
the time I
sure.
started to progress in Act 2, they started to pick up quite a bit more. So I think that was only an early game thing.
Dude, this shield charge thing is pretty cool
was
as well.
Definitely much more. Each of the pack of mobs were dangerous. It wasn't just like, okay, I have to fight 50,000 mobs to get to the next map. Let me just blow through them. I was thinking about each one of the fights. Well, at least until Act 2, when I got a two-handed mace, some skill points on the tree, and I started literally one-shotting everything with my two-handed mace. It just took a few good rows. So I think you're only going to feel that way, and it's going to feel slow while you're learning the game in the first act and a half. Once you get some items, you're sort of back to blasting already. So if you're worried that Path of Exile 2 is going to be a completely different experience, you're not just going to be able to shred mobs, etc. I think it's only going to be that way until you get your character more built out.
I'd assume they
For
give
me,
like a
the
little bit of
highlight
both
being
and
able to
the...
play it was very easily the bosses. The bosses themselves were all
But I don't know.
fundamentally unique. Each of them had their own personalities. Each of them had their own combat style. Each of them had their own mechanics in which I had to learn. And until I was able to like stun lock them with the two-handed mace, they actually all felt decently difficult. Jonathan Rogers said in one of the interviews that he wants people to die twice and that the third time they are able to defeat the bosses. And that does seem very apparent when you actually play the game. It seems like that has been tuned to make you die a couple times to figure it out. And then you go and you're like, okay, I got it this time. And then you can avoid the mechanics, etc. as you go through. The boss fights felt difficult, but fair. They are also very well themed. There was one boss fight where the guy turns into a wolf and then he's running around the map and has other minions that come out with him. And that seemed really cool. There was a boss that was like an executioner that is using a giant axe, and he actually starts the fight by chopping off the head of somebody and then coming at you with an axe. So there's all kinds of different style of bosses, and there's over 100 unique bosses in Path of Exile 2. And if all
Over
of them were at
100
the level
bosses.
what I
Take
saw
notes,
just going through
D4.
the first two acts, that is actually
Not
gonna be
just
fairly
150
impressive. They
dungeons
released
and
a lot of new
5 tomb
information
lords.
when I was there. One of it, in fact, was that there's actually mounts coming to the game, which is a cool little thing that got snuck in. You can actually run and attack from the top of a mount. So if you're a ranger with a bow, you can literally cast bow shots while you're riding on a mount, and that was completely new. But they also showed how interactions work in the game. So for instance, you can lay like toxic spores on the ground as a ranger, and then if you activate the spores with your own poison, then they turn into like poison mines. You can have flowers that shoot out tentacles and
One
attack the
soulful tomb
monsters
lord.
around there, but you can actually poison and shoot the flower itself, increasing the amount of poison that the flower has when it attacks everybody. There's a lot of built-in combo-based mechanics that make individual moves interact with each other that is very different than the style of Path of Exile 1. In Path of Exile 1, I feel like I'm picking an ability, ramping in, jacking it to the tits to make it as strong as I possibly can so it one-shots everything on the entire screen. Whereas in Path of Exile 2, and again, the word comes back to intentional, I feel like I'm getting mobs together, grouping them up for a combo, laying down combo 1, piecing it together with combo 2.
I mean, it seems like what they were playing in the Alpha, right, was like Act 1 and 2, and that's it. So obviously it's going to be slower gameplay.
Very different way of approaching the combat than I have seen.
Maybe like a bit
in
of
the
Act 3 as
original
well.
game. In fact, when I'm fighting the bosses, one of the things I'm looking at is the stagger bar. When I'm playing my two-handed
Which also
mace,
makes me
I'm
think
slowly staggering.
that the game really does need like another half of a year,
and building up
because otherwise it's gonna release with like 3 acts or something.
Animation of them staggering backwards when you actually fulfill that stagger bar, which gives you an opportunity to further attack them safely because they are staggered. So I found the game itself to be much more interactive in each of the combat scenarios, as opposed to just spam the one button and stay out of the red circle. It ends up becoming like, let me worry about the stagger bar, let me worry about the combo, let me dodge the combos that the bosses are doing. I actually felt like the combat in Path of Exile 2...
Is this AC? Why is this thing like fluttering? Right, this thing is like moving in the background.
That the bosses are doing. I actually
It's like his AC or something?
Combat in Path of Exile 2 has probably been my favorite combat out of any ARPG so far. And if I was comparing the
like the AC from somewhere like blowing at this picture.
To any other ARPG, I would have a hard time doing it. It actually reminded me more of No Rest for the Wicked, which is closer to a Souls-like game than anything. Now, this might sound, if you're a PoE 1 player, like it is almost totally different, but I think this is mostly at the start of the game. You do still have the way itemization works. You can
by the end of Act 2, I think you did, yeah, Makoto.
Throw crazy DPS stats, and I was getting like double my DPS when I got the new weapon upgrade. So you're going to be blasting through at the higher acts, no doubt. But in the beginning of the game, the impact of each of the individual fights and the boss fights felt difficult.
Yeah, PoE 2
just really strong
puts like different weighting on like combat.
Was
like it's more like a mix of PoE 1 and Dark Souls, right?
Maybe I thought, oh, that was a cool, well-designed boss fight. But then what I'm doing, my part in the boss fight, would be like extremely boring. And
it's like more about actual like combat and combat skill than like just getting the numbers right and then blasting.
The audio and the music
at least
is very good.
Early
the
on.
Impactfulness and the theme of each of the boss fights are very good, and they're all fairly unique. So I have high praise for the boss fights. They're definitely going to have to do some balancing, though. I got to a point where my two.
And if you want to like modernize a game and like actually like have a game like look and feel cool and
issues with them getting
not just be like exploding pixels, then I think
multiple times while I was there.
That's the way to go. But then again, it might like appeal to like different type of players.
Stuff that will be fixed upon release of the game, and I'm sure it's going to be much more flushed out. I do want to take a moment to mention that WASD felt a lot better than I thought it was going to feel. There are some complaints about hotkeys, and that would be true.
Kinda, yeah, kinda. And I feel like it's a numbers game, right? Like maybe like Act 1 and 2 should be like a bit easier, and then like after that, like the game should be a bit harder, or like the scaling, the power scaling of the player should be like not.
I'm sure that you could use an MMO mouse, but not everyone may want
crazy
to do
ramping
that.
up.
So
I don't know.
using WASD while trying to use like Q, E, R, T, etc. might
But then
be
again,
somewhat
it
difficult.
always like depends on like what you pick in the skill tree, right?
You're also moving, but the way the WASD works with your character facing where your mouse is pointed, that's actually quite important for things like shields, for instance, and felt correct. It felt like I was strafing as opposed to just like keyboard turning in World of Warcraft, for instance. So WASD felt significantly better than I thought it was going to, and it makes sense now why Jonathan Rogers...
I mean, currently in PoE 1, right, like once you get to library, it's like your power level is like it's like going through the roof and to the moon, right? Like once you get like all skill gems, it's like
almost everybody internally has been
complete
using
joke
over there as
compared
well,
to like
because
before
it
that
feels
point.
very smooth. So a moment here to talk about
Maybe
in-game
earlier
towards the
now,
end of
yeah.
this video. They did not show us the in-game while I was there. We got about 4.5 hours of gameplay that we were allowed to do, and during that time, people were making
like all the heralds, I guess.
Part of the way through Act 2. I don't think
It's
anyone
like
actually made it to
too
Act
much
3,
like power.
and they did not show us footage of the in-game. So
Kinda.
as it currently stands, the only thing that I'm aware of is the early game of Path of Exile, and we are awaiting information on the in-game. It did seem, however, that going into Act 2, the gear drop started to ramp, my damage started to ramp, I started to feel much stronger very quickly, and so I'm sure that is
How do
going
you
to
play a
carry through the
WASD
progression
game?
throughout the acts, and as we get more towards in-game, we might actually end up seeing more of that Path of Exile 1 style of mapping and blasting
You can like,
through, as it did seem
unless you have like a
leading.
MMO mouse, right? You can like only like use 2 buttons, like 2 skills while moving. I gotta prepare and battle right,
The beginning
yeah.
of the game is definitely going to be slower than you're used to. Overall, I enjoyed my time playing Path of Exile 2. I was looking forward to Path of Exile 2, but
Or
after
just
actually
play
playing it,
controller,
I'm
right?
looking forward to it even more. Now, I think that they're going to have some announcements related to Path of Exile 2 as of the posting of this video, so hopefully we'll actually get some more information about the game that they did not share with us at the event. But as of today, I'm very optimistic about Path of Exile 2, and I will be looking forward to playing in any of the bases.
Add some foot pedals as well, yeah.
It's too early to give it some 1 out of whatever, 10, you know, etc. So at this stage,
like foot pedals are like unironically not a bad idea, yeah.
Optimistic, looking forward to it.
Buy like a driving wheel as well, right? For WAC move, you just use a wheel.
I think most people are going to like it, and it looks like it's more accessible in terms of the Jimro player base, as opposed to only being really made for Path of Exile 1 players. I think this is going to be a game that many style of ARPG players could enjoy. I also think that the difficulty is probably fairly high from the testing that we had, and that probably will be, I would assume, nerfed a little bit by the time the game actually comes out, as this seems to be consistent with most of the Path of Exile 2 gameplay that we have.
I mean, double joystick is just controller, right? Basically.
I've seen people test already. It seemed like the difficulty was fairly high, so I'm curious to see if they do keep that level, because I think a lot of people might be frustrated from the beginning.
Joystick and mouse.
Gaming journalists and etc. there that I think literally ended up just giving up on Act 1 and some of the bosses. So I'm curious to see whether or not that does maintain its difficulty.
Joystick, mouse, and foot pedals might be like the best in slot way to play PoE 2, honestly. Right? Joystick for movement, mouse for aiming, left click, right click on the mouse, right? Or like MMO mouse, right? And then like foot pedals for other skills. And you also have like other skills on the joystick as well, right? I mean, the thing is like with WASD, right? Like with normal keyboard mouse settings, you can like easily have left and right mouse button be like the skills that you want to like use while moving, right? But once you have like more than those two, like when you press like Q and E and so on, like to actually like, or like potions as well, right? The moment you press like a potion, it's like a little awkward, right? Especially when you have to like press 5 fucking potions like in PoE 1, right? Like, I don't know. You can use spacebar as well for like a potion, maybe, I guess. Anyway. Space is dodge. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, right? Wait, does Sneaky have like a different channel for like Sneaky... like Sneaky PoE? Sneaky Power of Exile? Because like Sneaky LOL only has like LOL content, I feel like. I write Sneaky Path of Exile on YouTube and I get a video from Double Lift. Was Double Lift at the event? No, right? I'm pretty sure only Sneaky was there. PoE clips disappeared 1 year ago from Double Lift. 300 views. Wait, what? Double Lift talks about PoE community more toxic than LOL. I don't know about that. Wait, who's this? Juices? Who's Juices? Do you guys know Juices? Apparently Juices has a video.
Till dead.
The reasons that
Well, okay, it's just like 8 minutes and like
better, it's mechanically
root bow.
to use significantly improves the new player experience by seamlessly integrating tutorials, like pausing the game.
It does all the voiceovers. I can see why.
Until you press a life blast.
He has a pretty giga chat voice, not gonna lie.
That has a video tutorial for each skill gem. so you have a better idea of which one to choose.
Solar Orb repeatedly unleashes explosions in a small area.
Yes.
Amen. Amen. Everything I know.
Wait, he's playing crossbow ranger. Let's go. Should roll, should roll, should roll. Why is he rolling so much? Just use WASD, dude. Wait, is he playing point and click? What is this? Why is he rolling after every shot? Dude, this reminds me of like Demon Hunter in Diablo 3. When you pick the one skill that like gives you an automatic like backflip. The enemy shields also block projectiles, right? That's they have the same mechanic as the player. It's a jagged ground effect. Fortune. Interesting. Earthquake support. Wait, why is he showing the same again? He's playing the entire act just like shoot roll, shoot roll, shoot roll. Oh my god. It's not faster than running. No, it's not. I mean, it's okay. It's faster than like running and shooting at the same time, but it's also less
Ice
DPS.
Nova unleashes a ring of ice around your character. It has a high chance to freeze enemies, but deals low damage. Use it if enemies get too close. Flame Wall burns enemies in a line.
Like I don't. It works for him. I wouldn't say that it worked, but breaking the game. That's why it's only 8 minutes left. Oh well. Ben has a video. Yeah, wait, yeah, true. Let's watch the Ben video. Ben, PoE.
So recently I was given the privilege of playing the Path of Exile 2 beta in LA for a little event over the last weekend in March. This beta was a little different than the versions that we've previously seen. The versions we saw at ExileCon in the past were like these preset characters that had all their skills and gear like predetermined at a certain level in a certain part of the campaign, and you just play it from that point. Here we had the ability to play from level 1 and go through the game as you would when it actually comes out and experience it properly. You get to pick kind of your skill gems, you get to, you start with the gear, and you're just playing through the quest state as normal. One of the first things they showed us when they got us all together was a demo of Octavian playing the 3 classes that we could choose from that day. And the first thing I saw was on Ranger, you can kind of just attack while moving with like pretty much everything. You like maintain your current momentum when you're using like mouse movement, and with WASD movement you can just control where you're going the entire time at a reduced speed, which is really awesome. And when I first saw that, I knew instantly I was going to play Ranger. I wasn't going to mess around with the melee guy at all, because like he could move while shooting a bow. Like what more do I need to say, right? The way the skill system worked, it kind of felt like because this is just the demo version of the game, we were kind of being kept on rails
What?
a little bit. Like for Ranger,
No, he
for
plays
example,
WSD for
you
sure.
have two pretty clear choices. You can go down like a lightning arrow path on your gem selection, or you can go down
Oh, wait.
like a chaos section. I chose lightning because lightning uses lightning arrow, and lightning arrow is sick. I love that skill. Just more satisfying sounds and all that, as you can see. The current skills I'm using is...
Wait, is he stutter stepping? Yes, it's weird, yeah.
Which is kind of the core of where a lot of the damage comes from. And on Q we have something which I think is called Stormcaller Arrow, which just like shoot an arrow into a target, and then it gets Stormcalled. It's, you know, it's Stormcaller Arrow, and has a super high shot chance. The cool thing about Lightning Rod is you basically put a rod on the ground, and then if any lightning skills chain to that rod, it'll explode for area damage around it. And that's kind of where a lot of the pack clear comes from. Is like putting down lightning rods and then shooting
Maybe, yeah.
with lightning arrows. Here I'm using Snipe because this monster is lightning and shock resistant. Snipe is an interesting skill. It requires you to release it at the exact right time. You'll notice I'm doing like no damage with these hits because I'm not releasing it properly. But here I think we're gonna get it one good shot in, and it like does like way more damage, guaranteed crit, knocks it back and stuns it. Like you have to release Snipe exactly when it full charges. If you overcharge it, it does nothing. If you undercharge it, it does nothing. Right there, I also did it properly. Like once you get the timing down, it's actually really high damage, high burst, but it's super high mana cost. So I didn't use it too much in this run because it requires you to stand still and channel, and you know it's still Path of Exile. Standing still, it's not ideal. Here we get Barrage. Barrage. If I knew how to play the game at this point, my character would have instantly been super strong. But I kind of, you know, wasn't really doing the proper rotation, the proper abilities. The way Barrage works is, it's not a support gem or like an active attack like it was in Path of Exile 1. Here, it buffs your next attack to repeat and fire arrows sequentially. So, I think it also can consume frenzy charges to like add more repeats. I didn't generate frenzies in this build. Frenzies are a little harder to come by, and they do different things in Path of Exile 2. I didn't have time to figure out how to get them in. Here we're gonna see a little mini boss. This is the middle of Act 1, and this guy actually gives the first uncut support gem that you get access to. You can drop support gems before this point, but this is when you get to choose, and it's really when you kind of get some good agency in how you want your character to play. After this, if you had a preset plan on how to play the character, you would reach like your maximum power level right after killing this guy and getting multi-proj, which you'll see why later.
Holy.
And I mean, this is like a middle of Act 1 boss, like a Brutus equivalent, and you can see he has way more abilities. He's got this little like frontal like slam where he slams in front, slams behind. He's got these little ghost guys flying everywhere. He's got ranged attacks. He's got all kinds of different mechanics. And this is like the 6th boss I think I fought at this point, and they all are way more involved than the Path of Exile 1 campaign bosses are.
Oh yeah, I mean,
for the majority,
say you're standing here, right? You just left click here, and while the character's moving here, you just right click here, right? And the character like keeps moving to where you last sent your last left click command to, and during that time you can like just right click here and attack. Yeah.
This fight, I'm kind of just
That's pretty sick, yeah.
Arrow because it just does the most damage. I did a lot of testing with like, do we drop like 3 lightning rods on the ground and press like some lightning arrows or like whatnot, but like that would require the boss to be stationary for a long period of time, and after doing a lot of testing on prior bosses, I kind of just came to the conclusion that at this point on the character, just using Stormcaller Arrow non-stop was best, and it was. But that changed the moment I got
mobile working. I mean,
next level 9. I can't actually.
when you all board in MOBAs, right? Like the moment you attack, you stand still.
I'm just looking at a
This is different.
Herald of Thunder is sick.
It's still like proceeds or like.
For a while. That's like early Act 2.
I said not proceeds. I mean, yeah, like still like proceeds moving to like where you should move.
Oh, we get Escape Shot. This one's huge for avoiding getting surrounded. Escape Shot. So there's no move skills in this game, not like Flame Dash or anything. Escape Shot.
It doesn't override the command. It like remembers the last move command.
But here we get multi-proj, which is huge. Multi-proj is absolutely massive for Lightning Arrow once we get it there. I think I'm gonna do a little bit of testing, some experimenting with it, when I first start using it, trying to figure out the best gym to put it on. So as you can see here, once I click on the Ranger tab, we're gonna see a lot of options. Come on, bud, you got this. Here we go. There's so many choices. So because this is a level 1 support gem, we can only choose the first row, but there's like so much stuff on there that eventually, if I played longer, we'd get access to. Here, I wasn't really sure like why I couldn't put it on Lightning Rod because I can't read, but there's like choices. A lot of multi-proj. Getting escape from not get surrounded. Multi-proj is absolutely tap for.
Wait, when did you have the flask?
Putting at that I have it, and it was at this point on the time and arrows. Yet I think they're sick when I get that later. I don't think we're gonna see that for a while. That's like early act 2. But here with we get escape shot. This one's huge for avoiding getting surrounded. Escape shot. So there's no move skills in this game, not like flame dash or anything. Escape shot's like a disengage. You can use it to not get surrounded. But here we get multi-proj. There, using it, trying to figure out the best with it. Lightning arrow once we get it there. I think I'm gonna do a little bit of testing, some experimenting with it.
Chill and freeze in Unity.
When I first start using it, trying to figure out the best gym to put it on. So as you we get access to here, but the bit here is when you add a support gem to a skill, it adds a requirement based on the support gem. So I don't have enough dex to use 2 dex support gems on Lightning Rod. So I'm like reading the gem tags, trying to figure out why I can't do this. I'm not. I got there eventually. It took me a little bit. And I did a little bit of testing, trying to figure out, like, should I put Lightning Rod or multi-proj on Lightning Rod so I spawn more rods and I can use Lightning Arrow earlier or whatnot. My eventual conclusion was that multi-proj on Lightning Rod is not ideal because it actually reduces the damage of the explosions. So even though you get more rods, they do 1/3 damage, so it's a net even. And I think here in this footage, I've already kind of done that testing and figured it out, that putting multi-proj on Lightning Arrow is ideal, and then using Lightning Rod with like nothing is best. I didn't, this is the first playthrough. I had no idea what to expect, no plans, no anything. So it took me a little bit to properly learn like the art rotation for the character. And you'll notice my guy gets dumpstered. If I get hit by things, I die fast, and that trend is constant throughout all of Act 1, all the bosses. You need to not get hit on this class at least. And there's no life nodes anymore in the game, so you can't really invest in like a lot of defense.
No more life nodes.
That. Oh, I'm getting absolutely surrounded here. This, if I knew how to play the class, I could one-shot this whole pack, but I hadn't gotten there yet.
I mean, that also like explains like why everybody is like specking into pure damage because there's no life to get.
15 monsters that we get there eventually. But if I knew the proper rotation of like lightning rod, kite them over the rods, barrage, lightning arrow, it would just one-shot the pack and it'd be glorious. But I haven't gotten there yet. It's a learning process because there's no phasing and like no like flame dash kind of move skills. You have to be really careful with your movement. Most of my dads weren't included in this footage, for obvious reasons. Some were, but like, it's very easy to just get surrounded and killed. Especially when you play the game as aggressively as I do, where like I'm trying to group things up to AoE things done optimally, fight big packs and all that. It's really easy to get surrounded and killed, which is why escape shot is pretty important for like get out of jump guard to be able to go over monsters. I think Sork or Wizard, I'm not sure what it's called in this one, doesn't actually have access to anything like that early game. And Sork, when I did a small Sork session, I got surrounded and killed like 6 times in the 3rd zone. I was getting obliterated on Sork. It was painful. But Ranger, once you get access to most of the skills, it's pretty strong. You'll see 3 life pots, 2 mana pots, only per 3.
I mean, okay. I think this point we've like
charges for your class for killing
more or less like seen everything.
Only for fighting magic and rare and of course bosses. I think the way boss fights work, it's kind of like Vow Souls, where like you get them as you do damage to them over time or something like that. I didn't really have to go back to town or run out of flasks at all because Ranger mana costs are pretty low, and I had the life flask sustain, so I was kind of vibing, having a good time on boss fights. Talking with some of the other guys there on some other classes, on some of the bosses, and we're gonna show some of those as well, some of the boss fights. Because there was like, I mean, there was like 9 bosses in Act 1, and 2 of them were like really like fun, where like the early campaign bosses are like, you know, it's like Brutus. He punches you, he slams you. And I mean, the graphics in a lot of these zones is just amazing. It's such a, it feels like a real world, and it looks awesome, and these monsters want to kill me, and I think they do, but maybe not in this clip. Towards the end of Act 1, like, look how much damage you take. Like, you just get absolutely obliterated the moment anything touches you, which is why being able to move while shooting and being ranged.
Yeah, I think like,
I instantly chose this.
I don't know, I mean, I do think that the Act 1 monsters, Act 1 trash mobs should maybe like not do that much damage.
And right there, I don't think I've mentioned it yet, but
like in later acts, okay, sure.
Is substantially higher than Path of Exile 1, which I'm super happy about. It's
But Act 1, I don't know.
be, like,
but I mean, that's like mudplots, I guess.
Amazing from the game. Because in Path of Exile 1, to pick up an item, you have to be touching the item. You have to literally be on top of it, pixel perfect on top of it to loot it. In this game, it's using a multiplier isn't really a good example because of how small the range was in Path of Exile 1, but it's like 10 times bigger. Like, you can pick up or interact with things on the ground from like probably the equivalent of like 15 units of Path of Exile 1 if you know what units are. It's really nice. Like, the moment you play it, you'll instantly notice it on the first thing you pick up, and it's so nice. Here, I'm just kind of looking through skill gem stuff. I don't have... I kind of already have everything that I want at this point, so I just like grab some random thing and just don't like use it. I didn't get Moosey Boots the entire time, so my guy's kind of just waddling around. And there's no Quicksilver Flask, so you're kind of just moving at a pretty constant rate the entire time. The back part of Act 1 gets like really dangerous, especially once you get to the final zone. Like, the monsters there are brutal. Like, one of them is like he just like blitzkrieg hooks you and just one-shots you. Like, they're so strong. Ooh, and waypoints pick up by walking near them instead of clicking on them.
Yeah, I mean, you play it with your mouse as you would play Stutter Step, but it's just better, yeah.
Which you can kind of tell the moment you see them. Like, they're these like glowing things. Like I saw that before I even killed one. I was like, oh, that guy's gonna explode. And they're on death, like ground puddles. I think it's mechanics.
What are these flickers?
I think it's mechanics.
What is this? Why is there a green screen in here? You see that? Why is there a green screen?
Like ground puddles. I think it's mechanics.
What? Why is there green flashbang here?
We're just kiting, having a good time. And getting stuck a little bit.
There might be some recording problem maybe.
The shot is so powerful, but it's effectively like a disengage ability. It sends you backwards, not forwards. So to go precisely in one direction, you have to precisely put your cursor in the exact opposite direction, which is a skill that I am not too good at, as is evident by a lot of these clips where I get stuck in corners and stuff.
That crossbow can't shoot while moving, right?
Here, like, we're almost at the end of Act 1, and I finally learned the proper combo, which is put lightning rods.
It's only some of them,
and then use
not all of them.
And lightning arrow. And the way that this works, because we have multi-proj on lightning arrow, is barrage makes those multi-proj sequential, and then it repeats it multiple times. So if you have like one lightning rod on the ground and you shoot one time with one target, you're gonna get like one lightning rod explosion. With multi-proj barrage, you're gonna get like 15 or like some huge number. You just see this like huge explosion, instantly kills the entire pack. It is massive damage when done properly, but it's not that easy to always do properly because like it's like a 1 second like kind of cast time, which you can move while doing it, but it's very easy to like get stunned out of it or to just like aim the wrong direction or mess it up in some way. This kind of thing just gonna take a little bit more grinding, you know, a little more experience to get it properly. This is a nice bow upgrade. I think at this point I'm still using like a level 5 bow. We just ID a big old % increased damage bow. Real nice, real nice. And then I end up getting a much better one at the end of Act 1, which we'll see. But weapon upgrades, you feel them in this game. Like, because I have no auras, no sources.
I think
of
like,
flat damage.
I mean, if you compare like shooting while moving to like any like standing still and shooting, maybe shooting while moving should have like some kind of penalty apart from just like less movement speed. Like maybe it should like have like less accuracy or like less damage or something like that.
So
like I was actually like thinking literally this in the very first video that we watched today.
When you get a weapon that's twice as
Like
big,
if you have the same damage and the same
instantly get double
accuracy, it seems a bit like
Very noticeable.
OP. I don't know.
This final Act 1 zone, the Iron Manor, it's a
Like say there's crossbows that you can't shoot while moving, right? Like why would you ever use them?
it's like a 3-part zone. It's pretty long. We're gonna probably just cut to the boss because this is like a 10-minute zone. It's a long clear. So here I am coming up on the Executioner, which is like probably the Brutus equivalent of like a middle of Act 1 boss. He's kind of brutal.
I mean, in the end, it's a numbers game, right? Like, as long as you give, like, the other stationary things more damage, or, like, other skills that, like, do more damage, or, like, do other stuff, like CC, maybe.
Typical melee guy.
As long as you balance it like that, it's fine.
I'm just hiding him. He has a few mechanics.
I thought, like, not all... I mean, there was, like, a crossbow he was using, right? But, like, when he was using the crossbow here in this video, he wasn't, like, orb walking, right? I think it depends on either the ability or like on the type of crossbow.
Similar, like
sure, exactly.
Battle, like the prior boss had that dropped the uncut support gem earlier. Had like a couple of ghosts and
Might
stuff.
be ability.
So you have to watch out for that. If you're just doing circles around him,
And probably ability rather than item.
Version that goes backwards. He spawns some ads.
It's like the ability has the requirement of like having a crossbow and then like.
That mechanic right there.
Wait, he survived that?
You have to have like some AoE.
Dude, what? He has like literally 1 HP.
That mechanic right there, this is my first time seeing it, so I had no idea what the telegraph was. So basically, he puts like a little circle on the ground, and then summons an anvil that just drops out of the sky. So I guess they're doing like blacksmithing up there or something, and it lands on you and it does a lot of damage. I think it's supposed to just kill you, but my character has.
Oh wait, it's supposed to be an anvil?
It's right there.
I thought it's like a guillotine.
Yeah, he just has an anvil. That's sick. Kill you, but my character has a little bit of life. It's right there.
It's kind of hard to see what it really is.
But
Pretty sure it's like the guillotine, right?
Has a little bit of life.
I mean, he's the executioner, right? It makes more sense.
It's right
like
there.
an anvil would make no sense here. It's like an axe.
It's a little bit of life. It's right there.
I have no idea what it is.
Yeah, he just has an anvil.
Some
Sick.
big metal object.
One thing you'll notice about these bosses is they have under their health bar a progress bar, which is kind of like a stagger mechanic almost. It's not the same really.
Oh.
It's not based on crowd control. It's based on damage. If you do a lot of damage to this boss quickly, it will fill up that bar and then it will stun him. That's a bug. This boss quickly, it will fill up
That's
that
a bug, he
bar
says.
and then it will.
No, it's definitely a guillotine, right? Because it has like a triangle shape. Right, you can see it here. Let me slow this down a bit. Yeah, no, like GGG, like literally, they know what they're doing, right? They're not like using something like off theme here. Yeah, like of course you see the blade here, right? Like this is what it should be. Good job, GG. You didn't disappoint. He just said it's not a stagger bar, and it proceeds to explain how it's a stagger bar. I mean, it's just like a stun bar. Right? I mean, it's like from Wolfson, right? Like, it's like if you fill this bar, enemy gets stunned. I mean, we know this mechanic from like many MMOs or like other RPGs or ARPGs. Like, it's not like a new thing. It's something that PoE didn't have before, but it's not like a new thing.
Stun him. That's a bug. Not actually a bug. That's a skill issue. Sometimes you get hit, and when you get hit, often you die. These characters, like the damage output of monsters relative to the defense that these characters have, is it's hard, you know, it's hard. I think it's intentionally balanced that way for these demos. I don't know if it'll be this difficult when it actually comes out. It might be, who knows. One of the things that's like a little weird is like it's hard. It's been hard to adapt to. Is he just kicked me in the face? Jesus.
Oh, that hit him? Yeah, he was on the AoE.
Right, there's still life minutes.
Not
So
in the
even if you
AoE of like the physical object that fell down, but like in the like red circle on the ground, basically. Right, and like the red circles what counts, I guess, like in the shockwave.
damage to this boss.
It's not a big red circle because it's PoE, right? There's no like last epoch or wolves and telegraphs in this game.
We'll fill up that bar.
But here, right, you see this like white ring of like dust that's being like blown away by the wind from the object that's about to fall down, right?
And then it will.
Right here, this ring here. If you're inside this ring, you basically get hit. And he was like at the edge here.
Stun him.
So he got hit and died.
You get hit, and when you get
Which is debatable. Whether or not like that should be like part of the actual damage box or not.
It's been hard
Since
to
like
adapt to.
technically only the object hits you, right?
He just kicked me in the face.
And the Wait, what?
To adapt to is he just kicked me in the face. Jesus. You don't have life nodes, right? There's no life nodes. So even if you want to invest in like more defense before this boss, you can't really do that through the passage tree in the early game as easily. You need to just like farm more levels so you have more base life and like maybe get like a lucky life mod.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Gear. But you can't just like spec into life nodes to like face tank it. You gotta get the game, you gotta play well, gotta dodge. That's his big old slam. I think that's actually the same slam that
We didn't see this like big fire explosion either when Alcazar, for example, was fighting him. Because I think it's like an ability that gets like unlocked like once it's like half HP or something maybe. Not really, but in Alk's case, right, he was just like he was like sundering him, stun locking him, and then like 2-hit him right after he was like half HP. So he never like got to use the ability.
class.
But here he's like using all the
whatever
abilities.
still has access to. It's like a 3-part charge up slam that does like big damage. I don't think I ever tanked it because it's such a very clearly telegraphed wind up that, you know, just dodge lol. The anvil though is a bit harder to see. Until you like know what to look for. Like if you're just sitting there staring at the boss from range, you might not notice the circle expanding around your character. And then
Wait, does he have like
anvil,
leech
though,
or something, the boss? Or is he just that low DPS? Okay.
My character did a lot of damage in its range, then I have good life sustain, so like it was
A lot
my
of
character was
damage.
set up to succeed. I witnessed I got the frontal backle.
He tanks all the slams.
with the back portion of it.
Mm.
But like thankfully this character just like barely sized most of those damage events. It's not just like pure one-shots. I watched a few other guys fight this boss after I was kind of done playing, and they were having some struggles. Like the Sork seemed like it was a lot harder to reach this level of damage, so the fight was way longer, and it was like Sork doesn't have the life blast sustain nodes that Ranger has, so they had to like teleport out of town to refill life blast charges. It was like a raid boss for them, and I was just running in circles having a good time. Absolutely vibing. So I think the dodge roll actually is an iframe for those kind of damage events, I think. Not this slam.
Hold on, like Ranger can still like sustain like regen life flasks
I was just running in circles having a good
in
time.
fight. Like he gets a charge here, right? Does he get it like just randomly after a timer, or? And I guess that's like the passive that he really has, right? And PoE 1 as well. Isn't that like one where you get like? Oh wait, no, it's a Pantheon thing, right? Where you get like flask charges after a certain amount of time.
Absolutely vibing. So I think the dodge roll actually is an iframe for those kind of damage events, I think. Not
That
this
seems
slam.
really strong here.
But for like normal default attacks, it's kind of like an iframe if you time it properly. I did
Based on
there.
boss HP.
But it's not too hard to stay out of range of this guy and take him down and free the prisoner.
He
However,
died
the
mid-roll
prisoner is
animation
going to
earlier there.
Go me. Final boss
Yeah,
Act 1, which has a very
maybe it was like at the
arena.
end of the roll, and the end of
It's
the
like
roll
some
has normal
tentacle monster in a
iframes. I don't know.
cage. Like, I'm not a lore guy, but I kind of want to know like what are they doing to that thing? Why are they, what's happening? Why are they doing this?
I'll remove your head myself.
And he is a proper boss. This is my first time rewatching this fight since fighting it. When fighting it, I didn't fully like understand every telegraph perfectly, because I think I actually killed him on my first attempt. So I didn't really, you know, have time to learn everything, every single event. He's got some charges, you know, big old cleaves. They don't really one-shot, because, I mean, it's a huge cleave, it shouldn't one-shot. Oh, and it's a werewolf. Yeah, he can turn into a wolf. And then he does that, which my character probably shouldn't be able to tank that, considering how gruesome it sounds, but I'm beefy, I'm strong, I guess. And that, another big old charge that shoots out like arrows to the side. He just called like a meteor from the sky, which I got. This guy has a lot of abilities. And he goes back and forth between like wolf and human form. He wants to open a cage now.
Yeah, now it's like bugged again,
So
right?
that's gonna be. If I didn't have the life plus sustain nodes, this fight would be so much more challenging.
Like he's
But
just bugged
thankfully, I
after
can
half
tank him
HP,
and
but I mean,
spot through it for the most part, we're having a good time.
it is what it is.
She's about to open that cage. Oh, Jesus. So he's transforming into like a...
His HP is locked.
what I think is a permanent werewolf form. And now he's got like a frontal breath.
Yeah, but I don't
and
know.
he's still wearing a sword, or holding a sword while being
It's
a
just so
wolf.
unintuitive.
My guy is a big damn. So he dies pretty fast. He actually has, I think this is going to be the Verana mechanic, I think, from Expedition.
It's like 11
I guess
PoE,
Verana
yeah.
is the Iron Count mechanic from PoE 2. I'm not sure what was created for first.
Yeah, it should
But
just
he spawns
disappear.
mad, goes out into the mist, you know, charges
But like he
through you.
keeps attacking you and stuff. Like it's kind of weird.
I'm getting a lot of life charges back from my ranger node, so like honestly that's like the most OP node on the tree, that, at least that I had access to. You just have so many life charges, you can just tank all this damage, just pot through it, having a great time. Like all these charges, I probably should be avoiding them with dodge roll, but I kind of just tank them and just pot through it. He's got a big old frontal. I think he still has the charge mechanic in this phase. Bro, I think I tanked every single ability on this fight and just didn't care. Just absolutely glorious. Outskilled, truly. I'm using mostly Stormcaller Arrow. I haven't been doing much like lightning rod, lightning arrow stuff here, because this boss is very mobile. It's just kind of hard to set up properly for it. That is so much burst. Jesus. That was a Barrage Stormcaller Arrow combo. Just like 30% of his life. Just absolutely dumpstered. Easily defeated.
I don't know how I feel about like no life on
On to Act
passives.
2.
Oh no,
So
oh
this is a
shit, I
start
still have like archival
back
stuff here? No, this is fuck.
And when you first get here, they don't like you. They think you're
Oops.
weird, and you have to prove yourself.
This is
by
like
killing
Ranger
somebody.
gameplay by Ben.
So we're gonna head over
But
there
yeah,
and
sorry.
do that, or try to. This is actually a fight that they showcased at ExileCon 2 for, I believe it actually was the Ranger that
Forgot
started
to
Act
update
2.
the text. Oops.
And or was it the Sork? I think it was a Sork. Either way, everyone that fought it was getting absolutely obliterated by the hordes of hyenas that come to fight you throughout the fight and when you kill the boss. Thankfully, my class is OP and I have good abilities, so that's not going to be a problem at all for us, I'm sure. The visuals instantly change, the multi-type instantly, very different than the end of Act 1. We're just in like this giant
Yeah, I mean the
desert,
level design
using
is
the same abilities.
great so
I don't
far,
know
for
if I
sure.
have Herald of Thunder.
Monsters, levels.
Herald of Thunder, I was just breezing through just one. I don't have it here. To get to the caravan, start Act 2. Here we are using some Stormcaller Arrows still. Stormcaller Arrow stayed like one of the best single target skills throughout most of this character's lifetime. Well, I say lifetime. It died a lot. So if it was hardcore, it wouldn't have made it very.
I don't know, how do you guys feel about like no life nodes on passives? It seems a bit weird to me.
Play this again, like right now, I probably could do a hardcore Act 1. It'd be pretty slow, but you have to do it really slowly because of this. Like you just, if you walk into a range of monsters as a ranger, you die. Like you get meleeed. Those monsters had haste, you know, you die. here we are coming up on the hyena little mini boss thing. I don't know if he's a hyena. No, he's not. But he has friends that are hyenas. And I'm having a really hard time shooting straight. That's like, so I played with mouse movement this entire time. WASD would make it a lot easier to move while shooting in like a specific direction. But I didn't do it because I am a boomer and I'm so used to mouse movement. I just stuck with it for this entire time. I'll test it out once I can play the game the next time. If you see Swords of Hyenas instantly, I just...
But it's like, if you don't... I mean, you're just gonna like chase life on items more, aren't you? I guess you already did that, but...
Drop the lightning
like
rods,
even more so
do
now.
the barrage lightning arrow, and it just wipes the floor with pretty much all of them that were in range of the rods. And never having a good time doing big damage. We're gonna kill them before you even summon Hyenas again. And when you kill this guy, a swarm comes, a whole lot. Thankfully, I have lightning rods. I'm gonna easily overcome this challenge. And cut that. That didn't happen. And that's Act 2. Well, the start of Act 2, not all of it. Act 2 goes on for much, much longer, but you know, we don't have time to show everything in one video.
Cool. I mean, yeah, it's like removing like one thing of the equation, of course.
Pixel perfect.
Like the one thing that I'm worried about a bit is if you don't pick life, right, you automatically always pick damage usually. Like either damage or utility, I don't know what's there. Flask charge nodes are kind of life, in a way, I guess. Evasion armor exists on the tree, I guess. I don't know, is there like a way to like check out the PoE 2 skill tree right now? It's gonna get changed probably in a way, but it's not public. And it seems like these content creators like aren't really allowed to
summon and row it away, waste even the better part of
like really look at the passive tree either. They like use like their first couple of nodes and that's it, right?
Get that feeling is the
Like until level like 20, 25, which you can reach until then.
Public consumption yet, but it did feel nice to only physical act of playing the class really leans into that. Grade something from the vendor with one of their pre-rolled items that they have. These could be really impactful if... I really liked the gearing side of things on character progression. The amount of loot felt really bang on for what I want to see from the game, where you're getting like 1 or 2 rares from a boss, and that feels like a pretty big win. And those rares have a decent impact when they write for you. It also felt cute how jewelry is quite rare and valuable. I always liked that in Diablo 2. I don't know why, it just makes it feel a bit more special. Getting a nice rare ring or amulet is going to feel really good and probably be a good character upgrade for a while. Crafting resources are certainly limited, but definitely exist. You know, I got several alks and a handful of transmutes through the run that I played. That said, I felt that there should be more augments and regals dropping. I might have just got particularly unlucky in that regard, but those give you those real satisfying upgrade slams, and I think a few more of those through the campaign would be nice. Maybe they don't start kicking in until the later acts, perhaps. Magic and rare items seem to vendor for a good amount of gold. 4 or 5 rare sales usually would give you enough gold to upgrade something from the vendor with one of their pre-rolled items that they have. These could be really impactful if it's like a better weapon, the next tier of bow that they have. These could be really impactful.
Withered Wand of Success grants skill level 4 Chaos Burst.
If it's like a
Ground skill burst shot.
Better weapon, the next tier of bow, for example, with a damage mod, or some
Ground
boost
skill
speed
level
boost.
3 firebolt.
You're also torn between the decision to vendor items.
Was this
for
the case in PoE 1 as well? Did you get like skills from items? No, right?
gold, or actually disenchant them for transmute and alchemy shards. It takes 20 rares in the early game to give you an alch, so no one was really managing to do that in the demo.
Caster weapons give you skills instead.
A few transmutes were doable. I think overall gold felt like the better deal, especially for
Auto
rare
attack
items.
Andes as
It's interesting
casters.
to have the choice. I like that if you need a specific base and want an alch for it, you can work towards that. Obviously, it's pretty early, and it's hard to put my finger on exactly why, but I really liked the gearing overall. Everything felt like it mattered, and I was excited when something dropped. Getting some sweet movement speed boots definitely made a huge difference with the attack while moving. All of a sudden, my gameplay changes from a lot of, like, not quite being able to kite or sidestep enemies while shooting, to being able to do that, right? And that's a big deal. Like, that's a big kind of break point in terms of your character's mobility and power. I'll have to reflect on the gearing a bit more, I think, to figure out...
This video is great because, first of all, it has timestamps, it has like proper chapters. Second of all, he's covering a lot of the stuff,
why it lands so well, but overall it felt really
like many
good.
different topics.
So to sum up a bit and answer my initial question perhaps about whether Path of Exile 2 is going to be worth your waiting for it, during this play session, another big thing revealed was the new ability to raise a shield for a directional guaranteed block. This will be somewhat
Guaranteed
balanced
block.
by a limited amount of blocking that you can do before a bar fills up and you get stunned out of your block. Also, some boss attacks and things like ground effects aren't going to be blockable, which makes sense. But, all the same, this seems insanely powerful. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to try it out as I focused all my time on the Ranger. Though now that I think about it, I could have like bought a shield from the vendor to just test it. I keep thinking of things I wish I'd tried. But by all accounts, the block is effective and quick to use, so I see this being extremely powerful in the hands of skilled players in boss fights. Whip it up for a certain attack that you know you can block, and then dodge roll or sidestep the others while keeping up.
Usually you need block chance, right? Or how does it work in PoE? If you have a shield, you need like block chance, right?
The attack. It actually sounds really cool, to the point where I really struggled between running Ranger or Warrior.
So if you are just good at the game, you don't need to stack block chance anymore, right? Because you get like 100% block.
Choice. I love shields in general in RPGs, and they're always a little bit underutilized, I feel, so it's awesome to see that they'll be having a bigger gameplay impact. There's even the potential of using the auto weapon swap
A block that is
system to,
completely
like,
mitigated no
whip out
matter
a
what.
shield to use a defensive skill, and
Dude,
then
that's
automatically
crazy
swap
powerful.
back to your bow or whatever you're dealing damage with.
It's
Definitely
insane.
more than a little intrigued by this concept. And by the way, how awesome does this B-roll footage look? I especially like what looks like a molten shell block that explodes in retaliation, and the awesome looking armor and the chunky shield look incredible.
Dude.
The explosive war cry, the uppercuts with the mace, oh, it all just looks so flawless. I'm dying, it looks so good.
This looks so much better than
So
Two-Ender.
anyway, after the Jonathan talk, we got a
This is crazy.
spear yet at the event. Either way, I just hope that we get a lance rower charge skill with the spears. I mean, oh, what's the point otherwise?
Alright, any more videos we should watch? I think it's we're fine for here. 3 people writing first, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna get some sleep, and tomorrow tomorrow, maybe play some Grim Dawn or Ellie. We shall see. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you all on YouTube, Discord. Bye-bye.